Chapter 9, The Worship of Trees, Section 1, Tree Spirits. In the religious history of the Aryan race in Europe, the worship of trees has played an important part. Nothing could be more natural. For at the dawn of history, Europe was covered with immense primeval forests, in which the scattered clearings must have appeared like islets in an ocean of green. Down to the 1st century before our era, the Hercynian forest stretched eastward from the Rhine for a distance at once vast and unknown. Germans whom Caesar questioned had traveled for 2 months through it without reaching the end. 4 centuries later, it was visited by the Emperor Julian, and the solitude, the gloom, the silence of the forest appear to have made a deep impression on his sensitive nature. He declared that he knew nothing like it in the Roman Empire. In our own country, the wealds of Kent, Surrey, and Sussex are remnants of the great forest of Anderida, which once clothed the whole of the southeastern portion of the island. Westward it seems to have stretched till it joined another forest that extended from Hampshire to Devon. In the reign of Henry II, the citizens of London still hunted the wild bull and the boar in the woods of Hampstead. Even under the later Plantagenets, the royal forests were 68 in number. In the forest of Arden, it was said that down to modern times, a squirrel might leap from tree to tree for nearly the whole length of Warwickshire. The excavation of ancient pile villages in the valley of the Po has shown that long before the rise, and probably the foundation of Rome, the north of Italy was covered with dense woods of elms, chestnuts, and especially of oaks. Archaeology is here confirmed by history, for classical writers contain many references to Italian forests which have now disappeared. As late as the 4th century before our era, Rome was divided from central Etruria by the dreaded Ciminian forest, which Livy compares to the woods of Germany. No merchant, if we may trust the Roman historian, had ever penetrated its pathless solitudes, and it was deemed a most daring feat when a Roman general, after sending 2 scouts to explore its intricacies, led his army into the forest and making his way to a ridge of the wooded mountains. Look down on the rich Etrurian fields spread out below. In Greece, beautiful woods of pine, oak, and other trees still linger on the slopes of the high Arcadian mountains. Still adorn with their verdure the deep gorge through which the Latin hurries to join the sacred Alpheus, and were still down to a few years ago, mirrored in the dark blue waters of the lonely lake of Phaneus. But they are mere fragments of the forests which closed great tracts in antiquity, and which at a more remote epoch may have spanned the Greek peninsula from sea to sea. From an examination of the Teutonic words for Temple Grim has made it probable that amongst the Germans the oldest sanctuaries were natural woods. However that may be, tree worship is well attested for all the great European families of the Aryan stock. Amongst the Celts, the oak worship of the Druids is familiar to everyone, and their old word for sanctuary seems to be identical in origin and meaning with the Latin nemus, a grove or woodland glade, which still survives in the name of Nemaiot. Sacred groves were common among the ancient Germans, and tree worship is hardly extinct amongst their descendants at the present day. How serious that worship was in former times may be gathered from the ferocious penalty appointed by the old German laws for such as dared to peel the bark of a standing tree. The culprit's navel was to be cut out and nailed to the part of the tree which he had peeled, and he was to be driven round and round the tree till all his guts were wound about its trunk. The intention of the punishment clearly was to replace the dead bark by a living substitute taken from the culprit. It was a life for a life, the life of a man for the life of a tree. At Uppsala, the old religious capital of Sweden, there was a sacred grove in which every tree was regarded as divine. The heathen Slavs worshipped trees and groves. The Lithuanians were not converted to Christianity till towards the close of the 14th century, and amongst them at the date of their conversion the worship of trees was prominent. Some of them revered remarkable oaks, and other great shady trees, from which they received oracular responses. Some maintained holy groves about their villages or houses, where even to break a twig would have been a sin. They thought that he who cut a bough in such a grove either died suddenly or was crippled in one of his limbs. Proofs of the prevalence of tree worship in ancient Greece and Italy are abundant. In the sanctuary of Aesculapius, at Chios, for example, it was forbidden to cut down the cypress trees under a penalty of 1,000 drachms. But nowhere, perhaps in the ancient world, was this antique form of religion better preserved than in the heart of the great metropolis itself. In the Forum, the busy center of Roman life, the sacred fig tree of Romulus was worshipped down to the days of the empire, and the withering of its trunk was enough to spread consternation through the city. Again, on the slope of the Palatine Hill grew a cornel tree, which was esteemed one of the most sacred objects in Rome. Whenever the tree appeared to a passerby to be drooping, he set up a hue and cry, which was echoed by the people in the street. And soon a crowd might be seen running helter-skelter from all sides with buckets of water, as if, says Plutarch, they were hastening to put out a fire. Among the tribes of the Finnish Ugrian stock in Europe, the heathen worship was performed for the most part in sacred groves, which were always enclosed with a fence. Such a grove often consisted merely of a glade or clearing, with a few trees dotted about, upon which in former times the skins of the sacrificial victims were hung. The central point of the grove, at least among the tribes of the Volga, was the sacred tree, beside which everything else sank into insignificance. Before it the worshippers assembled, and the priest offered his prayers. At its roots the victim was sacrificed, and its boughs sometimes served as a pulpit. No wood might be hewn and no branch broken in the grove, and women were generally forbidden to enter it. But it is necessary to examine in some detail the notions on which the worship of trees and plants is based. To the savage, the world in general is animate, and trees and plants are no exception to the rule. He thinks that they have souls like his own, and he treats them accordingly. They say, writes the ancient vegetarian Porphyry, that primitive men led an unhappy life, for their superstition did not stop at animals, but extended even to plants. For why should the slaughter of an ox or a sheep be a greater wrong than the felling of a fir or an oak, seeing that a soul is implanted in these trees also? Similarly, the Hidatsa Indians of North America believe that every natural object has its spirit, or to speak more properly, its shade. To these shades some consideration or respect is due, but not equally to all. For example, the shade of the cottonwood, the greatest tree in the valley of the upper Missouri, is supposed to possess an intelligence which, if properly approached, may help the Indians in certain undertakings. But the shades of shrubs and grasses are of little account. When the Missouri, swollen by a freshet in spring, carries away part of its banks and sweeps some tall tree into its current, it is said that the spirit of the tree cries while the roots still cling to the land, and until the trunk falls with a splash into the stream. Formerly, the Indians considered it wrong to fell one of these giants, and when large logs were needed, they made use only of trees which had fallen of themselves. Till lately, some of the more credulous old men declared that many of the misfortunes of their people were caused by this modern disregard for the rights of the living cottonwood. The Iroquois believed that each species of tree, shrub, plant, and herb had its own spirit, and to these spirits it was their custom to return thanks. The Wanaka of eastern Africa fancy that every tree, and especially every coconut tree, has its spirit. The destruction of a coconut tree is regarded as equivalent to matricide, because that tree gives them life and nourishment, as a mother does her child. Siamese monks believing that there are souls everywhere, and that to destroy anything whatever is forcibly to dispossess a soul, will not break a branch of a tree as they will not break the arm of an innocent person. These monks, of course, are Buddhists. But Buddhist animism is not a philosophical theory. It is simply a common savage dogma incorporated in the system of an historical religion. To suppose, with Benfey and others, that the theories of animism and transmigration current among rude peoples of Asia are derived from Buddhism is to reverse the facts. Sometimes it is only particular sorts of trees that are supposed to be tenanted by spirits. At Gerbalge in Dalmatia, it is said that among great beeches, oaks, and other trees, there are some that are endowed with shades or souls, and whoever fells one of them must die on the spot, or at least live an invalid for the rest of his days. If a woodman fears that a tree which he has felled is one of this sort, he must cut off the head of a live hen on the stump of the tree with the very same axe with which he cut down the tree. This will protect him from all harm, even if the tree be one of the animated kind. The silk cotton trees, which rear their enormous trunks to a stupendous height, far outtopping all the other trees of the forest, are regarded with reverence throughout West Africa from the Senegal to the Niger and are believed to be the abode of a god or spirit. Among the Yu-speaking peoples of the Slave Coast, the indwelling god of this giant of the forest goes by the name of Huntenda. Trees in which he specially dwells, for it is not every silk cotton tree that he thus honors, are surrounded by a girdle of palm leaves, and sacrifices of fowls, and occasionally of human beings, are fastened to the trunk or lay against the foot of the tree. A tree distinguished by a girdle of palm leaves may not be cut down or injured in any way. And even silk cotton trees, which are not supposed to be animated by hunting, may not be felled unless the woodman first offers a sacrifice of fowls and palm oil to purge himself of the proposed sacrilege. To omit the sacrifice is an offense which may be punished with death. Among the Kangra mountains of the Punjab, a girl used to be annually sacrificed to an old cedar tree, the families of the village taking it in turn to supply the victim. The tree was cut down not very many years ago. If trees are animate, they are necessarily sensitive, and the cutting of them down becomes a delicate surgical operation, which must be performed with as tender a regard as possible for the feelings of the sufferers, who otherwise may turn and rend a careless or bungling operator. When an oak is being felled, it gives a kind of shrieks or groans that may be heard a mile off, as if it were the genius of the oak lamenting. E. Wilde, Esquire, hath heard it several times. The Ojibways very seldom cut down green or living trees, from the idea that it puts them to pain, and some of their medicine men profess to have heard the wailing of the trees under the axe. Trees that bleed and utter cries of pain or indignation when they are hacked or burned occur very often in Chinese books, even in standard histories. Old peasants in some parts of Austria still believe that forest trees are animate, and will not allow an incision to be made in the bark without special cause. They have heard from their fathers that the tree feels the cut not less than a wounded man is hurt. In felling a tree, they beg its pardon. It is said that in the Upper Palatinate, also old woodmen still secretly ask a fine, sound tree to forgive them before they cut it down. So in Jarkino, the woodman craves pardon of the tree he fells. Before the Ilocanes of Luzon cut down trees in the virgin forest or on the mountains, they recite some verses to the following effect: "Be not uneasy, my friend, though we fell what we have been ordered to fell." This they do in order not to draw down on themselves the hatred of the spirits who live in the trees, and who are apt to avenge themselves by visiting with grievous sickness, such as injure them wantonly. The Basoga of Central Africa think that when a tree is cut down, the angry spirit which inhabits it may cause the death of the chief and his family. To prevent this disaster, they consult a medicine man before they fell a tree. If the man of skill gives leave to proceed, the woodman first offers a fowl and a goat to the tree. Then, as soon as he has given the first blow of the axe, he applies his mouth to the cut and sucks some of the sapi. In this way he forms a brotherhood with the tree, just as two men become blood brothers by sucking each other's blood. After that he can cut down his tree brother with impunity. But the spirits of vegetation are not always treated with deference and respect. If fair words and kind treatment do not move them, stronger measures are sometimes resorted to. The durian tree of the East Indies, whose smooth stem often shoots up to a height of 80 or 90 feet, without sending out a branch, bears a fruit of the most delicious flavor and the most disgusting stench. The Malays cultivate the tree for the sake of its fruit, and have been known to resort to a peculiar ceremony for the purpose of stimulating its fertility. Near Jugra and Selangor, there is a small grove of durian trees, and on a specially chosen day, the villagers used to assemble in it. Thereupon, one of the local sorcerers would take a hatchet and deliver several shrewd blows on the trunk of the most barren of the trees, saying, "Will you now bear fruit or not? If you do not, I shall fell you." To this the tree replied through the mouth of another man who had climbed a mangosteen tree hard by, the durian tree being unclimbable, "Yes, I will now bear fruit. I beg of you not to fell me." So in Japan, to make trees bear fruit, two men go into an orchard. One of them climbs up a tree and the other stands at the foot with an axe. The man with the axe asks the tree whether it will yield a good crop next year and threatens to cut it down if it does not. To this, the man among the branches replies on behalf of the tree that it will bear abundantly. Odd as this mode of horticulture may seem to us, it has its exact parallels in Europe. On Christmas Eve, many a South Slavonian and Bulgarian peasant swings an axe threateningly against a barren fruit tree, while another man standing by intercedes for the menaced tree, saying, "Do not cut it down. It will soon bear fruit." Thrice the axe is swung, and thrice the impending blow is arrested at the entreaty of the intercessor. After that, the frightened tree will certainly bear fruit next year. The conception of trees and plants as animated beings naturally results in treating them as male and female, who can be married to each other in a real and not merely a figurative or poetical sense of the word. The notion is not purely fanciful, for plants like animals have their sexes and reproduce their kind by the union of the male and female elements. But whereas in all the higher animals, the organs of the two sexes are regularly separated between different individuals, in most plants they exist together in every individual of the species. This rule, however, is by no means universal, and in many species the male plant is distinct from the female. The distinction appears to have been observed by some savages, for we are told that the Maoris are acquainted with the sex of trees, etc., and have distinct names for the male and female of some trees. The ancients knew the difference between the male and the female date palm, and fertilized them artificially by shaking the pollen of the male tree over the flowers of the female. The fertilization took place in spring. Among the heathen of Haran, the month during which the palms were fertilized bore the name of the date month, and at this time they celebrated the marriage festival of all the gods and goddesses. Different from this true and fruitful marriage of the palm are the false and barren marriages of plants, which play a part in Hindu superstition. For example, if a Hindu has planted a grove of mangoes, neither he nor his wife may taste of the fruit until he has formally married one of the trees as a bridegroom to a tree of a different sort, commonly a tamarind tree, which grows near it in the grove. If there is no tamarind to act as bride, a jasmine will serve the turn. The expenses of such a marriage are often considerable, for the more Brahmins are feasted at it, the greater the glory of the owner of the grove. A family has been known to sell its golden and silver trinkets and to borrow all the money they could in order to marry a mango tree to a jasmine with due pomp and ceremony. On Christmas Eve, German peasants used to tie fruit trees together with straw ropes to make them bear fruit, saying that the trees were thus married. In the Moluccas, when the clove trees are in blossom, they are treated like pregnant women. No noise may be made near them. No light or fire may be carried past them at night. No one may approach them with his hat on. All must uncover in their presence. These precautions are observed lest the tree should be alarmed and bear no fruit, or should drop its fruit too soon, like the untimely delivery of a woman who has been frightened in her pregnancy. So, in the East, the growing rice crop is often treated with the same considerate regard as a breeding woman. Thus in Amboina, when the rice is in bloom, the people say that it is pregnant and fire no guns and make no other noises near the field, for fear lest if the rice were thus disturbed, it would miscarry, and the crop would be all straw and no grain. Sometimes it is the souls of the dead which are believed to animate trees. The Diri tribe of Central Australia regard as very sacred certain trees, which are supposed to be their fathers transformed. Hence they speak with reverence of these trees, and are careful that they shall not be cut down or burnt. If the settlers require them to hew down the trees, they earnestly protest against it, asserting that were they to do so, they would have no luck, and might be punished for not protecting their ancestors. Some of the Philippine Islanders believe that the souls of their ancestors are in certain trees, which they therefore spare. If they are obliged to fell one of these trees, they excuse themselves to it by saying that it was the priest who made them do it. The spirits take up their abode, by preference, in tall and stately trees with great spreading branches. When the wind rustles the leaves, the natives fancy it is the voice of the spirit, and they never pass near one of these trees without bowing respectfully and asking pardon of the spirit for disturbing his repose. Among the ignorates, every village has its sacred tree in which the souls of the dead forefathers of the hamlet reside. Offerings are made to the tree, and any injury done to it is believed to entail some misfortune on the village. Were the tree cut down, the village and all its inhabitants would inevitably perish. In Korea, the souls of people who die of the plague or by the roadside, and of women who expire in childbirth, invariably take up their abode in trees. To such spirits, offerings of cake, wine, and pork are made on heaps of stones piled under the trees. In China, it has been customary from time immemorial to plant trees on graves, in order thereby to strengthen the soul of the deceased, and thus to save his body from corruption. And as the evergreen cypress and pine are deemed to be fuller of vitality than other trees, they've been chosen by preference for this purpose. Hence the trees that grow on graves are sometimes identified with the souls of the departed. Among the Ma'aokia, an aboriginal race of southern and western China, a sacred tree stands at the entrance of every village, and the inhabitants believe that it is tenanted by the soul of their first ancestor and that it rules their destiny. Sometimes there is a sacred grove near a village where the trees are suffered to rot and die on the spot. Their fallen branches cumber the ground, and no one may remove them unless he has first asked leave of the spirit of the tree and offered him a sacrifice. Among the Maravis of southern Africa, the burial ground is always regarded as a holy place where neither a tree may be felled nor a beast killed, because everything there is supposed to be tenanted by the souls of the dead. In most, if not all of these cases, the spirit is viewed as incorporate in the tree. It animates the tree and must suffer and die with it. But, according to another, and probably later opinion, the tree is not the body, but merely the abode of the tree spirit, which can quit it and return to it at pleasure. The inhabitants of Siao, an East Indian island, believe in certain sylvan spirits who dwell in forests or in great solitary trees. At full moon, the spirit comes forth from his lurking place and roams about. He has a big head, very long arms and legs, and a ponderous body. In order to propitiate the wood spirits, people bring offerings of food, fowls, goats, and so forth to the places which they are supposed to haunt. The people of Nias think that when a tree dies, its liberated spirit becomes a demon, which can kill a coconut palm by merely lighting on its branches, and can cause the death of all the children in a house by perching on one of the posts that support it. Further, they are of opinion that certain trees are at all times inhabited by roving demons who, if the trees were damaged, would be set free to go about on errands of mischief. Hence, the people respect these trees and are careful not to cut them down. Not a few ceremonies observed at cutting down haunted trees are based on the belief that the spirits have it in their power to quit the trees at pleasure or in case of need. Thus, when the Pelu Islanders are felling a tree, they conjure the spirit of the tree to leave it and settle on another, the wily Negro of the slave coast who wishes to fell an Ashoran tree, but knows that he cannot do it so long as the spirit remains in the tree, places a little palm oil on the ground as a bait, and then, when the unsuspecting spirit has quitted the tree to partake of this dainty, hastens to cut down its late abode. When the Tabunkus of Celebes are about to clear a piece of forest in order to plant rice, they build a tiny house and furnish it with tiny clothes and some food and gold. Then they call together all the spirits of the wood, offer them the little house with its contents, and beseech them to quit the spot. After that, they may safely cut down the wood without fearing to wound themselves in so doing. Before the Tamori, another tribe of Celebes, fell a tall tree, they lay a quid of betel at its foot, and invite the spirit who dwells in the tree to change his lodging. Moreover, they set a little ladder against the trunk to enable him to descend with safety and comfort. The Mandalings of Sumatra endeavor to lay the blame of all such misdeeds at the door of the Dutch authorities. Thus, when a man is cutting a road through a forest and has to fell a tall tree which blocks the way, he will not begin to ply his axe until he has said, "Spirit who lodgest in this tree, take it not ill that I cut down thy dwelling." For it is done at no wish of mine, but by order of the controller. And when he wishes to clear a piece of forest land for cultivation, it is necessary that he should come to a satisfactory understanding with the woodland spirits who live there before he lays low their leafy dwellings. For this purpose he goes to the middle of the plot of ground, stoops down, and pretends to pick up a letter. Then, unfolding a bit of paper, he reads aloud an imaginary letter from the Dutch government, in which he is strictly enjoined to set about clearing the land without delay. Having done so, he says, "You hear that, spirits? I must begin clearing at once, or I shall be hanged. Even when a tree has been felled, sawn into planks, and used to build a house, It is possible that the woodland spirit may still be lurking in the timber, and accordingly some people seek to propitiate him before or after they occupy the new house. Hence, when a new dwelling is ready, the Tarajas of Celebes kill a goat, a pig, or buffalo, and smear all the woodwork with its blood. If the building is a lobo or spirit house, a fowl or a dog is killed on the ridge of the roof, and its blood allowed to flow down on both sides. The Rooter Tonapu in such a case sacrifice a human being on the roof. This sacrifice on the roof of a lobo or temple serves the same purpose as the smearing of blood on the woodwork of an Ori house. The intention is to propitiate the forest spirits who may still be in the timber. They are thus put in good humor and will do the inmates of the house no harm. For a like reason, people in Celebes and the Moluccas are much afraid of planting a post upside down at the building of a house, for the forest spirit, who might still be in the timber, would very naturally resent the indignity and visit the inmates with sickness. The Kayans of Borneo are of opinion that tree spirits stand very stiffly on the point of honor and visit men with their displeasure for any injury done to them. Hence, after building a house, whereby they have been forced to ill-treat many trees, these people observe a period of penance for a year during which they must abstain from many things, such as the killing of bears, tiger cats, and serpents. Section 2. Beneficent powers of tree spirits. When a tree comes to be viewed no longer as the body of the tree spirit, but simply as its abode, which it can quit at pleasure, an important advance has been made in religious thought. Animism is passing into polytheism. In other words, instead of regarding each tree as a living and conscious being, man now sees in it merely a lifeless, inert mass, tenanted for a longer or shorter time by a supernatural being who, as he can pass freely from tree to tree, thereby enjoys a certain right of possession or lordship over the trees, and ceasing to be a tree soul, becomes a forest god. As soon as the tree spirit is thus, in a measure, disengaged from each particular tree, he begins to change his shape and assume the body of a man, in virtue of a general tendency of early thought to clothe all abstract spiritual beings in concrete human form. Hence, in classical art, the sylvan deities are depicted in human shape, their woodland character being denoted by a branch or some equally obvious symbol. But this change of shape does not affect the essential character of the tree spirit. The powers which he exercised as a tree soul incorporate in a tree, he still continues to wield as a god of trees. This I shall now attempt to prove in detail. I shall show, first, that trees considered as animate beings are credited with the power of making the rain to fall, the sun to shine, flocks and herds to multiply, and women to bring forth easily. And second, that the very same powers are attributed to tree gods conceived as anthropomorphic beings, or as actually incarnate in living men. First, then, trees or tree spirits are believed to give rain and sunshine. When the missionary Jerome of Prague was persuading the heathen Lithuanians to fell their sacred groves, a multitude of women besought the Prince of Lithuania to stop him, saying that with the woods he was destroying the house of God from which they had been wont to get rain and sunshine. The Mandoras in Assam think that if a tree in the sacred grove is felled, the sylvan gods evince their displeasure by withholding rain. In order to procure rain, the inhabitants of Monyo, a village in the Sagang district of Upper Burma, chose the largest tamarind tree near the village and named it the haunt of the spirit, Nat, who controls the rain. Then they offered bread, coconuts, plantains, and fowls to the guardian spirit of the village and to the spirit who gives rain. And they prayed, O Lord Nat, have pity on us poor mortals, and stay not the rain. Inasmuch as our offering is given ungrudgingly, let the rain fall day and night. Afterwards, libations were made in honor of the spirit of the tamarind tree, and still later 3 elderly women, dressed in fine clothes and wearing necklaces and earrings, sang the rain song. Again, tree spirits make the crops to grow. Amongst the Mandoras, every village has its sacred grove, and the grove deities are held responsible for the crops, and are especially honored at all the great agricultural festivals. The Negroes of the Gold Coast are in the habit of sacrificing at the foot of certain tall trees, and they think that if one of these were felled, all the fruits of the earth would perish. The Galas dance in couples round the sacred trees, praying for a good harvest. Every couple consists of a man and woman, who are linked together by a stick, of which each holds one end. Under their arms they carry green corn or grass. Swedish peasants stick a leafy branch in each furrow of their cornfields, believing that this will ensure an abundant crop. The same idea comes out in the German and French custom of the harvest May. This is a large branch or a whole tree which is decked with ears of corn, brought home on the last wagon from the harvest field, and fastened on the roof of the farmhouse or of the barn where it remains for a year. Monhart has proved that this branch or tree embodies the tree spirit conceived as the spirit of vegetation in general, whose vivifying and fructifying influence is thus brought to bear upon the corn in particular. Hence, in Swabia, the harvest May is fastened amongst the last stalks of corn left standing on the field. In other places, it is planted on the cornfield and the last sheaf cut is attached to its trunk. Again, the tree spirit makes the herds to multiply and blesses women with offspring. In northern India, the Emblica officinalis is a sacred tree. On the 11th of the month, Falgun, February, libations are poured at the foot of the tree. A red or yellow string is bound about the trunk, and prayers are offered to it for the fruitfulness of women, animals, and crops. Again, in northern India, the cocoa nut is esteemed one of the most sacred fruits, and is called Shrifala, or the fruit of Shri, the goddess of prosperity. It is the symbol of fertility, and all through Upper India is kept in shrines, and presented by the priests to women who desire to become mothers. In the town of Kwa, near Old Calabar, there used to grow a palm tree which ensured conception to any barren woman who ate a nut from its branches. In Europe, the May tree or male is apparently supposed to possess similar powers over both women and cattle. Thus, in some parts of Germany, on the 1st of May, the peasants set up May trees or May bushes at the doors of stables and byres, one for each horse and cow. This is thought to make the cows yield much milk. Of the Irish, we are told that they fancy a green bough of a tree, fastened on May Day against the house, will produce plenty of milk that summer. On the 2nd of July, some of the Wends used to set up an oak tree in the middle of the village with an iron cock fastened to its top. Then they danced round it, and drove the cattle round it to make them thrive. The Circassians regard the pear tree as the protector of cattle, so they cut down a young pear tree in the forest, branch it, and carry it home where it is adored. Almost every house has one such pear tree. In autumn, on the day of the festival, the tree is carried into the house with great ceremony, to the sound of music, and amid the joyous cries of all the inmates, who compliment it on its fortunate arrival. It is covered with candles, and a cheese is fastened to its top. Round about it they eat, drink, and sing. Then they bid the tree good-bye and take it back to the courtyard, where it remains for the rest of the year, set up against the wall, without receiving any mark of respect. In the Tuho tribe of Maoris, the power of making women fruitful is ascribed to trees. These trees are associated with the navel strings of definite mythical ancestors, as indeed the navel strings of all children used to be hung upon them down to quite recent times. A barren woman had to embrace such a tree with her arms, and she received a male or a female child, according as she embraced the east or the west side. The common European custom of placing a green bush on May Day before, or on the house of a beloved maiden, probably originated in the belief of the fertilizing power of the tree spirit. In some parts of Bavaria, such bushes are set up also at the houses of newly married pairs, and the practice is only omitted if the wife is near her confinement. For in that case, they say that the husband has set up a May bush for himself. Among the South Slavonians, a barren woman who desires to have a child places a new chemise upon a fruitful tree on the eve of St. George's Day. Next morning before sunrise, she examines the garment, and if she finds that some living creature has crept on it, she hopes that her wish will be fulfilled within the year. Then she puts on the chemise, confident that she will be as fruitful as the tree on which the garment has passed the night. Among the Karakirkis, barren women roll themselves on the ground under a solitary apple tree in order to obtain offspring. Lastly, the power of granting to women an easy delivery at childbirth is ascribed to trees both in Sweden and Africa. In some districts of Sweden, there was formerly a bardträd or guardian tree, lime, ash, or elm, in the neighborhood of every font. No one would pluck a single leaf of the sacred tree, any injury to which was punished by ill luck or sickness. Pregnant women used to clasp the tree in their arms in order to ensure an easy delivery. In some Negro tribes of the Congo region, pregnant women make themselves garments out of the bark of a certain sacred tree, because they believe that this tree delivers them from the dangers that attend childbearing. The story that Leto clasped a palm tree and an olive tree or two laurel trees when she was about to give birth to the divine twins Apollo and Artemis perhaps points to a similar Greek belief in the efficacy of certain trees to facilitate delivery. Chapter 10. Relics of Tree Worship in Modern Europe, from the foregoing review of the beneficent qualities commonly ascribed to tree spirits. It is easy to understand why customs like the May tree or maypole have prevailed so widely and figured so prominently in the popular festivals of European peasants. In spring or early summer, or even on Midsummer Day, it was and still is in many parts of Europe the custom to go out to the woods, cut down a tree and bring it into the village, where it is set up amid general rejoicings. Or the people cut branches in the woods and fasten them on every house. The intention of these customs is to bring home to the village and to each house the blessings which the tree spirit has in its power to bestow. Hence, the custom in some places of planting a May tree before every house, or of carrying the village May tree from door to door, that every household may receive its share of the blessing. Out of the massive evidence on this subject, a few examples may be selected. Sir Henry Piers, in his description of Westmeath, writing in 1682, says, "On May Eve, every family sets up before their door a green bush, strewed over with yellow flowers, which the meadows yield plentifully. In countries where timber is plentiful, they erect tall, slender trees, which stand high, and they continue almost the whole year, so as a stranger would go nigh to imagine that they were all signs of ale cellars, and that all houses were ale houses. In Northamptonshire, a young tree, 10 or 12 feet high, used to be planted before each house on May Day, so as to appear growing. Flowers were thrown over it and strewn about the door." Among ancient customs still retained by the Cornish may be reckoned that of decking their doors and porches on the 1st of May with green boughs of sycamore and hawthorn, and of planting trees, or rather stumps of trees, over their houses. In the north of England, it was formerly the custom for young people to rise a little after midnight on the morning of the 1st of May, and go out with music and the blowing of horns into the woods, where they broke branches and adorned them with nosegays and crowns of flowers. This done, they returned about sunrise and fastened the flower-decked branches over the doors and windows of their houses. At Abingdon in Berkshire, young people formerly went about in groups on May morning, singing a carol of which the following are two of the verses. "We've been rambling all the night, and some time of this day, and now returning back again. We bring a garland gay. A garland gay we bring you here, and at your door we stand. It is a sprout well budded out, the work of our Lord's hand." At the towns of Saffron, Walden, and Devon in Essex, on the 1st of May, little girls go about in parties from door to door, singing a song almost identical with the above and carrying garlands. A doll dressed in white is usually placed in the middle of each garland. Similar customs have been, and indeed are still observed in various parts of England. The garlands are generally in the form of hoops intersecting each other at right angles. It appears that a hoop wreathed with rowan and marsh marigold, and bearing suspended within it 2 balls, is still carried on May Day by villagers in some parts of Ireland. The balls, which are sometimes covered with gold and silver paper, are said to have originally represented the sun and moon. In some villages of the Vosges Mountains, on the 1st Sunday of May, young girls go in bands from house to house, singing a song in praise of May, in which mention is made of the bread and meal that come in May. If money is given them, they fasten a green bough to the door. If it is refused, they wish the family many children and no bread to feed them. In the French department of Mayenne, boys who bore the name of Mayatins used to go about from farm to farm on the 1st of May singing carols, for which they received money or a drink. They planted a small tree or a branch of a tree. Near Saverne in Alsace, bands of people go about carrying May trees. Amongst them is a man dressed in a white shirt with his face blackened. In front of him is carried a large May tree, but each member of the band also carries a smaller one. One of the company bears a huge basket in which he collects eggs, bacon, and so forth. On the Thursday before Whitsunday, the Russian villagers go out into the woods, sing songs, weave garlands, and cut down a young birch tree, which they dress up in woman's clothes or adorn with many-colored shreds and ribbons. After that comes a feast, at the end of which they take the dressed-up birch tree, carry it home to their village with joyful dance and song, and set it up in one of the houses where it remains as an honored guest till Whitsunday. On the 2 intervening days, they pay visits to the house where their guest is, but on the 3rd day, Whitsunday, they take her to a stream and fling her into its waters, throwing their garlands after it. In this Russian custom, the dressing of the birch in woman's clothes shows how clearly the tree is personified, and the throwing it into a stream is most probably a rain charm. In some parts of Sweden, on the eve of May Day, lads go about carrying each a bunch of fresh birch twigs, wholly or partly in leaf. With the village fiddler at their head, they make the round of the houses singing May songs. The burden of their songs is a prayer for fine weather, a plentiful harvest, and worldly and spiritual blessings. One of them carries a basket in which he collects gifts of eggs and the like. If they are well received, they stick a leafy twig in the roof over the cottage door. But in Sweden, midsummer is the season when these ceremonies are chiefly observed. On the eve of St. John, the 23rd of June, the houses are thoroughly cleansed and garnished with green boughs and flowers. Young fir trees are raised at the doorway elsewhere about the homestead, and very often small umbrageous arbors are constructed in the garden. In Stockholm, on this day, a leaf market is held at which thousands of maypoles, Modstanger, from 6 inches to 12 feet high, decorated with leaves, flowers, slips of colored paper, gilt eggshells strung on reeds, and so on, are exposed for sale. Bonfires are lit on the hills, and the people dance round them and jump over them. But the chief event of the day is setting up the maypole. This consists of a straight and tall spruce pine tree, stripped of its branches. At times, hoops, and at others pieces of wood placed crosswise are attached to it at intervals, whilst at others it is provided with bows, representing, so to say, a man with his arms akimbo. From top to bottom, not only the Modstang maypole itself, but the hoops, bows, etc., are ornamented with leaves, flowers, slips of various cloth, gilt eggshells, etc. And on the top of it is a large vane, or it may be a flag. The raising of the maypole, the decoration of which is done by the village maidens, is an affair of much ceremony. The people flock to it from all quarters and dance round it in a great ring. Midsummer customs of the same sort used to be observed in some parts of Germany. Thus, in the towns of the upper Harz Mountains, tall fir trees with the bark peeled off their lower trunks were set up in open places and decked with flowers and eggs, which were painted yellow and red. Round these trees the young folk danced by day and the old folk in the evening. In some parts of Bohemia also a maypole or midsummer tree is erected on St. John's Eve. The lads fetch a tall fir or pine from the wood and set it up on a height, where the girls deck it with nosegays, garlands, and red ribbons. It is afterwards burned. It would be needless to illustrate at length the custom which has prevailed in various parts of Europe, such as England, France, and Germany, of setting up a village May tree or maypole on May Day. A few examples will suffice. The puritanical writer Philip Stubbs, in his Anatomy of Abuses, first published at London in 1583, has described with manifest disgust how they used to bring in the maypole in the days of good Queen Bess. His description affords us a vivid glimpse of merry England in the olden time. Against May, Whitsunday, or other time, all the young men and maids, older men and wives, run gadding overnight to the woods, groves, hills, and mountains, where they spend all the night in pleasant pastimes. And in the morning they return, bringing with them birchen branches of trees to deck their assemblies withal. And no merveil, for there is a great lord present amongst them as superintendent and lord over their pastimes and sportes, namely, Satan, prince of hell. But the chiefest jewel they bring from thence is their maypole, which they bring home with great veneration, as thus. They have 20 or 40 yoke of oxen, every ox having a sweet nosegay of flowers placed on the tip of his horn. And these oxen draw home this maypole this stinking yodel, rather, which is covered all over with flowers and herbs, bound round about with strings from the top to the bottom, and sometimes painted with variable colors, with 200 or 300 men, women, and children following it with great devotion, and thus being reared up with handkerchiefs and flags hovering on the top, they straw the ground round about, bind green boughs about it, set up summer halls, bowers, and arbors hard by it. And then fall they to dance about it, like as the heathen people did at the dedication of the idols, whereof this is a perfect pattern, or rather the thing itself. I have heard it credibly reported, and that viva voce, by men of great gravity and reputation, that of 43 score, or 100 maids going to the wood overnight, there have scarcely the third part of them returned home again undefiled. In Swabia on the 1st of May, a tall fir tree used to be fetched into the village, where it was decked with ribbons and set up. Then the people danced round it merrily to music. The tree stood on the village green the whole year through, until a fresh tree was brought in next May Day. In Saxony, people were not content with bringing the summer symbolically, as king or queen, into the village. They brought the fresh green itself from the woods, even into the houses. That is the May or Whitsuntide trees, which are mentioned in documents from the 13th century onwards. The fetching in of the May tree was also a festival. The people went out into the woods to seek the May, Mayum Querere, brought young trees, especially firs and birches, to the village and set them up before the doors of the houses or the cattle stalls. Young fellows erected such May trees, as we have already said, before the chambers of their sweethearts. Besides these household Mays, a great May tree or Maypole, which had also been brought in solemn procession to the village, was set up in the middle of the village or in the marketplace of the town. It had been chosen by the whole community, who watched over it most carefully. Generally the tree was stripped of its branches and leaves, nothing but the crown being left, on which were displayed, in addition to many colored ribbons and cloths, a variety of victuals such as sausages, cakes, and eggs. The young folk exerted themselves to obtain these prizes. In the greasy poles, which are still to be seen at our fairs, we have a relic of these old maypoles. Not uncommonly, there was a race on foot or on horseback to the May tree, a Whitsunday pastime which in course of time has been divested of its goal, and survives as a popular custom to this day in many parts of Germany. At Bordeaux on the 1st of June, May the boys of each street used to erect in it a maypole, which they adorned with garlands and a great crown, and every evening during the whole of the month, the young people of both sexes danced singing about the pole. Down to the present day, May trees decked with flowers and ribbons are set up on May Day in every village and hamlet of gay Provence. Under them the young folk make merry, and the old folk rest. In all these cases, apparently, the custom is or was to bring in a new May tree each year. However, in England the village maypole seems as a rule, at least in later times, to have been permanent, not renewed annually. Villages of Upper Bavaria renew their maypole once every 3, 4, or 5 years. It is a fir tree fetched from the forest, and amid all the wreaths, flags, and inscriptions with which it is bedecked, an essential part is the bunch of dark green foliage left at the top as a memento that in it we have to do, not with a dead pole, but with a living tree from the greenwood. We can hardly doubt that originally the practice everywhere was to set up a new May tree every year. As the object of the custom was to bring in the fructifying spirit of vegetation, newly awakened in spring, the end would have been defeated if, instead of a living tree, green and sappy, an old withered one had been erected year after year, or allowed to stand permanently, when, however, the meaning of the custom had been forgotten, and the May tree was regarded simply as a center for holiday merrymaking. People saw no reason for felling a fresh tree every year, and preferred to let the same tree stand permanently, only decking it with fresh flowers on May Day. But even when the maypole had thus become a fixture, the need of giving it the appearance of being a green tree, not a dead pole, was sometimes felt. Thus at Weverham in Cheshire are 2 maypoles, which are decorated on this day, May Day, with all due attention to the ancient solemnity. The sides are hung with garlands, and the top terminated by a birch or other tall slender tree, with its leaves on, the bark being peeled, and the stem spliced to the pole so as to give the appearance of one tree from the summit. Thus the renewal of the May trees, like the renewal of the harvest May, Each is intended to secure a fresh portion of the fertilizing spirit of vegetation and to preserve it throughout the year. But whereas the efficacy of the harvest May is restricted to promoting the growth of the crops, that of the May tree or May branch extends also, as we have seen, to women and cattle. Lastly, it is worth noting that the old May tree is sometimes burned at the end of the year. Thus, in the district of Prague, young people break pieces of the public May tree and place them behind the holy pictures in their rooms, where they remain till next May Day, and are then burned oft. In Württemberg, the bushes which are set up on the houses on Palm Sunday are sometimes left there for a year and then burnt. So much for the tree spirit conceived as incorporate or immanent in the tree. We have now to show that the tree spirit is often conceived and represented as detached from the tree and clothed in human form, and even as embodied in living men or women. The evidence for this anthropomorphic representation of the tree spirit is largely to be found in the popular customs of European peasantry. There is an instructive class of cases in which the tree spirit is represented simultaneously in vegetable form and in human form, which are set side by side as if for the express purpose of explaining each other. In these cases, the human representative of the tree spirit is sometimes a doll or puppet, sometimes a living person, but whether a puppet or a person, it is placed beside a tree or bough, so that together the person or puppet and the tree or bough form a sort of bilingual inscription, the one being, so to speak, the translation of the other. Here, therefore, there is no room left for doubt that the spirit of the tree is actually represented in human form. On the fourth Sunday in Lent, young people throw a puppet called Death into the water. Then the girls go into the wood, cut down a young tree, and fasten to it a puppet dressed in white clothes to look like a woman. With this tree and puppet, they go from house to house collecting gratuities and singing songs with the refrain, "We carry death out of the village, we bring summer into the village." Here, as we shall see later on, the summer is the spirit of vegetation returning or reviving in spring. In some parts of our own country, children go about asking for pence with some small imitations of maypoles, and with a finely dressed doll, which they call the Lady of the May. In these cases, the tree and the puppet are obviously regarded as equivalent. At Thann in Alsace, a girl called the Little May Rose, dressed in white, carries a small May tree, which is gay with garlands and ribbons. Her companions collect gifts from door to door, singing a song. "Little May Rose, turn round. Let us look at you round and round. Rose of the May, come to the greenwood away. We will be merry all." So we go from the May to the roses. In the course of the song, a wish is expressed that those who give nothing may lose their fowls by the marten, that their vine may bear no clusters, their tree no nuts, their field no corn. The produce of the year is supposed to depend on the gifts offered to these May singers. Here, and in the cases mentioned above, where children go about with green boughs or garlands on May Day singing and collecting money. The meaning is that with the spirit of vegetation, they bring plenty and good luck to the house, and they expect to be paid for the service. In Russian Lithuania, on the 1st of May, they used to set up a green tree before the village. Then the rustic swains chose the prettiest girl, crowned her, swathed her in birch branches, and set her beside the May tree, where they danced, sang, and shouted, "Oh, May! Oh, May!" In Brie, Ile-de-France, a May tree is erected in the midst of the village. Its top is crowned with flowers. Lower down is twined with leaves and twigs, still lower with huge green branches. The girls dance round it, and at the same time a lad wrapped in leaves and called Father May is led about. In the small towns of the Franken-Wald Mountains in northern Bavaria, on the 2nd of May, a Walber tree is erected before a tavern, and a man dances round it, enveloped in straw from head to foot, in such a way that the ears of corn unite above his head to form a crown. He is called the Walber, and used to be led in procession through the streets, which were adorned with sprigs of birch, amongst the Slavs of Carinthia, on St. George's Day, the 23rd of April, the young people deck with flowers and garlands a tree which has been felled on the eve of the festival. The tree is then carried in procession, accompanied with music and joyful acclamations, the chief figure in the procession being the Green George, a young fellow clad from head to foot in green birch branches. At the close of the ceremonies, the Green George, that is an effigy of him, is thrown into the water. It is the aim of the lad who acts Green George to step out of his leafy envelope and substitute the effigy so adroitly that no one shall perceive the change. In many places, however, the lad himself who plays the part of Green George is ducked in a river or pond, with the express intention of thus ensuring rain, to make the fields and meadows green in summer. In some places, the cattle are crowned and driven from their stalls to the accompaniment of a song. Green George we bring, Green George we accompany. May he feed our herds well. If not, to the water with him. Here we see that the same powers of making rain and fostering the cattle, which are ascribed to the tree spirit regarded as incorporate in the tree, are also attributed to the tree spirit represented by a living man. Among the gypsies of Transylvania and Romania, the festival of Green George is the chief celebration of spring. Some of them keep it on Easter Monday, others on St. George's Day, the 23rd of April. On the eve of the festival, a young willow tree is cut down, adorned with garlands and leaves, and set up in the ground. Women with child place one of their garments under the tree and leave it there overnight. If next morning they find a leaf of the tree lying on the garment, they know that their delivery will be easy. Sick and old people go to the tree in the evening, spit on it thrice, and say, "You will soon die, but let us live." Next morning the gypsies gather about the willow. The chief figure of the festival is Green George, a lad who is concealed from top to toe in green leaves and blossoms. He throws a few handfuls of grass to the beasts of the tribe, in order that they may have no lack of fodder throughout the year. Then he takes 3 iron nails which have lain for 3 days and nights in water, and knocks them into the willow, after which he pulls them out and flings them into a running stream to propitiate the water spirits. Finally, a pretense is made of throwing Green George into the water, but in fact it is only a puppet made of branches and leaves which is ducked in the stream. In this version of the custom, the powers of granting an easy delivery to women and of communicating vital energy to the sick and old are clearly ascribed to the willow, while Green George, the human double of the tree, bestows food on the cattle and further ensures the favor of the water spirits by putting them in indirect communication with the tree. Without citing more examples to the same effect, we may sum up the results of the preceding pages in the words of Monhart. The customs quoted suffice to establish with certainty the conclusion that in these spring processions, the spirit of vegetation is often represented both by the May tree and in addition by a man dressed in green leaves or flowers or by a girl. Similarly adorned, it is the same spirit which animates the tree and is active in the inferior plants and which we have recognized in the May tree and the harvest May. Quite consistently, the spirit is also supposed to manifest his presence in the first flower of spring, and reveals himself both in a girl representing a May rose and also as giver of harvest in the person of the Walber. The procession with this representative of the divinity was supposed to produce the same beneficial effects on the fowls, the fruit trees, and the crops as the presence of the deity himself. In other words, the mummer was regarded not as an image but as an actual representative of the spirit of vegetation. Hence the wish expressed by the attendants on the May rose and the May tree, that those who refuse them gifts of eggs, bacon, and so forth, may have no share in the blessings which it is in the power of the itinerant spirit to bestow. We may conclude that these begging processions with May trees or May boughs from door to door, bringing the May or the summer, had everywhere originally a serious and, so to speak, sacramental significance. People really believed that the god of growth was present unseen in the bough. By the procession he was brought to each house to bestow his blessing. The names May Father, May Lady, Queen of the May, by which the anthropomorphic spirit of vegetation is often denoted, show that the idea of the spirit of vegetation is blent with a personification of the season at which his powers are most strikingly manifested. So far we have seen that the tree spirit or the spirit of vegetation in general is represented either in a vegetable form alone as by a tree, bough, or flower, or in vegetable and human form simultaneously as by a tree, bough, or flower in combination with a puppet or a living person. It remains to show that the representation of him by a tree, bough, or flower is sometimes entirely dropped, while the representation of him by a living person remains. In this case, the representative character of the person is generally marked by dressing him or her in leaves or flowers. Sometimes, too, it is indicated by the name he or she bears. Thus, in some parts of Russia on St. George's Day, the 23rd of April, a youth is dressed out like our Jack in the Green with leaves and flowers. The Slovens call him the Green George. Holding a lighted torch in one hand and a pie in the other, he goes out to the cornfields, followed by girls singing appropriate songs. A circle of brushwood is next lighted, in the middle of which is set the pie. All who take part in the ceremony then sit down around the fire and divide the pie among them. In this custom, the Green George dressed in leaves and flowers is plainly identical with the similarly disguised Green George who is associated with a tree in the Carinthian, Transylvanian, and Romanian customs, observed on the same day. Again, we saw that in Russia, Whitsuntide, a birch tree is dressed in woman's clothes and set up in the house. Clearly equivalent to this is the custom observed on Whit Monday by Russian girls in the district of Pinsk. They choose the prettiest of their number, envelop her in a mass of foliage taken from the birch trees and maples, and carry her about through the village. In Rula, as soon as the trees begin to grow green in spring, the children assemble on a Sunday and go out into the woods, where they choose one of their playmates to be the little leaf man. They break branches from the trees and twine them about the child till only his shoes peep out from the leafy mantle. Holes are made in it for him to see through, and two of the children lead the little leaf man that he may not stumble or fall. Singing and dancing, they take him from house to house, asking for gifts of food such as eggs, cream, sausages, and cakes. Lastly, they sprinkle the leaf man with water and feast on the food they have collected. In the Frichtel, Switzerland, at Whitsuntide, boys go out into a wood and swathe one of their number in leafy boughs. He is called the Whitsuntide Lout, and being mounted on horseback with a green branch in his hand, he is led back into the village. At the village well, a halt is called, and the leaf-clad lout is dismounted and ducked in the trough. Thereby he acquires the right of sprinkling water on everybody, and he exercises the right specially on girls and street urchins. The urchins march before him in bands begging him to give them a Whitsuntide wedding. In England, the best-known example of these leaf-clad mummers is the Jack in the Green, a chimney sweeper who walks encased in a pyramidal framework of wickerwork, which is covered with holly and ivy and surmounted by a crown of flowers and ribbons. Thus arrayed, he dances on May Day at the head of a troop of chimney sweeps who collect pence. In Frichtel, a similar frame of basket work is called the Whitsuntide basket. As soon as the trees begin to bud, a spot is chosen in the wood, and here the village lads make the frame with all secrecy, lest others should forestall them. Leafy branches are twined round two hoops, one of which rests on the shoulders of the wearer. The other encircles his claves. Holes are made for his eyes and mouth, and a large nosegay crowns the whole. In this guise he appears suddenly in the village at the hour of vespers, preceded by 3 boys blowing on horns made of willow bark. The great object of his supporters is to set up the Whitsuntide basket on the village well, and to keep it and him there despite the efforts of the lads from neighboring villages who seek to carry off the Whitsuntide basket and set it up on their own well. In the class of cases of which the foregoing are specimens, it is obvious that the leaf-clad person who is led about is equivalent to the May tree, May bough, or May doll, which is carried from house to house by children begging. Both are representatives of the beneficent spirit of vegetation, whose visit to the house is recompensed by a present of money or food. Often, the leaf-clad person who represents the spirit of vegetation is known as the king or the queen. Thus, for example, he or she is called the May King, Whitsuntide King, Queen of May, and so on. These titles, as Monhar observes, imply that the spirit incorporated in vegetation is a ruler, whose creative power extends far and wide. In a village near Salzwedel, a May tree is set up at Whitsuntide, and the boys race to it. He who reaches it first is king. A garland of flowers is put round his neck, and in his hand he carries a May bush, with which, as the procession moves along, he sweeps away the dew. At each house they sing a song, wishing the inmates good luck, referring to the black cow in the stall milking white milk, black hen on the nest laying white eggs and begging a gift of eggs, bacon, and so on. At the village of Elgoth in Silesia, a ceremony called the King's Race is observed at Whitsuntide. A pole with a cloth tied to it is set up in a meadow, and the young men ride past it on horseback, each trying to snatch away the cloth as he gallops by. The one who succeeds in carrying it off and dipping it in a neighboring odor is proclaimed king. Here the pole is clearly a substitute for a May tree. In some villages of Brunswick at Whitsuntide, a May king is completely enveloped in a May bush. In some parts of Thuringen also, they have a May king at Whitsuntide, but he is dressed up rather differently. A frame of wood is made in which a man can stand. It is completely covered with birch boughs and is surmounted by a crown of birch and flowers, in which a bell is fastened. This frame is placed in the wood, and the May king gets into it. The rest go out and look for him, and when they have found him, they lead him back into the village to the magistrate, the clergyman, and others, who have to guess who is in the verdurous frame. If they guess wrong, the May king rings his bell by shaking his head, and a forfeit of beer or the like must be paid by the unsuccessful guesser. At Warstedt, the boys at Whitsuntide choose by lot a king and a high steward. The latter is completely concealed in a May bush, wears a wooden crown wreathen with flowers, and carries a wooden sword. The king, on the other hand, is only distinguished by a nosegay in his cap, and a reed with a red ribbon tied to it in his hand. They beg for eggs from house to house, threatening that where none are given, none will be laid by the hens throughout the year. In this custom, the high steward appears, for some reason, to have usurped the insignia of the king. At Hildesheim, 5 or 6 young fellows go about on the afternoon of Whit Monday cracking long whips in measured time and collecting eggs from the houses. The chief person of the band is the Leaf King, a lad swathed so completely in birchen twigs that nothing of him can be seen but his feet. A huge headdress of birchen twigs adds to his apparent stature. In his hand he carries a long crook, with which he tries to catch stray dogs and children. In some parts of Bohemia on Whit Monday, the young fellows disguise themselves in tall caps of birch bark adorned with flowers. One of them is dressed as a king and dragged on a sledge to the village green, and if on the way they pass a pool, the sledge is always overturned into it. Arrived at the green, they gather round the king. The crier jumps on a stone or climbs up a tree and recites lampoons about each house and its inmates. Afterwards, the disguises of bark are stripped off, and they go about the village in holiday attire, carrying a May tree and begging. Cakes, eggs, and corn are sometimes given them. At Grossvargula, near Langensalza in the 18th century, a grass king used to be led about in procession at Whitsuntide. He was encased in a pyramid of poplar branches, the top of which was adorned with a royal crown of branches and flowers. He rode on horseback with the leafy pyramid over him, so that its lower end touched the ground, and an opening was left in it only for his face. Surrounded by a cavalcade of young fellows, he rode in procession to the town hall, the parsonage, and so on, where they all got a drink of beer. Then under the 7 lindens of the neighboring Sommerberg, the grass king was stripped of his green casing. The crown was handed to the mayor, and the branches were stuck in the flax fields in order to make the flax grow tall. In this last trait, the fertilizing influence ascribed to the representative of the tree spirit comes out clearly. In the neighborhood of Pilsen, Bohemia, a conical hut of green branches without any door is erected at Whitsuntide in the midst of the village. To this hut rides a troop of village lads with a king at their head. He wears a sword at his side and a sugarloaf hat of rushes on his head. In his train are a judge, a crier, and a personage called the frog flayer or hangman. This last is a sort of ragged Merry Andrew, wearing a rusty old sword and bestriding a sorry hack. On reaching the hut, the crier dismounts and goes around it looking for a door. Finding none, he says, "Ah, this is perhaps an enchanted castle." The witches creep through the leaves and need no door. At last he draws his sword and hews his way into the hut, where there is a chair on which he seats himself and proceeds to criticize in rhyme the girls, farmers, and farm servants of the neighborhood. When this is over, the frog flayer steps forward and, after exhibiting a cage with frogs in it, sets up a gallows on which he hangs the frogs in a row. In the neighborhood of Plaz, the ceremony differs in some points. The king and his soldiers are completely clad in bark, adorned with flowers and ribbons. They all carry swords and ride horses, which are gay with green branches and flowers. While the village dames and girls are being criticized at the arbor, a frog is secretly pinched and poked by the crier till it quacks. Sentence of death is passed on the frog by the king. The hangman beheads it and flings the bleeding body among the spectators. Lastly, the king is driven from the hut and pursued by the soldiers. The pinching and beheading of the frog are doubtless, as Monhart observes, a rain charm. We have seen that some Indians of the Orinoco beat frogs for the express purpose of producing rain, and that killing a frog is a European rain charm. Often, the spirit of vegetation in spring is represented by a queen instead of a king. In the neighborhood of Lipchowik, Bohemia, on the fourth Sunday in Lent, girls dressed in white and wearing the first spring flowers, as violets and daisies. In their hair, led about the village a girl who is called the queen and is crowned with flowers. During the procession, which is conducted with great solemnity, none of the girls may stand still, but must keep whirling round continually and singing. In every house, the queen announces the arrival of spring and wishes the inmates good luck and blessings, for which she receives presents. In German Hungary, the girls choose the prettiest girl to be their Whitsuntide queen, fasten a towering wreath on her brow, and carry her singing through the streets. At every house they stop, sing old ballads, and receive presents. In the southeast of Ireland on May Day, the prettiest girl used to be chosen queen of the district for 12 months. She was crowned with wild flowers, feasting, dancing, and rustic sports followed, and were closed by a grand procession in the evening. During her year of office, she presided over rural gatherings of young people at dances and merrymakings. If she married before next May Day, her authority was at an end, but her successor was not elected till that day came round. The May Queen is common in France and familiar in England. Again, the spirit of vegetation is sometimes represented by a king and queen, a lord and lady, or a bridegroom and bride. Here again, the parallelism holds between the anthropomorphic and the vegetable representation of the tree spirit, for we have seen above that trees are sometimes married to each other. At Halford in South Warwickshire, the children go from house to house on May Day, walking two and two in procession and headed by a king and queen. Two boys carry a maypole some 6 or 7 feet high, which is covered with flowers and greenery. Fastened to it, near the top are 2 crossbars at right angles to each other. These are also decked with flowers, and from the ends of the bars hang hoops similarly adorned. At the houses, the children sing May songs and receive money, which is used to provide tea for them at the schoolhouse in the afternoon. In a Bohemian village, near Konigratz on Whit Monday, the children play the King's Game, at which a king and queen march about under a canopy, the queen wearing a garland, and the youngest girl carrying 2 wreaths on a plate behind them. They are attended by boys and girls called groomsmen and bridesmaids, and they go from house to house collecting gifts. A regular feature in the popular celebration of Whitsuntide in Silesia used to be, and to some extent still is, the contest for the kingship. This contest took various forms, but the mark or goal was generally the May tree or maypole. Sometimes the youth who succeeded in climbing the smooth pole and bringing down the prize was proclaimed the Whitsuntide king and his sweetheart the Whitsuntide bride. Afterwards, the king, carrying the May bush, repaired with the rest of the company to the alehouse, where a dance and a feast ended the merrymaking. Often the young farmers and laborers raced on horseback to the maypole, which was adorned with flowers, ribbons, and a crown. He who first reached the pole was the Whitsuntide king, and the rest had to obey his orders for that day. The worst rider became the clown. At the May tree, all dismounted and hoisted the king on their shoulders. He nimbly swarmed up the pole and brought down the May bush and the crown, which had been fastened to the top. Meanwhile, the clown hurried to the alehouse and proceeded to bolt 30 rolls of bread and to swig 4-quart bottles of brandy with the utmost possible dispatch. He was followed by the king, who bore the May bush and crown at the head of the company. If on their arrival the clown had already disposed of the rolls and the brandy, and greeted the king with a speech and a glass of beer, his score was paid by the king. Otherwise he had to settle it himself. After church time, the stately procession wound through the village. At the head of it rode the king, decked with flowers, and carrying the May bush. Next came the clown with his clothes turned inside out, a great flaxen beard on his chain, and the Whitsuntide crown on his head, 2 riders disguised as Gulbis followed. The procession drew up before every farmyard. The 2 guards dismounted, shut the clown into the house, and claimed a contribution from the housewife to buy soap with which to wash the clown's beard. Custom allowed them to carry off any victuals which were not under lock and key. Last of all, they came to the house in which the king's sweetheart lived. She was greeted as Whitsuntide Queen and received suitable presents, to wit, a many-colored sash, a cloth, and an apron. The king got as a prize a vest, a neckcloth, and so forth, and had the right of setting up the May bush or Whitsuntide tree before his master's yard, where it remained as an honorable token till the same day next year. Finally, the procession took its way to the tavern, where the king and queen opened the dance. Sometimes the Whitsuntide king and queen succeeded to office in a different way. A man of straw, as large as life and crowned with a red cap, was conveyed in a cart between 2 men armed and disguised as guards to a place where a mock court was waiting to try him. A great crowd followed the cart. After a formal trial, the straw man was condemned to death and fastened to a stake on the execution ground. The young men with bandaged eyes tried to stab him with a spear. He who succeeded became king and his sweetheart queen. The straw man was known as the Goliath. In a parish of Denmark, it used to be the custom at Whitsuntide to dress up a little girl as the Whitsun bride and a little boy as her groom. She was decked in all the finery of a grown-up bride, and wore a crown of the freshest flowers of spring on her head. Her groom was as gay as flowers, ribbons, and knots could make him. The other children adorned themselves as best they could with the yellow flowers of the trollius and coltha. Then they went in great state from farmhouse to farmhouse, 2 little girls walking at the head of the procession as bridesmaids, and 6 or 8 outriders galloping ahead on hobby horses to announce their coming. Contributions of eggs, butter, loaves, cream, coffee, sugar, and tallow candles were received and conveyed away in baskets. When they had made the round of the farms, some of the farmers' wives helped to arrange the wedding feast, and the children danced merrily in clogs on the stamped clay floor till the sun rose and the birds began to sing. All this is now a thing of the past. Only the old folks still remember the little Whitsun bride and her mimic pomp. We have seen that in Sweden the ceremonies associated elsewhere with May Day or Whitsuntide commonly take place at midsummer. Accordingly, we find that in some parts of the Swedish province of Blekinge, they still choose a midsummer's bride, to whom the church coronet is occasionally lent. The girl selects for herself a bridegroom, and a collection is made for the pair, who for the time being are looked on as man and wife. The other youths also choose each his bride. A similar ceremony seems to be still kept up in Norway. In the neighborhood of Briancon, Dauphine, on May Day the lads wrap up in green leaves a young fellow whose sweetheart has deserted him or married another. He lies down on the ground and feigns to be asleep. Then a girl who likes him and would marry him comes and wakes him, and raising him up offers him her arm and a flag. So they go to the alehouse where the pair lead off the dancing. But they must marry within the year, or they are treated as old bachelor and old maid, and are debarred the company of the young folks. The lad is called the bridegroom of the month of May. In the alehouse he puts off his garment of leaves, out of which mixed with flowers. His partner in the dance makes a nosegay, and wears it at her breast next day, when he leads her again to the alehouse. Like this is a Russian custom observed in the district of Nerekta on the Thursday before Whitsunday. The girls go out into a birch wood, wind a girdle or band round a stately birch, twist its lower branches into a wreath, and kiss each other in pairs through the wreath. The girls who kiss through the wreath call each other gossips. Then one of the girls steps forward and, mimicking a drunken man, flings herself on the ground, rolls on the grass, and feigns to fall fast asleep. Another girl wakens the pretended sleeper and kisses him. Then the whole bevy trips singing through the wood to twine garlands, which they throw into the water. In the fate of the garlands floating on the stream, they read their own. Here the part of the sleeper was probably at one time played by a lad. In these French and Russian customs we have a forsaken bridegroom, in the following a forsaken bride. On Shrove, Tuesday, the Slovians of Oberkrane drag a straw puppet with joyous cries up and down the village. Then they throw it into the water or burn it, and from the height of the flames they judge of the abundance of the next harvest. The noisy crew is followed by a female masker who drags a great board by a string and gives out that she is a forsaken bride. Viewed in the light of what has gone before, the awakening of the forsaken sleeper in these ceremonies probably represents the revival of vegetation in spring. But it is not easy to assign their respective parts to the forsaken bridegroom and to the girl who wakes him from his slumber. Is the sleeper the leafless forest or the bare earth of winter? Is the girl who awakens him the fresh verdure or the genial sunshine of spring? It is hardly possible, on the evidence before us, to answer these questions. In the Highlands of Scotland, the revival of vegetation in spring used to be graphically represented on St. Bride's Day. The 1st of February, thus in the Hebrides, the mistress and servants of each family take a sheaf of oats and dress it up in women's apparel, put it in a large basket, and lay a wooden club by it. And this they call Breed's bed, and then the mistress and servants cry 3 times, Brood is come, Brood is welcome. This they do just before going to bed. And when they rise in the morning, they look among the ashes, expecting to see the impression of Breed's club there, which, if they do, they reckon it a true presage of a good crop and prosperous year, and the contrary they take as an ill omen. The same custom is described by another witness thus: upon the night before Candlemas, it is usual to make a bed with corn and hay, over which some blankets are laid, in a part of the house near the door. When it is ready, a person goes out and repeats 3 times, Bridget, Bridget, come in, thy bed is ready. 1 or more candles are left burning near it all night. Similarly, in the Isle of Man on the eve of the 1st of February, a festival was formerly kept, called in the Manx language, Lael Brishi, in honor of the Irish lady who went over to the Isle of Man to receive the veil from St. Mogholt. The custom was to gather a bundle of green rushes and, standing with them in the hand on the threshold of the door, to invite the holy St. Bridget to come and lodge with them that night. In the Manx language, the invitation ran thus: Bride bride targis mati tar din die ans not for shilji in doris da bride, as lake da bride heat stay. In English, Bridget, Bridget, come to my house. Come to my house tonight. Open the door for Bridget and let Bridget come in. After these words were repeated, the rushes were strewn on the floor by way of a carpet or bed for St. Bridget. A custom very similar to this was also observed in some of the out isles of the ancient kingdom of Man. In these Manx and Highland ceremonies, it is obvious that St. Bride or St. Bridget is an old heathen goddess of fertility disguised in a threadbare Christian cloak. Probably she is no other than Bridget, the Celtic goddess of fire and apparently of the crops. Often, the marriage of the spirit of vegetation in spring, though not directly represented, is implied by naming the human representative of the spirit, the bride, and dressing her in wedding attire. Thus, in some villages of Altmark at Whitsuntide, while the boys go about carrying a May tree or leading a boy enveloped in leaves and flowers, the girls lead about the May bride, a girl dressed as a bride with a great nosegay in her hair. They go from house to house, the May bride singing a song in which she asks for a present and tells the inmates of each house that if they give her something, they will themselves have something the whole year through. But if they give her nothing, they will themselves have nothing. In some parts of Westphalia, 2 girls lead a flower-crowned girl called the Whitsuntide bride from door to door, singing a song in which they ask for eggs. Chapter 11. The influence of the sexes on vegetation. From the preceding examination of the spring and summer festivals of Europe, we may infer that our rude forefathers personified the powers of vegetation as male and female and attempted, on the principle of homeopathic or imitative magic, to quicken the growth of trees and plants by representing the marriage of the sylvan deities in the persons of a king and queen of May, a Whitsun bridegroom and bride, and so forth. Such representations were accordingly no mere symbolic or allegorical dramas, pastoral plays designed to amuse or instruct a rustic audience. They were charms intended to make the woods to grow green, the fresh grass to sprout, the corn to shoot, and the flowers to blow. And it was natural to suppose that the more closely the mock marriage of the leaf-clad or flower-decked mummers aped the real marriage of the woodland sprites, the more effective would be the charm. Accordingly, we may assume with a high degree of probability that the profligacy which notoriously attended these ceremonies was at one time not an accidental excess, but an essential part of the rites, and that in the opinion of those who performed them, the marriage of trees and plants could not be fertile without the real union of the human sexes. At the present day, it might perhaps be vain to look in civilized Europe for customs of this sort, observed for the explicit purpose of promoting the growth of vegetation. But ruder races in other parts of the world have consciously employed the intercourse of the sexes as a means to ensure the fruitfulness of the earth, and some rites which are still, or were till lately, kept up in Europe can be reasonably explained only as stunted relics of a similar practice. The following facts will make this plain. For 4 days before they committed the seed to the earth, the Paipiles of Central America kept apart from their wives, in order that, on the night before planting, they might indulge their passions to the fullest extent. Certain persons are even said to have been appointed to perform the sexual act at the very moment when the first seeds were deposited in the ground. The use of their wives at that time was indeed enjoined upon the people by the priests, as a religious duty in default of which it was not lawful to sow the seed. The only possible explanation of this custom seems to be that the Indians confused the process by which human beings reproduce their kind with the process by which plants discharge the same function, and fancied that by resorting to the former they were simultaneously forwarding the latter. In some parts of Java, at the season when the bloom will soon be on the rice, the husbandman and his wife visit their fields by night, and there engage in sexual intercourse for the purpose of promoting the growth of the crop. In the Ledi Sarmata and some other groups of islands which lie between the western end of New Guinea and the northern part of Australia, the heathen population regard the sun as the male principle by whom the earth or female principle is fertilized. They call him Upiulira, or Mr. Sun, and represent him under the form of a lamp made of coconut leaves, which may be seen hanging everywhere in their houses, and in the sacred fig tree. Under the tree lies a large flat stone which serves as a sacrificial table. On it the heads of slain foes were and are still placed in some of the islands. Once a year, at the beginning of the rainy season, Mr. Sun comes down into the holy fig tree to fertilize the earth, and to facilitate his descent a ladder with 7 rungs is considerately placed at his disposal. It is set up under the tree, and is adorned with carved figures of the birds whose shrill clarion heralds the approach of the sun in the east. On this occasion, pigs and dogs are sacrificed in profusion. Men and women alike indulge in a saturnalia. And the mystic union of the sun and the earth is dramatically represented in public, amid song and dance, by the real union of the sexes under the tree. The object of the festival, we are told, is to procure rain, plenty of food and drink, abundance of cattle and children, and riches from grandfather Sun. They pray that he may make every she-goat to cast 2 or 3 young, the people to multiply, the dead pigs to be replaced by living pigs, the empty rice baskets to be filled, and so on. And to induce him to grant their requests, they offer him pork and rice and liquor, and invite him to fall to. In the Babar Islands, a special flag is hoisted at this festival as a symbol of the creative energy of the sun. It is of white cotton about 9 feet high, and consists of the figure of a man in an appropriate attitude. It would be unjust to treat these orgies as a mere outburst of unbridled passion. No doubt they are deliberately and solemnly organized as essential to the fertility of the earth and the welfare of man. The same means which are thus adopted to stimulate the growth of the crops are naturally employed to ensure the fruitfulness of trees. In some parts of Amboina, when the state of the clove plantation indicates that the crop is likely to be scanty, the men go naked to the plantations by night, and there seek to fertilize the trees precisely as they would impregnate women, while at the same time they call out for more cloves. This is supposed to make the trees bear fruit more abundantly. The Baganda of Central Africa believes so strongly in the intimate relation between the intercourse of the sexes and the fertility of the ground that among them a barren wife is generally sent away, because she is supposed to prevent her husband's garden from bearing fruit. On the contrary, a couple who have given proof of extraordinary fertility by becoming the parents of twins are believed by the Baganda to be endowed with a corresponding power of increasing the fruitfulness of the plantain trees, which furnish them with their staple food. Some little time after the birth of the twins, a ceremony is performed, the object of which clearly is to transmit the reproductive virtue of the parents to the plantains. A mother lies down on her back in the thick grass near the house and places a flower of the plantain between her legs. Then her husband comes and knocks the flower away with his genital member. Further, the parents go through the country performing dances in the gardens of favored friends, apparently for the purpose of causing the plantain trees to bear fruit more abundantly. In various parts of Europe, customs have prevailed, both at spring and harvest, which are clearly based on the same crude notion that the relation of the human sexes to each other can be so used as to quicken the growth of plants. For example, in the Ukraine on St. George's Day, the 23rd of April, the priest in his robes, attended by his acolytes, goes out to the fields of the village, where the crops are beginning to show green above the ground, and blesses them. After that, the young married people lie down in couples on the sown fields and roll several times over on them, in the belief that this will promote the growth of the crops. In some parts of Russia, the priest himself is rolled by women over the sprouting crop, and that without regard to the mud and holes which he may encounter in his beneficent progress. If the shepherd resists or remonstrates, his flock murmurs, "Little father, you do not really wish us well. You do not wish us to have corn, although you do wish to live on our corn." In some parts of Germany at harvest, the men and women who have reaped the corn roll together on the field. This again is probably a mitigation of an older and ruder custom designed to impart fertility to the fields by methods like those resorted to by the pipe piles of Central America long ago, and by the cultivators of rice in Java. To the student who cares to track the devious course of the human mind in its gropings after truth, it is of some interest to observe that the same theoretical belief in the sympathetic influence of the sexes on vegetation, which has led some peoples to indulge their passions as a means of fertilizing the earth, has led others to seek the same end by directly opposite means. From the moment that they sowed the maize till the time that they reaped it, the Indians of Nicaragua lived chastely, keeping apart from their wives and sleeping in a separate place. They ate no salt and drank neither coca nor chicha, the fermented liquor made from maize. In short, the season was for them, as the Spanish historian observes, a time of abstinence. To this day, some of the Indian tribes of Central America practice continence for the purpose of thereby promoting the growth of the crops. Thus, we are told that before sowing the maize, the Quechua Indians sleep apart from their wives and eat no flesh for 5 days, while among the Lanquineros and Cajabaneros, the period of abstinence from these carnal pleasures extends to 13 days. So amongst some of the Germans of Transylvania, it is a rule that no man may sleep with his wife during the whole of the time that he is engaged in sowing his fields. The same rule is observed at Kalotazag in Hungary. The people think that if the custom were not observed, the corn would be mildewed. Similarly, a Central Australian headman of the Kadish tribe strictly abstains from marital relations with his wife all the time that he is performing magical ceremonies to make the grass grow, for he believes that a breach of this rule would prevent the grass seed from sprouting properly. In some of the Melanesian islands, when the yam vines are being trained, the men sleep near the gardens and never approach their wives. Should they enter the garden after breaking this rule of continence, the fruits of the garden would be spoiled. If we ask why it is that similar beliefs should logically lead, among different peoples, to such opposite modes of conduct as strict chastity and more or less open debauchery, the reason, as it presents itself to the primitive mind, is perhaps not very far to seek. If rude man identifies himself in a manner with nature, if he fails to distinguish the impulses and processes in himself from the methods which nature adopts to ensure the reproduction of plants and animals, he may leap to one of two conclusions. Either he may infer that by yielding to his appetites, he will thereby assist in the multiplication of plants and animals, or he may imagine that the vigor which he refuses to expend in reproducing his own kind will form, as it were, a store of energy whereby other creatures, whether vegetable or animal, will somehow benefit in propagating their species. Thus, from the same crude philosophy, the same primitive notions of nature and life, the savage may derive, by different channels, a rule either of profligacy or of asceticism. To readers bred in religion, which is saturated with the ascetic idealism of the East, the explanation which I have given of the rule of continence, observed under certain circumstances by rude or savage peoples, may seem far-fetched and improbable. They may think that moral purity, which is so intimately associated in their minds with the observance of such a rule, furnishes a sufficient explanation of it. They may hold with Milton that chastity in itself is a noble virtue, and that the restraint which it imposes on one of the strongest impulses of our animal nature marks out those who can submit to it as men raised above the common herd, and therefore worthy to receive the seal of the divine approbation. However natural this mode of thought may seem to us, it is utterly foreign and indeed incomprehensible to the savage. If he resists on occasion the sexual instinct, it is from no high idealism, no ethereal aspiration after moral purity, but for the sake of some ulterior yet perfectly definite and concrete object, to gain which he is prepared to sacrifice the immediate gratification of his senses. That this is or may be so, the examples I have cited are amply sufficient to prove. They show that where the instinct of self-preservation, which manifests itself chiefly in the search for food, conflicts or appears to conflict with the instinct which conduces to the propagation of the species, the former instinct, as the primary and more fundamental is capable of overmastering the latter. In short, the savage is willing to restrain his sexual propensity for the sake of food. Another object for the sake of which he consents to exercise the same self-restraint is victory in war. Not only the warrior in the field, but his friends at home will often bridle their sensual appetites from a belief that by so doing they will the more easily overcome their enemies. The fallacy of such a belief, like the belief that the chastity of the sower conduces to the growth of the seed, is plain enough to us. Yet perhaps the self-restraint which these and the like beliefs, vain and false as they are, have imposed on mankind, has not been without its utility in bracing and strengthening the breed. For strength of character in the race, as in the individual, consists mainly in the power of sacrificing the present to the future, of disregarding the immediate temptations of ephemeral pleasure from more distant and lasting sources of satisfaction. The more the power is exercised, the higher and stronger becomes the character, till the height of heroism is reached in men who renounce the pleasures of life, and even life itself for the sake of keeping or winning for others, perhaps in distant ages, the blessings of freedom and truth. Chapter 12. The Sacred Marriage, Section 1. Diana as a goddess of fertility. We have seen that, according to a widespread belief, which is not without a foundation in fact, plants reproduce their kinds through the sexual union of male and female elements, and that, on the principle of homeopathic or imitative magic, this reproduction is supposed to be stimulated by the real or mock marriage of men and women, who masquerade for the time being as spirits of vegetation. Such magical dramas have played a great part in the popular festivals of Europe, and based as they are on a very crude conception of natural law, it is clear that they must have been handed down from a remote antiquity. We shall hardly, therefore, err in assuming that they date from a time when the forefathers of the civilized nations of Europe were still barbarians, herding their cattle and cultivating patches of corn in the clearings of the vast forests, which then covered the greater part of the continent from the Mediterranean to the Arctic Ocean. But if these old spells and enchantments for the growth of leaves and blossoms, of grass and flowers and fruit, have lingered down to our own time in the shape of pastoral plays and popular merrymakings, is it not reasonable to suppose that they survived in less attenuated forms some 2,000 years ago among the civilized peoples of antiquity? Or, to put it otherwise, is it not likely that in certain festivals of the ancients, we may be able to detect the equivalents of our May Day, Whitsuntide, and midsummer celebrations, with this difference, that in those days the ceremonies had not yet dwindled into mere shows and pageants, but were still religious or magical rites, in which the actors consciously supported the high parts of gods and goddesses. Now, in the first chapter of this book, we found reason to believe that the priest who bore the title of King of the Wood at Nemi had for his mate the goddess of the grove, Diana herself. May not he and she, as king and queen of the wood, have been serious counterparts of the merry mummers who play the king and queen of May, the Whitsuntide bridegroom and bride in modern Europe? And may not their union have been yearly celebrated in a theogamy or divine marriage? Such dramatic weddings of gods and goddesses, as we shall see presently, were carried out as solemn religious rites in many parts of the ancient world. Hence, there is no intrinsic improbability in the supposition that the sacred grove at Nemi may have been the scene of an annual ceremony of this sort. Direct evidence that it was, so there is none, but analogy pleads in favor of the view, as I shall now endeavor to show. Diana was essentially a goddess of the woodlands, as Ceres was a goddess of the corn and Bacchus a god of the vine. Her sanctuaries were commonly in groves. Indeed, every grove was sacred to her, and she is often associated with the forest god Silvanus in dedication. But whatever her origin may have been, Diana was not always a mere goddess of trees. Like her Greek sister Artemis, she appears to have developed into a personification of the teeming life of nature, both animal and vegetable. As mistress of the greenwood, she would naturally be thought to own the beasts, whether wild or tame, that ranged through it, lurking for their prey in its gloomy depths, munching the fresh leaves and shoots among the boughs, or cropping the herbage in the open glades and dells. Thus, she might come to be the patron goddess both of hunters and herdsmen, just as Silvanus was the god not only of woods, but of cattle. Similarly, in Finland, the wild beasts of the forest were regarded as the herds of the woodland god Tapio, and of his stately and beautiful wife. No man might slay one of these animals without the gracious permission of their divine owners. Hence the hunter prayed to the sylvan deities, and vowed rich offerings to them if they would drive the game across his path. And cattle also seem to have enjoyed the protection of those spirits of the woods, both when they were in their stalls, and while they strayed in the forest. Before the Gayos of Sumatra hunt deer, wild goats, or wild pigs with hounds in the woods, they deem it necessary to obtain the leave of the unseen lord of the forest. This is done according to a prescribed form by a man who has special skill in woodcraft. He lays down a quid of beetle before a stake which is cut in a particular way to represent the lord of the wood, and having done so, he prays to the spirit to signify his consent or refusal. In his treatise on hunting, Arrian tells us that the Celts used to offer an annual sacrifice to Artemis on her birthday, purchasing the sacrificial victim with the fines which they had paid into her treasury for every fox hair. And roe that they had killed in the course of the year, the custom clearly implied that the wild beasts belonged to the goddess, and that she must be compensated for their slaughter. But Diana was not merely a patroness of wild beasts, a mistress of woods and hills, of lonely glades and sounding rivers, conceived as the moon, and especially, it would seem, as the yellow harvest moon. She filled the farmer's grange with goodly fruits, and heard the prayers of women in travail. In her sacred grove at Nemi, as we have seen, she was especially worshipped as a goddess of childbirth, who bestowed offspring on men and women. Thus Diana, like the Greek Artemis, with whom she was constantly identified, may be described as a goddess of nature in general and of fertility in particular. We need not wonder, therefore, that in her sanctuary on the Aventine, she was represented by an image copied from the many-breasted idol of the Ephesian Artemis, with all its crowded emblems of exuberant fecundity. Hence, too, we can understand why an ancient Roman law, attributed to King Tullus Hostilius, prescribed that, when incest had been committed, an expiatory sacrifice should be offered by the pontiffs in the grove of Diana. For we know that the crime of incest is commonly supposed to cause a dearth. Hence, it would be meet that atonement for the offense should be made to the goddess of fertility. Now, on the principle that the goddess of fertility must herself be fertile, it behoved Diana to have a male partner. Her mate, if the testimony of Servius may be trusted, was that Virbius who had his representative, or perhaps rather his embodiment, in the king of the wood at Nemi. The aim of their union would be to promote the fruitfulness of the earth, of animals, and of mankind, and it might naturally be thought that this object would be more surely attained if the sacred nuptials were celebrated every year. the parts of the divine bride and bridegroom being played either by their images or by living persons. No ancient writer mentions that this was done in the grove at Nemai, but our knowledge of the Orishan ritual is so scanty that the want of information on this head can hardly count as a fatal objection to the theory. That theory, in the absence of direct evidence, must necessarily be based on the analogy of similar customs practiced elsewhere. Some modern examples of such customs, more or less degenerate, were described in the last chapter. Here we shall consider their ancient counterparts. Section 2. The marriage of the gods. At Babylon, the imposing sanctuary of Bel rose like a pyramid above the city in a series of 8 towers or stories, planted one on the top of the other. On the highest tower, reached by an ascent which wound about all the rest, there stood a spacious temple, and in the temple a great bed, magnificently draped and cushioned, with a golden table beside it. In the temple no image was to be seen, and no human being passed the night there, save a single woman, whom, according to the Chaldean priests, the god chose from among all the women of Babylon. They said that the deity himself came into the temple at night and slept in the great bed, and the woman, as a consort of the god, might have no intercourse with mortal man. At Thebes, in Egypt, a woman slept in the temple of Ammon as the consort of the god, and like the human wife of Bel at Babylon, she was said to have no commerce with a man. In Egyptian texts, she is often mentioned as the divine consort, and usually she was no less a personage than the queen of Egypt herself. For according to the Egyptians, their monarchs were actually begotten by the god Ammon, who assumed for the time being the form of the reigning king, and in that disguise had intercourse with the queen. The divine procreation is carved and painted in great detail on the walls of 2 of the oldest temples in Egypt, those of Deir el-Bahari and Luxor, and the inscriptions attached to the paintings leave no doubt as to the meaning of the scene. At Athens, the god of the vine, Dionysus, was annually married to the queen, and it appears that the consummation of the divine union, as well as the espousals, was enacted at the ceremony. But whether the part of the god was played by a man or an image, we do not know. We learn from Aristotle that the ceremony took place in the old official residence of the king, known as the cattle stall, which stood near the Prytaneum or town hall on the northeastern slope of the Acropolis. The object of the marriage can hardly have been any other than that of ensuring the fertility of the vines and other fruit trees of which Dionysus was the god. Thus, both in form and in meaning, the ceremony would answer to the nuptials of the king and queen of May. In the great mysteries solemnized at Eleusis in the month of September, the union of the sky god Zeus with the corn goddess Demeter appears to have been represented by the union of the Hierophant with the priestess of Demeter, who acted the parts of god and goddess, but their intercourse was only dramatic or symbolical, for the Hierophant had temporarily deprived himself of his virility by an application of hemlock. The torches having been extinguished, the pair descended into a murky place, while the throng of worshippers awaited in anxious suspense the result of the mystic congress on which they believed their own salvation to depend. After a time the Hierophant reappeared, and in a blaze of light silently exhibited to the assembly a reaped ear of corn, the fruit of the divine marriage. Then in a loud voice he proclaimed, "Queen Brimo has brought forth a sacred boy Brimos," by which he meant the mighty one has brought forth the mighty. The corn mother, in fact, had given birth to her child, the corn, and her travail pangs were enacted in the sacred drama. This revelation of the reaped corn appears to have been the crowning act of the mysteries. Thus, through the glamour shed round these rites by the poetry and philosophy of later ages, there still looms, like a distant landscape to a sunlit haze, a simple rustic festival designed to cover the wide Eleusinian plain with a plenteous harvest by wedding the goddess of the corn to the sky god, who fertilized the bare earth with genial showers. Every few years the people of Plataea in Boeotia held a festival called the Little Daedala, at which they felled an oak tree in an ancient oak forest. Out of the tree they carved an image, and having dressed it as a bride, they set it on a bullock cart with a bridesmaid beside it. The image seems then to have been drawn to the bank of the river Asopus and back to the town, attended by a piping and dancing crowd. Every 60 years, the festival of the Great Dadala was celebrated by all the people of Boeotia, and at it, all the images, 14 in number, which had accumulated at the lesser festivals, were dragged on wains in procession to the river Asopus, and then to the top of Mount Citharion, where they were burnt on a great pyre. The story told to explain the festivals suggests that they celebrated the marriage of Zeus to Hera, represented by the oaken image in bridal array. In Sweden, every year, a life-size image of Frey, the god of fertility, both animal and vegetable, was drawn about the country in a wagon attended by a beautiful girl who was called the god's wife. She acted also as his priestess in his great temple at Uppsala. Wherever the wagon came with the image of the god and his blooming young bride, the people crowded to meet them and offered sacrifices for a fruitful year. Thus, the custom of marrying gods either to images or to human beings was widespread among the nations of antiquity. The ideas on which such a custom is based are too crude to allow us to doubt that the civilized Babylonians, Egyptians, and Greeks inherited it from their barbarous or savage forefathers. This presumption is strengthened when we find rites of a similar kind in vogue among the lower races. Thus, for example, we are told that once upon a time the Wutyaks of the Maltese district in Russia were distressed by a series of bad harvests. They did not know what to do, but at last concluded that their powerful but mischievous god Keramet must be angry at being unmarried. So a deputation of elders visited the Wutyaks of Kura and came to an understanding with them on the subject. Then they returned home, laden a large stock of brandy, and having made ready a gaily decked wagon and horses, they drove in procession with bells ringing, as they do when they are fetching home a bride, to the sacred grove at Kira. There they ate and drank merrily all night, and next morning they cut a square piece of turf in the grove and took it home with them. After that, though it fared well with the people of Malmes, it fared ill with the people of Kira, for in Malmes the bread was good, but in Kira it was bad. Hence the men of Kira who had consented to the marriage were blamed and roughly handled by their indignant fellow villagers. What they meant by this marriage ceremony, says the writer who reports it, it is not easy to imagine. Perhaps, as Bekteru thinks, they meant to marry Keramet to the kindly and fruitful Mukulson, the earthwife, in order that she might influence him for good. When wells are dug in Bengal, a wooden image of a goddess of water, often the bride destined for the god is not a log or a cloud, but a living woman of flesh and blood. The Indians of a village in Peru have been known to marry a beautiful girl about 14 years of age to a stone shaped like a human being, which they regarded as a god Huaca. All the villagers took part in a marriage ceremony, which lasted 3 days and was attended with much revelry. The girl thereafter remained a virgin and sacrificed to the idol for the people. They showed her the utmost reverence and deemed her divine. Every year about the middle of March, when the season for fishing with the dragnet began, the Algonquins and Hurons married their nets to 2 young girls, aged 6 or 7. At the wedding feast, the net was placed between the 2 maidens and was exhorted to take courage and catch many fish. The origin of the custom is said to have been this. One year, when the fishing season came round, the Algonquins cast their nets as usual, but took nothing. Surprised at their want of success, they did not know what to make of it, till the soul or genius, Okiai, of the net appeared to them in the likeness of a tall, well-built man, who said to them in a great passion, I have lost my wife, and I cannot find one who hath known no other man but me. That is why you do not succeed, and why you never will succeed till you give me satisfaction on this head. So the Algonquins held a council and resolved to appease the spirit of the net by marrying him to 2 such very young girls, that he could have no ground of complaint on that score for the future. They did so, and the fishing turned out all that could be wished. The thing got wind among their neighbors, the Hurons, and they adopted the custom. A share of the catch was always given to the families of the 2 girls, who acted as brides of the net for the year. The Hurons of Bengal worship the earth as a goddess, and annually celebrate her marriage with the sun god Dharm at the time when the Sal tree is in blossom. The ceremony is as follows. All bathe, then the men repair to the sacred grove, Sarna, while the women assemble at the house of the village priest. After sacrificing some fowls to the sun god and the demon of the grove, the men eat and drink. The priest is then carried back to the village on the shoulders of a strong man. Near the village, the women meet the men and wash their feet. With beating of drums and singing, dancing, and jumping, all proceed to the priest's house, which has been decorated with leaves and flowers. Then the usual form of marriage is performed between the priest and his wife, symbolizing the supposed union between sun and earth. After the ceremony, all eat and drink and make merry. They dance and sing obscene songs, and finally indulge in the vilest orgies. The object is to move the Mother Earth to become fruitful. Thus, the sacred marriage of the sun and earth, personated by the priest and his wife, is celebrated as a charm to ensure the fertility of the ground, and for the same purpose, on the principle of homeopathic magic, the people indulge in licentious orgy. It deserves to be remarked that the supernatural being to whom women are married is often a god or spirit of water. Thus, Mukasa, the god of the Victoria Nyanza Lake, who was propitiated by the Baganda every time they undertook a long voyage, had virgins provided for him to serve as his wives. Like the Vestals, they were bound to chastity, but unlike the Vestals, they seem to have been often unfaithful. The custom lasted until Wanga was converted to Christianity. The Akakuyu of British East Africa worshipped the snake of a certain river, and at intervals of several years they married the snake god to women, but especially to young girls. For this purpose, huts are built by order of the medicine men, who there consummate the sacred marriage with the credulous female devotees. If the girls do not repair to the huts of their own accord in sufficient numbers, they are seized and dragged thither to the embraces of the deity. The offspring of these mystic unions appears to be fathered on God, Yai. Certainly there are children among the Akaku who pass for children of God. It is said that once, when the inhabitants of Kaeli and Bough, an East Indian island, were threatened with destruction by a swarm of crocodiles, they ascribed the misfortune to a passion which the prince of the crocodiles had conceived for a certain girl. Accordingly, they compelled the damsel's father to dress her in bridal array and deliver her over to the clutches of her crocodile lover. A usage of the same sort is reported to have prevailed in the Maldive Islands before the conversion of the inhabitants to Islam. The famous Arab traveler Ibn Battuta has described the custom and the manner in which it came to an end. He was assured by several trustworthy natives, whose names he gives, that when the people of the islands were idolaters, there appeared to them every month an evil spirit among the jinn, who came from across the sea in the likeness of a ship full of burning lamps. The want of the inhabitants, as soon as they perceived him, was to take a young virgin, and having adorned her, to lead her to a heathen temple that stood on the shore with a window looking out to sea. There they left the damsel for the night, and when they came back in the morning they found her a maid no more, and dead. Every month they drew lots, and he upon whom the lot fell gave up his daughter to the Jinni of the sea. The last of the maidens thus offered to the demon was rescued by a pious Berber, who by reciting the Quran succeeded in driving the Jinni back into the sea. Ibn Battuta's narrative of the demon lover and his mortal brides closely resembles a well-known type of folktale, of which versions have been found from Japan and Annam in the east to Senegambia, Scandinavia, and Scotland in the west. The story varies in details from people to people, but as commonly told it runs thus. A certain country is infested by a many-headed serpent, dragon, or other monster, which would destroy a whole people if a human victim, generally a virgin, were not delivered up to him periodically. Many victims have perished, and at last it has fallen to the lot of the king's own daughter to be sacrificed. She is exposed to the monster, but the hero of the tale, generally a young man of humble birth, interposes in her behalf, slays the monster, and receives the hand of the princess as his reward. In many of the tales, the monster, who is sometimes described as a serpent, inhabits the water of a sea, a lake, or a fountain. In other versions, he is a serpent or dragon who takes possession of the springs of water, and only allows the water to flow, or the people to make use of it on condition of receiving a human victim. It would probably be a mistake to dismiss all these tales as pure inventions of the storyteller. Rather, we may suppose that they reflect a real custom of sacrificing girls or women to be the wives of water spirits, who are very often conceived as great serpents or dragons. Chapter 13. The Kings of Rome and Alba, Section 1, Numa and Egeria. From the foregoing survey of custom and legend, we may infer that the sacred marriage of the powers, both of vegetation and of water, has been celebrated by many peoples for the sake of promoting the fertility of the earth, on which the life of animals and men ultimately depends, and that in such rites the part of the divine bridegroom or bride is often sustained by a man or woman. The evidence may, therefore, lend some countenance to the conjecture that in the sacred grove at Nemi, where the powers of vegetation and of water manifested themselves in the fair forms of shady woods, tumbling cascades, and glassy lake, a marriage like that of our king and queen of May was annually celebrated between the mortal king of the wood and the immortal queen of the wood, Diana. In this connection, an important figure in the grove was the water nymph Egeria, who was worshipped by pregnant women because she, like Diana, could grant them an easy delivery. From this, it seems fairly safe to conclude that, like many other springs, the water of Egeria was credited with a power of facilitating conception as well as delivery. The votive offerings found on the spot, which clearly refer to the begetting of children, may possibly have been dedicated to Egeria rather than to Diana. Or perhaps we should rather say that the water nymph Egeria is only another form of the great nature, goddess Diana herself, the mistress of sounding rivers as well as of umbrageous woods, who had her home by the lake and her mirror in its calm waters, and whose Greek counterpart Artemis loved to haunt meres and springs. The identification of Egeria with Diana is confirmed by a statement of Plutarch that Egeria was one of the oak nymphs whom the Romans believed to preside over every green oak grove. For while Diana was a goddess of the woodlands in general, she appears to have been intimately associated with oaks in particular, especially at her sacred grove Nemi. Perhaps then Egeria was the fairy of a spring that flowed from the roots of a sacred oak. Such a spring is said to have gushed from the foot of the great oak at Dodona, and from its murmurous flow the priestess drew oracles. Among the Greeks, a draught of water from certain sacred springs or wells was supposed to confer prophetic powers. This would explain the more than mortal wisdom with which, according to tradition, Egeria inspired her royal husband, or lover, Numa. When we remember how very often in early society the king is held responsible for the fall of rain and the fruitfulness of the earth, it seems hardly rash to conjecture that in the legend of the nuptials of Numa and Egeria we have a reminiscence of a sacred marriage, which the old Roman kings regularly contracted with a goddess of vegetation and water, for the purpose of enabling him to discharge his divine or magical functions. In such a rite, the part of the goddess might be played either by an image or a woman, and if by a woman, probably by the queen. If there is any truth in this conjecture, we may suppose that the king and queen of Rome masqueraded as god and goddess at their marriage, exactly as the king and queen of Egypt appear to have done. The legend of Numa and Egeria points to a sacred grove rather than to a house as the scene of the nuptial union, which, like the marriage of the king and queen of May, or of the vine god and the queen of Athens, may have been annually celebrated as a charm to ensure the fertility not only of the earth, but of man and beast. Now, according to some accounts, the scene of the marriage was no other than the sacred grove of Nemi, and on quite independent grounds we have been led to suppose that in that same grove the king of the wood was wedded to Diana. The convergence of the two distinct lines of inquiry suggests that the legendary union of the Roman king with Egeria may have been a reflection or duplicate of the union of the king of the wood with Egeria, or her double Diana. This does not imply that the Roman kings ever served as kings of the wood in the Eretan grove, but only that they may originally have been invested with a sacred character of the same general kind and may have held office on similar terms. To be more explicit, it is possible that they reigned not by right of birth, but in virtue of their supposed divinity as representatives or embodiments of a god, and that as such they mated with a goddess, and had to prove their fitness from time to time to discharge their divine functions by engaging in a severe bodily struggle, which may often have proved fatal to them, leaving the crown to their victorious adversary. Our knowledge of the Roman kingship is far too scanty to allow us to affirm any one of these propositions with confidence. But at least there are some scattered hints or indications of a similarity in all these respects between the priests of Nemi and the kings of Rome, or perhaps rather between their remote predecessors in the dark ages which preceded the dawn of legend. Section 2. The king as Jupiter in the first place, then, it would seem that the Roman king personated no less a deity than Jupiter himself. For down to imperial times, victorious generals celebrating a triumph, and magistrates presiding at the games in the circus, wore the costume of Jupiter, which was borrowed for the occasion from his great temple on the Capitol. And it has been held with a high degree of probability, both by ancients and moderns, that in so doing they copied the traditionary attire and insignia of the Roman kings. They rode a chariot drawn by 4 laurel-crowned horses through the city, where everyone else went on foot. They wore purple robes embroidered or spangled with gold. In the right hand they bore a branch of laurel, and in the left hand an ivory scepter topped with an eagle. A wreath of laurel crowned their brows. Their face was reddened with vermilion, and over their head a slave held a heavy crown of massy gold fashioned in the likeness of oak leaves. In this attire the assimilation of the man to the god comes out above all in the eagle-topped scepter, the oaken crown, and the reddened face. For the eagle was the bird of Jove, the oak was his sacred tree, and the face of his image standing in his 4-horse chariot on the Capitol was in like manner regularly dyed red on festivals. Indeed, so important was it deemed to keep the divine features properly rouged, that one of the first duties of the censors was to contract for having this done, as the triumphal procession always ended in the temple of Jupiter on the Capitol. It was peculiarly appropriate that the head of the victor should be graced by a crown of oak leaves, for not only was every oak consecrated to Jupiter, but the Capitoline temple of the god was said to have been built by Romulus beside a sacred oak, venerated by shepherds, to which the king attached the spoils won by him from the enemy's general in battle. We are expressly told that the oak crown was sacred to Capitoline Jupiter. A passage of Ovid proves that it was regarded as the god's special emblem. According to a tradition which we have no reason to reject, Rome was founded by settlers from Alba Longa, a city situated on the slope of the Alban Hills, overlooking the lake and the Campagna. Hence, if the Roman kings claimed to be representatives or embodiments of Jupiter, the god of the sky, of the thunder, and of the oak, it is natural to suppose that the kings of Alba, from whom the founder of Rome traced his descent, may have set up the same claim before them. Now the Alban dynasty bore the name of Silfidi or wood, and it can hardly be without significance that in the vision of the historians of Rome it revealed to any an antiquary as well as a poet should represent all the line of Silfidi as crowned with oak dye. A chaplet of oak leaves would thus seem to have been part of the insignia of the old kings of Alba Longa, as of their successors, the kings of Rome. In both cases it marked the monarch as the human representative of the oak god. The Roman annals record that one of the kings of Alba, Remulus, or Aemilius Silvius by name, set up for being a god in his own person, the equal or superior of Jupiter. To support his pretensions and overawe his subjects, he constructed machines whereby he mimicked the clap of thunder and the flash of lightning. Diodorus relates that in the season of fruitage, when thunder is loud and frequent, the king commanded his soldiers to drown the roar of heaven's artillery by clashing their swords against their shields. But he paid the penalty of his impiety, for he perished, he and his house, struck by a thunderbolt in the midst of a dreadful storm. Swollen by the rain, the Alban lake rose in flood and drowned his palace. But still, says an ancient historian, when the water is low and the surface unruffled by a breeze, you may see the ruins of the palace at the bottom of the clear lake, taken along with the similar story of Salmoneus, king of Elis. This legend points to a real custom observed by the early kings of Greece and Italy, who, like their fellows in Africa, down to modern times, may have been expected to produce rain and thunder for the good of the crops. The priestly King Numa passed for an adept in the art of drawing down lightning from the sky. Mock thunder, we know, has been made by various peoples as a rain charm in modern times. Why should it not have been made by kings in antiquity? Thus, if the kings of Alba and Rome imitated Jupiter as god of the oak by wearing a crown of oak leaves, they seem also to have copied him in his character of a weather god by pretending to make thunder and lightning. And if they did so, it is probable that, like Jupiter in heaven and many kings on earth, they also acted as public rainmakers, wringing showers from the dark sky by their enchantments whenever the parched earth cried out for the refreshing moisture. At Rome, the sluices of heaven were opened by means of a sacred stone, and the ceremony appears to have formed part of the ritual of Jupiter Elysius, the god who elicits from the clouds the flashing lightning and the dripping rain, and who so well fitted to perform the ceremony as the king, the living representative of the sky god. If the kings of Rome aped Capitoline Jove, their predecessors, the kings of Alba, probably laid themselves out to mimic the great Latian Jupiter, who had his seat above the city on the summit of the Alban mountain. Latinus, the legendary ancestor of the dynasty, was said to have been changed into Latian Jupiter after vanishing from the world in the mysterious fashion characteristic of the old Latin kings. The sanctuary of the god on the top of the mountain was the religious center of the Latin League, as Alba was its political capital, till Rome wrested the supremacy from its ancient rival. Apparently no temple, in our sense of the word, was ever erected to Jupiter on this his holy mountain. As god of the sky and thunder, he appropriately received the homage of his worshippers in the open air. The massive wall, of which some remain still enclosed the old garden of the Passionist monastery, seems to have been part of the sacred precinct which Tarquin the Proud, the last king of Rome, marked out for the solemn annual assembly of the Latin League. The god's oldest sanctuary on this airy mountaintop was a grove, and bearing in mind not merely the special consecration of the oak to Jupiter, but also the traditional oak crown of the Alban kings and the analogy of the Capitoline Jupiter at Rome, we may suppose that the trees in the grove were oaks. We know that in antiquity, Mount Algidus, an outlying group of the Alban hills, was covered with dark forests of oak, and among the tribes who belonged to the Latin League in the earliest days, and were entitled to share the flesh of the white bull sacrificed on the Alban Mount, there was one whose members styled themselves the men of the oak, doubtless on account of the woods among which they dwelt. But we should err if we pictured to ourselves the country as covered in historical times with an unbroken forest of oaks. Theophrastus has left us a description of the woods of Latium as they were in the 4th century before Christ. He says, "The land of the Latins is all moist. The plains produce laurels, myrtles, and wonderful beeches, for they fell trees of such a size that a single stem suffices for the keel of a Tyrrhenian ship. Pines and firs grow in the mountains." What they call the land of Circe is a lofty headland thickly wooded with oak, myrtle, and luxuriant laurels. The natives say that Circe dwelt there, and they show the grave of Elpenor, from which grow myrtles such as wreaths are made of, whereas the other myrtle trees are tall. Thus the prospect from the top of the Alban Mount in the early days of Rome must have been very different in some respects from what it is today. The purple Apennines, indeed, in their eternal calm on the one hand, and the shining Mediterranean in its eternal unrest on the other, no doubt looked then much as they look now, whether bathed in sunshine or checkered by the fleeting shadows of clouds. But instead of the desolate brown expanse of the fever-stricken Campagna, spanned by its long lines of ruined aqueducts, like the broken arches of the bridge in the vision of Mirza, the eye must have ranged over woodlands that stretched away, mile after mile, on all sides, till their varied hues of green or autumnal scarlet and gold melted insensibly into the blue of the distant mountains and sea. But Jupiter did not reign alone on the top of his holy mountain. He had his consort with him, the goddess Juno, who was worshipped here under the same title, Moneta, as on the Capitol at Rome. As the oak crown was sacred to Jupiter and Juno on the Capitol, so we may suppose it was on the Alban Mount, from which the Capitoline worship was derived. Thus the oak god would have his oak goddess in the sacred oak grove. So at Dodona, the oak god Zeus was coupled with Dione, whose very name is only a dialectically different form of Juno. And so on the top of Mount Cithaeron, as we have seen, he appears to have been periodically wedded to an oaken image of Hera. It is probable, though it cannot be positively proved, that the sacred marriage of Jupiter and Juno was annually celebrated by all the peoples of the Latin stock in the month, which they named, after the goddess, the midsummer month of June. If at any time of the year the Romans celebrated the sacred marriage of Jupiter and Juno, as the Greeks commonly celebrated the corresponding marriage of Zeus and Hera, we may suppose that under the Republic the ceremony was either performed over images of the divine pair, or acted by the Flamen Dialis and his wife, the Flaminica. For the Flamen Dialis was the priest of Jove. Indeed, ancient and modern writers have regarded him with much probability as a living image of Jupiter, a human embodiment of the sky god. In earlier times, the Roman king, as representative of Jupiter, would naturally play the part of the heavenly bridegroom at the sacred marriage, while his queen would figure as the heavenly bride, just as in Egypt the king and queen masqueraded in the character of deities. And as at Athens, the queen annually wedded the vine god Dionysus. That the Roman king and queen should act the parts of Jupiter and Juno would seem all the more natural, because these deities themselves bore the title of king and queen. Whether that was so or not, the legend of Numa and Egeria appears to embody a reminiscence of a time when the priestly king himself played the part of the divine bridegroom. And as we have seen reason to suppose that the Roman kings personated the oak god, while Egeria is expressly said to have been an oak nymph. The story of their union in the sacred grove raises a presumption that at Rome in the regal period, a ceremony was periodically performed exactly analogous to that which was annually celebrated at Athens down to the time of Aristotle. The marriage of the king of Rome to the oak goddess, like the wedding of the vine god to the queen of Athens, must have been intended to quicken the growth of vegetation by homeopathic magic. Of the two forms of the rite, we can hardly doubt that the Roman was the older, and that long before the northern invaders met with the vine on the shores of the Mediterranean. Their forefathers had married the tree god to the tree goddess in the vast oak forests of Central and Northern Europe. In the England of our day, the forests had mostly disappeared, yet still on many a village green and in many a country lane, a faded image of the sacred marriage lingers in the rustic pageantry of May Day. Chapter 14. Succession to the Kingdom in Ancient Latium. In regard to the Roman king whose priestly functions were inherited by his successor, the king of the sacred rites, the foregoing discussion has led us to the following conclusions. He represented, and indeed personated, Jupiter, the great god of the sky, the thunder, and the oak, and in that character made rain, thunder, and lightning, for the good of his subjects, like many more kings of the weather in other parts of the world. Further, he not only mimicked the oak god by wearing an oak wreath and other insignia of divinity, but he was married to an oak nymph, Egeria, who appears to have been merely a local form of Diana in her character of a goddess of woods of waters and of childbirth. All these conclusions, which we have reached mainly by a consideration of the Roman evidence, may with great probability be applied to the other Latin communities. They too probably had of old their divine or priestly kings, who transmitted their religious functions, without their civil powers, to their successors, the kings of the sacred rites. But we have still to ask, what was the rule of succession to the kingdom among the old Latin tribes? According to tradition, there were in all 8 kings of Rome, and with regard to the 5 last of them at all events. We can hardly doubt that they actually sat on the throne, and that the traditional history of their reigns is, in its main outlines, correct. Now it is very remarkable that though the first king of Rome, Romulus, is said to have been descended from the royal house of Alba, in which the kingship is represented as hereditary in the male line, not one of the Roman kings was immediately succeeded by his son on the throne. Yet several left sons or grandsons behind them. On the other hand, one of them was descended from a former king through his mother, not through his father. And 3 of the kings, namely Tatius, the elder Tarquin, and Servius Tullius, were succeeded by their sons-in-law, who were all either foreigners or of foreign descent. This suggests that the right to the kingship was transmitted in the female line, and was actually exercised by foreigners who married the royal princesses. To put it in technical language, the succession to the kingship at Rome, and probably in Latium, generally would seem to have been determined by certain rules, which had molded early society in many parts of the world, namely exogamy, Bina marriage, and female kinship or motherkin. Exogamy is the rule which obliges a man to marry a woman of a different clan from his own. Bina marriage is the rule that he must leave the home of his birth and live with his wife's people. And female kinship or motherkin is the system of tracing relationship and transmitting a family name through women instead of through men. If these principles regulated descent of the kingship among the ancient Latins, the state of things in this respect would be somewhat as follows. The political and religious center of each community would be the perpetual fire on the king's hearth tended by Vestal virgins of the royal clan. The king would be a man of another clan, perhaps of another town or even of another race, who had married a daughter of his predecessor and received the kingdom with her. The children whom he had by her would inherit their mother's name, not his. The daughters would remain at home. The sons, when they grew up, would go away into the world, marry, and settle in their wives' country, whether as kings or commoners. Of the daughters who stayed at home, some or all would be dedicated as Vestal virgins for a longer or shorter time to the service of the fire on the hearth, and one of them would in time become the consort of her father's successor. This hypothesis has the advantage of explaining in a simple and natural way some obscure features in the traditional history of the Latin kingship. Thus, the legends which tell how Latin kings were born of virgin mothers and divine fathers become at least more intelligible, for stripped of their fabulous element. Tales of this sort mean no more than that a woman has been gotten with child by a man unknown, and this uncertainty as to fatherhood is more easily compatible with a system of kinship which ignores paternity than with one which makes it all important. If at the birth of the Latin kings their fathers were really unknown, the fact points either to a general looseness of life in the royal family or to a special relaxation of moral rules on certain occasions, when men and women reverted for a season to the license of an earlier age. Such saturnalias are not uncommon at some stages of social evolution. In our own country, traces of them long survived in the practices of May Day and Whitsuntide, if not of Christmas. Children born of more or less promiscuous intercourse, which characterizes festivals of this kind, would naturally be fathered on the god to whom the particular festival was dedicated. In this connection, it may be significant that a festival of jollity and drunkenness was celebrated by the plebeians and slaves at Rome on Midsummer Day, and that the festival was specially associated with the fire-born King Servius Tullius, being held in honor of Fortuna, the goddess who loved Servius as Egeria loved Numa. The popular merrymakings at this season included foot races and boat races. The Tiber was gay with flower-wreathed boats, in which young folk sat quaffing wine. The festival appears to have been a sort of midsummer Saturnalia, answering to the real Saturnalia which fell at midwinter. In modern Europe, as we shall learn later on, the great midsummer festival has been above all a festival of lovers and of fire. One of its principal features is the pairing of sweethearts who leap over the bonfires hand in hand or throw flowers across the flames to each other. And many omens of love and marriage are drawn from the flowers, which bloom at this mystic season. It is the time of the roses and of love. Yet the innocence and beauty of such festivals in modern times ought not to blind us to the likelihood that in earlier days they were marked by coarser features, which were probably of the essence of the rites. Indeed, among the rude Estonian peasantry, these features seem to have lingered down to our own generation, if not to the present day. One other feature in the Roman celebration of midsummer deserves to be specially noticed. The custom of rowing in flower-decked boats on the river on this day proves that it was to some extent a water festival, and water has always down to modern times played a conspicuous part in the rites of Midsummer Day, which explains why the church, in throwing its cloak over the old heathen festival, chose to dedicate it to St. John the Baptist. The hypothesis that the Latin kings may have been begotten at an annual festival of love is necessarily a mere conjecture, though the traditional birth of Numa at the festival of the Perilia, when shepherds leaped across the spring bonfires, as lovers leap across the midsummer fires, may perhaps be thought to lend it a faint color of probability. But it is quite possible that the uncertainty as to their fathers may not have arisen till long after the death of the kings. when their figures began to melt away into the cloudland of fable, assuming fantastic shapes and gorgeous coloring as they passed from earth to heaven. If they were alien immigrants, strangers and pilgrims in the land they ruled over, it would be natural enough that the people should forget their lineage, and forgetting it should provide them with another, which made up in luster what it lacked in truth. The final apotheosis, which represented the kings not merely as sprung from gods, but as themselves deities incarnate, would be much facilitated if, in their lifetime, as we have seen reason to think, they had actually laid claim to divinity. If among the Latins the women of royal blood always stayed at home and received as their consorts men of another stock, and often of another country, who reigned as kings in virtue of their marriage with a native princess, we can understand not only why foreigners wore the crown at Rome, but also why foreign names occur in the list of the Alban kings, in a state of society where nobility is reckoned only through women, in other words, where descent through the mother is everything and descent through the father is nothing. No objection will be felt to uniting girls of the highest rank to men of humble birth, even to aliens or slaves, provided that in themselves the men appear to be suitable mates. What really matters is that the royal stock on which the prosperity and even the existence of the people is supposed to depend should be perpetuated in a vigorous and efficient form, and for this purpose it is necessary that the women of the royal family should bear children to men who are physically and mentally fit, according to the standard of early society, to discharge the important duty of procreation. Thus, the personal qualities of the kings at this stage of social evolution are deemed of vital importance. If they, like their consorts, are of royal and divine descent, so much the better. But it is not essential that they should be so. At Athens, as at Rome, we find traces of succession to the throne by marriage with a royal princess. For two of the most ancient kings of Athens, namely Cecropes and Amphictyon, are said to have married the daughters of their predecessors. This tradition is to a certain extent confirmed by evidence, pointing to the conclusion that at Athens male kinship was preceded by female kinship. Further, if I am right, in supposing that in ancient Latium the royal families kept their daughters at home and sent forth their sons to marry princesses and reign among their wives' people, it will follow that the male descendants would reign in successive generations over different kingdoms. Now, this seems to have happened both in ancient Greece and in ancient Sweden, from which we may legitimately infer that it was a custom practiced by more than one branch of the Aryan stock in Europe. Many Greek traditions relate how a prince left his native land and, going to a far country, married the king's daughter and succeeded to the kingdom. Various reasons are assigned by ancient Greek writers for these migrations of the princes. A common one is that the king's son had been banished for murder. This would explain very well why he fled his own land, but it is no reason at all why he should become king of another. We may suspect that such reasons are afterthoughts devised by writers who, accustomed to the rule that a son should succeed to his father's property and kingdom, were hard put to it to account for so many traditions of kings' sons who quitted the land of their birth to reign over a foreign kingdom. In Scandinavian tradition, we meet with traces of similar customs. For we read of daughters' husbands who received a share of the kingdoms of their royal fathers-in-law, even when these fathers-in-law had sons of their own, in particular during the 5 generations which preceded Harold the Fair-Haired. Male members of the Ynglingar family, which is said to have come from Sweden, are reported in the Heimskringla or sagas of the Norwegian kings to have obtained at least 6 provinces in Norway by marriage with the daughters of the local kings. Thus, it would seem that among some Aryan peoples at a certain stage of their social evolution, it has been customary to regard women and not men as the channels in which royal blood flows, and to bestow the kingdom in each successive generation on a man of another family, and often of another country, who marries one of the princesses and reigns over his wife's people. A common type of popular tale which relates how an adventurer, coming to a strange land, wins the hand of the king's daughter, and with her the half or the whole of the kingdom, may well be a reminiscence of a real custom. Where usages and ideas of this sort prevail, It is obvious that the kingship is merely an appanage of marriage with a woman of the blood royal. The old Danish historian Saxo Grammaticus puts this view of the kingship very clearly in the mouth of Hermutrude, a legendary queen of Scotland. Indeed, she was a queen, says Hermutrude, and but that her sex gainsaid it, might be deemed a king. Nay, and this is yet truer, whomsoever she thought worthy of her bed was at once a king, and she yielded her kingdom with herself. Thus, her scepter and her hand went together. The statement is all the more significant because it appears to reflect the actual practice of the Pictish king. We know from the testimony of Bough that, whenever a doubt arose as to the succession, the Picts chose their kings from the female rather than the male line. The personal qualities which recommended a man for a royal alliance and succession to the throne would naturally vary according to the popular ideas of the time and the character of the king or his substitute. But it is reasonable to suppose that among them in early society physical strength and beauty would hold a prominent place. Sometimes apparently the right to the hand of the princess and to the throne has been determined by a wraith. The Elytimnian Libyans awarded the kingdom to the fleetest runner. Amongst the old Prussians, candidates for nobility raced on horseback to the king, and the one who reached him first was ennobled. According to tradition, the earliest games at Olympia were held by Endymion, who set his sons to run a race for the kingdom. His tomb was said to be at the point of the race course from which the runners started. The famous story of Pelops and Hippodamia is perhaps only another version of the legend that the first races at Olympia were run for no less a prize than a kingdom. These traditions may very well reflect a real custom of racing for a bride, for such a custom appears to have prevailed among various peoples, though in practice it has degenerated into a mere form or pretense. Thus there is one race called the love chase, which may be considered a part of the form of marriage among the Kirghiz. In this, the bride, armed with a formidable whip, mounts a fleet horse and is pursued by all the young men who make any pretensions to her hand. She will be given as a prize to the one who catches her, but she has the right, besides urging on her horse to the utmost, to use her whip, often with no mean force, to keep off those lovers who are unwelcome to her, and she will probably favor the one whom she has already chosen in her heart. The race for the bride is found also among the Koryaks of northeastern Asia. It takes place in a large tent round which many separate compartments, called pologs, are arranged in a continuous circle. The girl gets a start and is clear of the marriage if she can run through all the compartments without being caught by the bridegroom. The women of the encampment place every obstacle in the man's way, tripping him up, belaboring him with switches, and so forth, so that he has little chance of succeeding unless the girl wishes it and waits for him. Similar customs appear to have been practiced by all the Teutonic peoples, for the German, Anglo-Saxon, and Norse languages possess in common a word for marriage, which means simply bride race. Moreover, traces of the custom survived into modern times. Thus it appears that the right to marry a girl, and especially a princess, has often been conferred as a prize in an athletic contest. There would be no reason, therefore, for surprise if the Roman kings, before bestowing their daughters in marriage, should have resorted to this ancient mode of testing the personal qualities of their future sons-in-law and successors. If my theory is correct, the Roman king and queen personated Jupiter and his divine consort, and in the character of these divinities, went through the annual ceremony of a sacred marriage for the purpose of causing the crops to grow, and men and cattle to be fruitful and multiply. Thus, they did what in more northern lands we may suppose the king and queen of May were believed to do in days of old. Now we have seen that the right to play the part of the king of May and to wed the queen of May has sometimes been determined by an athletic contest, particularly by a race. This may have been a relic of an old marriage custom of the sort we have examined, a custom designed to test the fitness of a candidate for matrimony. Such a test might reasonably be applied with peculiar rigor to the king in order to ensure that no personal defect should incapacitate him for the performance of those sacred rites and ceremonies on which, even more than on the dispatch of his civil and military duties, the safety and prosperity of the community were believed to depend. And it would be natural to require of him that from time to time he should submit himself afresh to the same ordeal for the sake of publicly demonstrating that he was still equal to the discharge of his high calling. A relic of that test perhaps survived in the ceremony known as the Flight of the King Regifugium, which continued to be annually observed at Rome down to imperial times. On the 24th day of February, a sacrifice used to be offered in the Comitium, and when it was over, the king of the sacred rites fled from the forum. We may conjecture that the Flight of the King was originally a race for an annual kingship, which may have been awarded as a prize to the fleetest runner. At the end of the year, the king might run again for a second term of office, and so on, until he was defeated and deposed, or perhaps slain. In this way, what had once been a race would tend to assume the character of a flight and a pursuit. The king would be given a start, he ran, and his competitors ran after him, and if he were overtaken, he had to yield the crown, and perhaps his life to the lightest of foot among them. In time, a man of masterful character might succeed in seating himself permanently on the throne, and reducing the annual race or flight to the empty form which it seems always to have been within historical times. The rite was sometimes interpreted as a commemoration of the expulsion of the kings from Rome, but this appears to have been a mere afterthought, devised to explain a ceremony of which the old meaning was forgotten. It is far more likely that in acting thus, the king of the sacred rites was merely keeping up an ancient custom which, in the regal period, had been annually observed by his predecessors the kings. What the original intention of the rite may have been must probably always remain more or less a matter of conjecture. The present explanation is suggested with a full sense of the difficulty and obscurity in which the subject is involved. Thus, if my theory is correct, the yearly flight of the Roman king was a relic of a time when the kingship was an annual office awarded, along with the hand of princess to the victorious athlete or gladiator, who thereafter figured along with his bride as a god and goddess, at a sacred marriage designed to ensure the fertility of the earth by homeopathic magic. If I am right in supposing that in very early times the old Latin kings personated a god, and were regularly put to death in that character, we can better understand the mysterious or violent ends to which so many of them are said to have come. We have seen that, according to tradition, one of the kings of Alba was killed by a thunderbolt for impiously mimicking the thunder of Jupiter. Romulus is said to have vanished mysteriously like Ananias, or to have been cut to pieces by the patricians whom he had offended. And the 7th of July, the day on which he perished, was a festival which bore some resemblance to the Saturnalia. For on that day, the female slaves were allowed to take certain remarkable liberties. They dressed up as free women in the attire of matrons and maids, and in this guise they went forth from the city, scoffed and jeered at all whom they met, and engaged among themselves in a fight, striking and throwing stones at each other. Another Roman king who perished by violence was Tatius, the Sabine colleague of Romulus. It is said that he was at Lavinium offering a public sacrifice to the ancestral gods, when some men, to whom he had given umbrage, dispatched him with the sacrificial knives and spits which they had snatched from the altar. The occasion and the manner of his death suggest that the slaughter may have been a sacrifice rather than an assassination. Again, Tullus Hostilius, the successor of Numa, was commonly said to have been killed by lightning, but many held that he was murdered at the instigation of Ancus Marcius, who reigned after him. Speaking of the more or less mythical Numa, the type of the priestly king, Plutarch observes that his fame was enhanced by the fortunes of the later kings. For of the 5 who reigned after him, the last was deposed, and ended his life in exile. And of the remaining 4, not one died a natural death. For 3 of them were assassinated, and Tullus Hostilius was consumed by thunderbolts. These legends of the violent ends of the Roman kings suggest that the contest by which they gained the throne may sometimes have been a mortal combat rather than a race. If that were so, the analogy which we have traced between Rome and Nemi would be still closer. At both places, the sacred kings, the living representatives of the Godhead, would thus be liable to suffer deposition and death at the hand of any resolute man who could prove his divine right to the holy office by the strong arm and the sharp sword. It would not be surprising if, among the early Latins, the claim to the kingdom should often have been settled by single combat. For down to historical times, the Umbrians regularly submitted their private disputes to the ordeal of battle, and he who cut his adversary's throat was thought thereby to have proved the justice of his cause beyond the reach of cavil. Chapter 15. The worship of the oak. The worship of the oak tree, or of the oak god, appears to have been shared by all the branches of the Aryan stock in Europe. Both Greeks and Italians associated the tree with their highest god, Zeus or Jupiter, the divinity of the sky, the rain, and the thunder. Perhaps the oldest and certainly one of the most famous sanctuaries in Greece was that of Dodona, where Zeus was revered in the oracular oak. The thunderstorms which are said to rage at Dodona more frequently than anywhere else in Europe would render the spot a fitting home for the god whose voice was heard alike in the rustling of the oak leaves and in the crash of thunder. Perhaps the bronze gongs which kept up a humming in the wind round the sanctuary were meant to mimic the thunder that might so often be heard rolling and rumbling in the combes of the stern and barren mountains which shut in the gloomy valley. In Boeotia, as we have seen, the sacred marriage of Zeus and Hera, the oak god and the oak goddess, appears to have been celebrated with much pomp by a religious federation of states. And on Mount Lycaeus in Arcadia, the character of Zeus as god, both of the oak and of the rain, comes out clearly in the rain charm practiced by the priest of Zeus, who dipped an oak branch in a sacred spring. In his latter capacity, Zeus was the god to whom the Greeks regularly prayed for rain. Nothing could be more natural, for often, though not always, he had his seat on the mountains where the clouds gather and the oaks grow. On the Acropolis at Athens there was an image of Earth praying to Zeus for rain. And in time of drought, the Athenians themselves prayed, "Rain, rain, O dear Zeus," on the cornland of the Athenians and on the plains. Again, Zeus wielded the thunder and lightning as well as the rain. At Olympia and elsewhere he was worshipped under the surname of Thunderbolt, and at Athens there was a sacrificial hearth of lightning Zeus on the city wall, where some priestly officials watched for lightning over Mount Parnes at certain seasons of the year. Further, spots which had been struck by lightning were regularly fenced in by the Greeks and consecrated to Zeus the Descender, that is, to the god who came down in the flash from heaven. Altars were set up within these enclosures and sacrifices offered on them. Several such places are known from inscriptions to have existed in Athens. Thus, when ancient Greek kings claimed to be descended from Zeus, and even to bear his name, we may reasonably suppose that they also attempted to exercise his divine functions by making thunder and rain for the good of their people or the terror and confusion of their foes. In this respect, the legend of Salmoneus probably reflects the pretensions of a whole class of petty sovereigns who reigned of old each over his little canton in the oak-clad highlands of Greece. Like their kinsmen, the Irish king, they were expected to be a source of fertility to the land and of fecundity to the cattle. And how could they fulfill these expectations better than by acting the part of their kinsman Zeus, the great god of the oak, the thunder, and the rain? They personified him, apparently, just as the Italian kings personified Jupiter. In ancient Italy, every oak was sacred to Jupiter, the Italian counterpart of Zeus, and on the Capitol at Rome, the god was worshipped as the deity not merely of the oak, but of the rain and the thunder. Contrasting the piety of the good old times with the skepticism of an age when nobody thought that heaven was heaven or cared a fig for Jupiter, a Roman writer tells us that in former days noble matrons used to go with bare feet, streaming hair, and pure minds up the long Capitoline slope, praying to Jupiter for rain. And straightway he goes on, it rained buckets full, then or never, and everybody returned dripping like drowned rats. But nowadays, says he, we are no longer religious. But nowadays, says he, we are no longer religious. So the fields lie baking. When we pass from southern to central Europe, we still meet with the great god of the oak and the thunder among the barbarous Aryans who dwelt in the vast primeval forest. Thus among the Celts of Gaul, the Druids esteemed nothing more sacred than the mistletoe and the oak on which it grew. They chose groves of oaks for the scene of their solemn service, and they performed none of their rites without oak leaves. The Celts, says a Greek writer, worship Zeus and the Celtic image of Zeus. It is a tall oak. The Celtic conquerors who settled in Asia in the 3rd century before our era appear to have carried the worship of the oak with them to their new home. For in the heart of Asia Minor, the Galatian Senate met in a place which bore the pure Celtic name of Drinametum, the sacred oak grove or the temple of the oak. Indeed, the very name of Druids is believed by good authorities to mean no more than oak men. In the religion of the ancient Germans, the veneration for sacred groves seems to have held the foremost place, and according to Grimm, the chief of their holy trees was the oak. It appears to have been especially dedicated to the god of thunder, Donar or Thunar, the equivalent of the Norse Thor, for a sacred oak near Geismar in Hesse, which Boniface cut down in the 8th century, went among the heathen by the name of Jupiter's oak, Roberjovis, which in Old German would be Donares Ie, the oak of Donar. Thor was identified with the Italian thunder god Jupiter, appears from our word Thursday, Thunar's day, which is merely a rendering of the Latin dies Jovis. Thus, among the ancient Teutons, as among the Greeks and Italians, the god of the oak was also the god of the thunder. Moreover, he was regarded as the great fertilizing power who sent rain and caused the earth to bear fruit. For Adam of Bremen tells us that Thor presides in the air. He it is who rules thunder and lightning, wind and rains, fine weather and crops. In these respects, therefore, the Teutonic thunder god again resembled his southern counterparts, Zeus and Jupiter. Amongst the Slavs, also, the oak appears to have been the sacred tree of the thunder god Perun, the counterpart of Zeus and Jupiter. It is said that at Novgorod there used to stand an image of Perun in the likeness of a man with a thunderstone in his hand. A fire of oak wood burned day and night in his honor, and if ever it went out, the attendants paid for their negligence with their lives. Perun seems, like Zeus and Jupiter, to have been the chief god of his people. For Procopius tells us that the Slavs believe that one God, the maker of lightning, is alone Lord of all things, and they sacrificed to him oxen and every victim. The chief deity of the Lithuanians was Perkunas or Perkins, the god of thunder and lightning, whose resemblance to Zeus and Jupiter has often been pointed out. Oaks were sacred to him, and when they were cut down by the Christian missionaries, the people loudly complained that their sylvan deities were destroyed. Perpetual fires, kindled with the wood of certain oak trees, were kept up in honor of Perkunas. If such a fire went out, it was lighted again by friction of the sacred wood. Men sacrificed to oak trees for good crops, while women did the same to lime trees, from which we may infer that they regarded oaks as male and lime trees as female. And in time of drought, when they wanted rain, they used to sacrifice a black heifer, a black he-goat, and a black cock to the thunder god in the depths of the woods. On such occasions, the people assembled in great numbers from the country round about, ate and drank, and called upon Perkunas. They carried a bowl of beer thrice round the fire, then poured the liquor on the flames, while they prayed to the god to send showers. Thus the chief Lithuanian deity presents a close resemblance to Zeus and Jupiter, since he was the god of the oak, the thunder, and the rain. From the foregoing survey, it appears that a god of the oak, the thunder, and the rain was worshipped of old by all the main branches of the Aryan stock in Europe, and was indeed the chief deity of their pantheon. Chapter 16. Dianus and Diana. In this chapter, I propose to recapitulate the conclusions to which the inquiry has thus far led us, and drawing together the scattered rays of light, to turn them on the dark figure of the priest of Nemi. We have found that at an early stage of society, men, ignorant of the secret processes of nature and of the narrow limits within which it is in our power to control and direct them, have commonly arrogated to themselves functions which, in the present state of knowledge, we should deem superhuman or divine. The illusion has been fostered and maintained by the same causes which begot it, namely, the marvelous order and uniformity with which nature conducts her operations, the wheels of her great machine revolving with a smoothness and precision, which enable the patient observer to anticipate in general the season, if not the very hour, when they will bring round the fulfillment of his hopes or the accomplishment of his fears. The regularly recurring events of this great cycle, or rather series of cycles, soon stamp themselves even on the dull mind of the savage. He foresees them, and foreseeing them mistakes the desired recurrence for an effect of his own will, and the dreaded recurrence for an effect of the will of his enemies. Thus the springs which set the vast machine in motion, though they lie far beyond our ken, shrouded in a mystery which we can never hope to penetrate, appear to ignorant man to lie within his reach. He fancies he can touch them, and so work by magic art all manner of good to himself and evil to his foes. In time, the fallacy of this belief becomes apparent to him. He discovers that there are things he cannot do, pleasures which he is unable of himself to procure, pains which even the most potent magician is powerless to avoid. The unattainable good, the inevitable ill, are now ascribed by him to the action of invisible powers, whose favor is joy and life, whose anger is misery and death. Thus magic tends to be displaced by religion, and the sorcerer by the priest. At this stage of thought, the ultimate causes of things are conceived to be personal beings, many in number and often discordant in character, who partake of the nature and even of the frailty of man, though their might is greater than his, and their life far exceeds the span of his ephemeral existence. Their sharply marked individualities, their clear-cut outlines, have not yet begun, under the powerful solvent of philosophy, to melt and coalesce into that single unknown substratum of phenomena, which, according to the qualities with which our imagination invests it, goes by one or other of the high-sounding names which the wit of man has devised to hide his ignorance. Accordingly, so long as men look on their gods as beings akin to themselves, and not raised to an unapproachable height above them, they believe it to be possible for those of their own number who surpass their fellows to attain to the divine rank after death, or even in life. Incarnate human deities of this latter sort may be said to halt midway between the age of magic and the age of religion. If they bear the names and display the pomp of deities, the powers which they are supposed to wield are commonly those of their predecessor the magician. Like him, they are expected to guard their people against hostile enchantments, to heal them in sickness, to bless them with offspring, and to provide them with an abundant supply of food by regulating the weather and performing the other ceremonies which are deemed necessary to ensure the fertility of the earth and the multiplication of animals. Men who are credited with powers so lofty and far-reaching naturally hold the highest place in the land, and while the rift between the spiritual and the temporal spheres has not yet widened too far, they are supreme in civil as well as religious matters. In a word, they are kings as well as gods. Thus, the divinity which hedges a king has its roots deep down in human history, and long ages past before these are sapped by a profounder view of nature and man. In the classical period of Greek and Latin antiquity, the reign of kings was for the most part a thing of the past, yet the stories of their lineage, titles, and pretensions suffice to prove that they too claimed to rule by divine right and to exercise superhuman powers. Hence we may, without undue temerity, assume that the king of the wood at Nemi, though shorn in later times of his glory and fallen on evil days, represented a long line of sacred kings who had once received not only the homage but the adoration of their subjects in return for the manifold blessings which they were supposed to dispense. What little we know of the functions of Diana in the Arician Grove seems to prove that she was here conceived as a goddess of fertility, and particularly as a divinity of childbirth. It is reasonable, therefore, to suppose that in the discharge of these important duties she was assisted by her priest, the two figuring as king and queen of the wood in a solemn marriage, which was intended to make the earth gay with the blossoms of spring and the fruits of autumn, and to gladden the hearts of men and women with healthful offspring. If the priest of Nemi posed not merely as a king, but as a god of the grove, we have still to ask, what deity in particular did he personate? The answer of antiquity is that he represented Virbius, the consort or lover of Diana. But this does not help us much, for of Virbius we know little more than the name. A clue to the mystery is perhaps supplied by the Vestal fire which burned in the grove. For the perpetual holy fires of the Arians in Europe appear to have been commonly kindled and fed with oak wood, and in Rome itself, not many miles from Nemi, the fuel of the Vestal fire consisted of oaken sticks or logs, as has been proved by a microscopic analysis of the charred embers of the Vestal fire, which were discovered by Commendatore G. Boni in the course of the memorable excavations which he conducted in the Roman Forum at the end of the 19th century. But the ritual of the various Latin towns seems to have been marked by great uniformity. Hence it is reasonable to conclude that wherever in Latium a Vestal fire was maintained, it was fed, as at Rome, with wood of the sacred oak. If this was so at Nemi, it becomes probable that the hallowed grove there consisted of a natural oak wood, and that therefore the tree which the king of the wood had to guard at the peril of his life was itself an oak. Indeed, it was from an evergreen oak, according to Virgil, that Aeneas plucked the golden bough. Now the oak was the sacred tree of Jupiter, the supreme god of the Latins. Hence it follows that the king of the wood, whose life was bound up in a fashion with an oak, personated no less a deity than Jupiter himself. At least the evidence, slight as it is, seems to point to this conclusion. The old Alban dynasty of the Silvi woods, with their crown of oak leaves, apparently aped the style and emulated the powers of Latian Jupiter, who dwelt on the top of the Alban Mount. It is not impossible that the king of the wood, who guarded the sacred oak a little lower down the mountain, was the lawful successor and representative of this ancient line of the Silvi wood. At all events, if I am right in supposing that he passed for a human Jupiter, it would appear that Virbius, with whom legend identified him, was nothing but a local form of Jupiter, considered perhaps in his original aspect as a god of the greenwood. The hypothesis that in later times, at all events, the king of the wood played the part of the oak god Jupiter is confirmed by an examination of his divine partner Diana. For two distinct lines of argument converge to show that if Diana was a queen of the woods in general, she was at Nemi a goddess of the oak in particular. In the first place, she bore the title of Vesta, and as such presided over a perpetual fire which we have seen reason to believe was fed with oak wood. But a goddess of fire is not far removed from a goddess of the fuel which burns in the fire. Primitive thought perhaps drew no sharp line of distinction between the blaze and the wood that blazes. In the second place, the nymph Egeria at Nemi appears to have been merely a form of Diana, and Egeria is definitely said to have been a dryad, a nymph of the oak. Elsewhere in Italy, the goddess had her home on oak-clad mountains. Thus, Mount Algidus, a spur of the Alban hills, was covered in antiquity with dark forests of oak, both of the evergreen and the deciduous sort. In winter the snow lay long on these cold hills, and their gloomy oak woods were believed to be a favorite haunt of Diana, as they have been of brigands in modern times. Again, Mount Tifata, the long abrupt ridge of the Apennines which looks down on the Campanian plain behind Capua, was wooded of old with evergreen oaks, among which Diana had a temple. Here, Sulla thanked the goddess for his victory over the Marians in the plain below, attesting his gratitude by inscriptions which were long afterwards to be seen in the temple. On the whole, then, we conclude that at Nemi, the king of the wood personated the oak god Jupiter, and mated with the oak goddess Diana in the sacred grove. An echo of their mystic union has come down to us in the legend of the loves of Numa and Egeria, who, according to some, had their trysting place in these holy woods. To this theory, it may naturally be objected that the divine consort of Jupiter was not Diana but Juno, and that if Diana had a mate at all, he might be expected to bear the name not of Jupiter, but of Dianus or Janus, the latter of these forms being merely a corruption of the former. All this is true, but the objection may be parried by observing that the two pairs of deities, Jupiter and Juno on one side, and Diana or Janus and Diana, or Janus and Jana, on the other side, are merely duplicates of each other, their names and their functions being in substance and origin identical. With regard to their names, all four of them come from the same Aryan root di, meaning bright, which occurs in the names of the corresponding Greek deities, Zeus and his old female consort Dione. In regard to their functions, Juno and Diana were both goddesses of fecundity and childbirth, and both were sooner or later identified with the moon. As to the true nature and functions of Janus, the ancients themselves were puzzled, and where they hesitated, it is not for us confidently to decide. But the view mentioned by Vera that Janus was the god of the sky is supported not only by the etymological identity of his name with that of the sky god Jupiter, but also by the relation in which he appears to have stood to Jupiter's two mates, Juno and Juturna. For the epithet Junonian bestowed on Janus points to a marriage union between the two deities. And according to one account, Janus was the husband of the water nymph Juturna, who according to others was beloved by Jupiter. Moreover, Janus, like Jove, was regularly invoked and commonly spoken of under the title of father. Indeed, he was identified with Jupiter not merely by the logic of the learned saint, Augustine, but by the piety of a pagan worshipper who dedicated an offering to Jupiter Dianus. A trace of his relation to the oak may be found in the oak woods of the Janiculum, the hill on the right bank of the Tiber, where Janus is said to have reigned as a king in the remotest ages of Italian history. Thus, if I am right, the same ancient pair of deities was variously known among the Greek and Italian peoples as Zeus and Dione, Jupiter and Juno, or Dianus, Janus, and Diana, the names of the divinities being identical in substance, though varying in form with the dialect of the particular tribe which worshipped them. At first, when the peoples dwelt near each other, the difference between the deities would be hardly more than one of name. In other words, it would be almost purely dialectical, but the gradual dispersion of the tribes and their consequent isolation from each other would favor the growth of divergent modes of conceiving and worshiping the gods whom they had carried with them from their old home, so that in time discrepancies of myth and ritual would tend to spring up, and thereby to convert a nominal into a real distinction between the divinities. Accordingly, when, with the slow progress of culture, the long period of barbarism and separation was passing away, and the rising political power of a single strong community had begun to draw or hammer its weaker neighbors into a nation, the confluent peoples would throw their gods, like their dialects, into a common stock. And thus it might come about that the same ancient deities, which their forefathers had worshipped together before the dispersion, would now be so disguised by the accumulated effect of dialectical and religious divergencies that their original identity might fail to be recognized, and they would take their places side by side as independent divinities in the national pantheon. This duplication of deities, the result of the final fusion of kindred tribes who had long lived apart, would account for the appearance of Janus beside Jupiter and of Diana or Jana beside Juno in the Roman religion. At least this appears to be a more probable theory than the opinion, which has found favor with some modern scholars, that Janus was originally nothing but the god of doors, that a deity of his dignity and importance, whom the Romans revered as a god of gods and the father of his people, should have started in life as a humble, though doubtless respectable, doorkeeper appears very unlikely. So lofty an end hardly consorts with so lowly a beginning. It is more probable that the door, Janua, got its name from Janus than that he got his name from it. This view is strengthened by a consideration of the word Janua itself. The regular word for door is the same in all the languages of the Aryan family, from India to Ireland. It is dur in Sanskrit, dura in Greek, tur in German, door in English, dorus in Old Irish, and foras in Latin. Yet besides this ordinary name for door, which the Latins shared with all their Aryan brethren, they had also the name Janua, to which there is no corresponding term in any Indo-European speech. The word has the appearance of being an adjectival form derived from the noun Janus. I conjecture that it may have been customary to set up an image or a symbol of Janus at the principal door of the house in order to place the entrance under the protection of the great god. A door thus guarded might be known as a Janua foris, that is, a Januan door, and the phrase might in time be abridged into Janua, the noun foris being understood but not expressed. From this to the use of Janua to designate a door in general, whether guarded by an image of Janus or not, would be an easy and natural transition. If there is any truth in this conjecture, it may explain very simply the origin of the double head of Janus, which has so long exercised the ingenuity of mythologists. When it had become customary to guard the entrance of houses and towns by an image of Janus, it might well be deemed necessary to make the sentinel god look both ways, before and behind at the same time, in order that nothing should escape his vigilant eye. For if the divine watchman always faced in one direction, it is easy to imagine what mischief might have been wrought with impunity behind his back. This explanation of the double-headed Janus at Rome is confirmed by the double-headed idol, which the bush Negroes in the interior of Suriname regularly set up as a guardian at the entrance of a village. The idol consists of a block of wood with a human face rudely carved on each side. It stands under a gateway composed of 2 uprights and a crossbar. Beside the idol generally lies a white rag intended to keep off the devil, and sometimes there is also a stick which seems to represent a bludgeon or weapon of some sort. Further, from the crossbar hangs a small log which serves the useful purpose of knocking on the head any evil spirit who might attempt to pass through the gateway. Clearly, this double-headed fetish at the gateway of the Negro villages in Suriname bears a close resemblance to the double-headed images of Janus, which, grasping a stick in one hand and a key in the other, stood sentinel at Roman gates and doorways. And we can hardly doubt that in both cases the heads facing 2 ways are to be similarly explained as expressive of the vigilance of the guardian god, who kept his eye on spiritual foes behind and before, and stood ready to bludgeon them on the spot. We may therefore dispense with the tedious and unsatisfactory explanations which, if we may trust Ovid, the wily Janus himself, fobbed off an anxious Roman inquirer. We may suppose that as the mate of Diana, he represented originally Dianus or Janus rather than Jupiter, but that the difference between these deities was of old merely superficial, going little deeper than the names, and leaving practically unaffected the essential functions of the god as a power of the sky, the thunder, and the oak. It was fitting, therefore, that his human representative at Nemi should dwell, as we have seen reason to believe he did, in an oak grove. His title of King of the Wood clearly indicates the sylvan character of the deity whom he served, and since he could only be assailed by him who had plucked the bough of a certain tree in the grove, his own life might be said to be bound up with that of the sacred tree. Thus, he not only served, but embodied the great Arion, god of the oak, and as an oak god, he would mate with the oak goddess, whether she went by the name of Egeria or Diana. Their union, however consummated, would be deemed essential to the fertility of the earth and the fecundity of man and beast. Further, as the oak god was also a god of the sky, the thunder, and the rain, so his human representative would be required, like many other divine kings, to cause the clouds to gather, the thunder to peal, and the rain to descend in due season, that the fields and orchards might bear fruit and the pastures be covered with luxuriant herbage. The reputed possessor of power so exalted must have been a very important personage, and the remains of buildings and of votive offerings which have been found on the site of the sanctuary, combined with the testimony of classical writers to prove that in later times it was one of the greatest and most popular shrines in Italy. Even in the old days, when the Champagne country around was still parceled out among the petty tribes who composed the Latin League, the sacred grove is known to have been an object of their common reverence and care. And just as the kings of Cambodia used to send offerings to the mystic kings of fire and water far in the dim depths of the tropical forest, so we may well believe. From all sides of the broad Latian plain, the eyes and footsteps of Italian pilgrims turned to the quarter where, standing sharply out against the faint blue line of the Apennines or the deeper blue of the distant sea, the Alban mountain rose before them, the home of the mysterious priest of Nemi, the king of the wood. There among the green woods and beside the still waters of the lonely hills, the ancient Arion worship of the god of the oak. And the dripping sky lingered in its early, almost druidical form, long after a great political and intellectual revolution had shifted the capital of Latin religion from the forest to the city, from Nemi to Rome. Chapter 17. The Burden of Royalty. Section 1. Royal and Priestly Taboos. At a certain stage of early society, the king or priest is often thought to be endowed with supernatural powers, or to be an incarnation of a deity, and consistently with this belief, the course of nature is supposed to be more or less under his control, and he is held responsible for bad weather, failure of the crops, and similar calamities. To some extent, it appears to be assumed that the king's power over nature, like that over his subjects and slaves, is exerted through definite acts of will. And therefore, if drought, famine, pestilence, or storms arise, the people attribute the misfortune to the negligence or guilt of their king, and punish him accordingly with stripes and bonds, or if he remains obdurate, with deposition and death. Sometimes, however, the course of nature, while regarded as dependent on the king, is supposed to be partly independent of his will. His person is considered, if we may express it so, as the dynamical center of the universe, from which lines of force radiate to all quarters of the heaven, so that any motion of his, the turning of his head, the lifting of his hand, instantaneously affects and may seriously disturb some part of nature. He is the point of support on which hangs the balance of the world, and the slightest irregularity on his part may overthrow the delicate equipoise. The greatest care must, therefore, be taken both by and of him, and his whole life, down to its minutest details, must be so regulated that no act of his, voluntary or involuntary, may disarrange or upset the established order of nature. Of this class of monarchs, the Mikado or Dari, the spiritual emperor of Japan, is or rather used to be a typical example. He is an incarnation of the sun goddess, the deity who rules the universe, gods and men included. Once a year all the gods wait upon him and spend a month at his court. During that month, the name of which means without gods, no one frequents the temples, for they are believed to be deserted. The Mikado receives from his people and assumes in his official proclamations and decrees the title of manifest or incarnate deity, and he claims a general authority over the gods of Japan. For example, in an official decree of the year 646, the emperor is described as the incarnate god who governs the universe. The following description of the Mikado's mode of life was written about 200 years ago. Even to this day, the princes descended of this family, more particularly those who sit on the throne, are looked upon as persons most holy in themselves and as popes by birth. And, in order to preserve these advantageous notions in the minds of their subjects, they are obliged to take an uncommon care of their sacred persons, and to do such things, which, examined according to the customs of other nations, would be thought ridiculous and impertinent. It will not be improper to give a few instances of it. He thinks that it would be very prejudicial to his dignity and holiness to touch the ground with his feet. For this reason, when he intends to go anywhere, he must be carried thither on men's shoulders. Much less will they suffer that he should expose his sacred person to the open air, and the sun is not thought worthy to shine on his head. There is such a holiness ascribed to all the parts of his body that he dares to cut off neither his hair, nor his beard, nor his nails. However, lest he should grow too dirty, they may clean him in the night when he is asleep, because they say that which is taken from his body at that time hath been stolen from him, and that such a theft doth not prejudice his holiness or dignity. In ancient times he was obliged to sit on the throne for some hours every morning, with the imperial crown on his head, but to sit altogether like a statue, without stirring either hands or feet, head or eyes, nor indeed any part of his body, because by this means it was thought that he could preserve peace and tranquillity in his empire, for if, unfortunately, he turned himself on one side or the other, or if he looked a good while towards any part of his dominions, it was apprehended that war, famine, fire, or some other great misfortune was near at hand to desolate the country. But it having been afterwards discovered that the imperial crown was the palladium, which by its immobility could preserve peace in the empire, it was thought expedient to deliver his imperial person, consecrated only to idleness and pleasures, from this burthensome duty. And therefore the crown is at present placed on the throne for some hours every morning. His victuals must be dressed every time in new pots, and served at table in new dishes. Both are very clean and neat, but made only of common clay, that without any considerable expense they may be laid aside or broke after they have served once. They are generally broke, for fear they should come into the hands of laymen, for they believe religiously that if any layman should presume to eat his food out of these sacred dishes, it would swell and inflame his mouth and throat. The like ill effect is dreaded from the Dairy's sacred habits, for they believe that if a layman should wear them, without the emperor's express leave or command. They would occasion swellings and pains in all parts of his body. To the same effect, an earlier account of the Mikado says, "It was considered as a shameful degradation for him even to touch the ground with his foot. The sun and moon were not even permitted to shine upon his head. None of the superfluities of the body were ever taken from him. Neither his hair, his beard, nor his nails were cut. Whatever he eat was dressed in new vessels. Similar priestly, or rather divine kings are found at a lower level of barbarism on the west coast of Africa. At Shark Point, near Cape Padron in Lower Guinea, lives the priestly King Kukulu, alone in a wood. He may not touch a woman nor leave his house. Indeed, he may not even quit his chair, in which he is obliged to sleep sitting, for if he lay down, no wind would arise, and navigation would be stopped. He regulates storms, and in general maintains a wholesome and equable state of the atmosphere. On Mount Agu in Togo, there lives a fetish or spirit called Bough, who is of great importance for the whole of the surrounding country. The power of giving or withholding rain is ascribed to him, and he is lord of the winds, including the harmattan, the dry, hot wind which blows from the interior. His priest dwells in a house on the highest peak of the mountain, where he keeps the winds bottled up in huge jars. Applications for rain, too, are made to him, and he does a good business in amulets, which consist of the teeth and claws of leopards. Yet though his power is great, and he is indeed the real chief of the land, the rule of the fetish forbids him ever to leave the mountain, and he must spend the whole of his life on its summit. Only once a year may he come down to make purchases in the market, but even then he may not set foot in the hut of any mortal man, and must return to his place of exile the same day. The business of government in the villages is conducted by subordinate chiefs who are appointed by him. In the West African kingdom of Congo, there was a supreme pontiff called Kitome or Kitombe, whom the Negroes regarded as a god on earth and all-powerful in heaven. Hence, before they would taste the new crops, they offered him the first fruits, fearing that manifold misfortunes would befall them if they broke this rule. When he left his residence to visit other places within his jurisdiction, all married people had to observe strict continence the whole time he was out, for it was supposed that any act of incontinence would prove fatal to him. And if he were to die a natural death, they thought that the world would perish, and the earth, which he alone sustained by his power and merit, would immediately be annihilated amongst the semi-barbarous nations of the New World. At the date of the Spanish conquest, there were found hierarchies or theocracies like those of Japan. In particular, the High Pontiff of the Zapotecs appears to have presented a close parallel to the Mikado. A powerful rival to the king himself, the spiritual lord governed Yopa, one of the chief cities of the kingdom, with absolute dominion. It is impossible, we are told, to overrate the reverence in which he was held. He was looked on as a god whom the earth was not worthy to hold nor the sun to shine upon. He profaned his sanctity if he even touched the ground with his foot. The officers who bore his palanquin on their shoulders were members of the highest families. He hardly deigned to look on anything around him, and all who met him fell with their faces to the earth, fearing that death would overtake them if they saw even his shadow. A rule of continence was regularly imposed on the Zapotec priests, especially upon the High Pontiff. But on certain days in each year, which were generally celebrated with feasts and dances, it was customary for the high priest to become drunk. While in this state, seeming to belong neither to heaven nor to earth, one of the most beautiful of the virgins consecrated to the service of the god was brought to him. If the child she bore him was a son, he was brought up as a prince of the blood, and the eldest son succeeded his father on the pontifical throne. The supernatural powers attributed to this pontiff are not specified, but probably they resembled those of the Mikado and Kitome, wherever. As in Japan and West Africa, it is supposed that the order of nature and even the existence of the world is bound up with the life of the king or priest. It is clear that he must be regarded by his subjects as a source both of infinite blessing and of infinite danger. On the one hand, the people have to thank him for the rain and sunshine which foster the fruits of the earth, for the wind which brings ships to their coasts, and even for the solid ground beneath their feet. But what he gives he can refuse. and so close is the dependence of nature on his person, so delicate the balance of the system of forces whereof he is the center, that the least irregularity on his part may set up a tremor which shall shake the earth to its foundations. And if nature may be disturbed by the slightest involuntary act of the king, it is easy to conceive the convulsion which his death might provoke. The natural death of the Kitome, as we have seen, was thought to entail the destruction of all things. Clearly, therefore, out of a regard for their own safety, which might be imperiled by any rash act of the king, and still more by his death, the people will exact of their king or priest a strict conformity to those rules, the observance of which is deemed necessary for his own preservation, and consequently for the preservation of his people and the world. The idea that early kingdoms are despotisms in which the people exist only for the sovereign is wholly inapplicable to the monarchies we are considering. On the contrary, the sovereign in them exists only for his subjects. His life is only valuable so long as he discharges the duties of his position by ordering the course of nature for his people's benefit. So soon as he fails to do so, the care, the devotion, the religious homage which they had hitherto lavished on him cease and are changed into hatred and contempt. He is dismissed ignominiously, and may be thankful if he escapes with his life. Worshipped as a god one day, he is killed as a criminal the next. But in this changed behavior of the people there is nothing capricious or inconsistent. On the contrary, their conduct is entirely of a piece. If their king is their god, he is or should be also their preserver. And if he will not preserve them, he must make room for another who will. So long, however, as he answers their expectations, there is no limit to the care which they take of him and which they compel him to take of himself. A king of this sort lives hedged in by a ceremonious etiquette, a network of prohibitions and observances, of which the intention is not to contribute to his dignity, much less to his comfort, but to restrain him from conduct which by disturbing the harmony of nature might involve himself, his people, and the universe in one common catastrophe. Far from adding to his comfort, these observances, by trammeling his every act, annihilate his freedom, and often render the very life which it is their object to preserve a burden and sorrow to him. Of the supernaturally endowed kings of Loango, it is said that the more powerful a king is, the more taboos is he bound to observe. They regulate all his actions, his walking and his standing, his eating and drinking, his sleeping and waking. To these restraints the heir to the throne is subject from infancy, but as he advances in life, the number of abstinences and ceremonies which he must observe increases, until at the moment that he ascends the throne he is lost in the ocean of rites and taboos. In the crater of an extinct volcano, enclosed on all sides by grassy slopes, lie the scattered huts and yam fields of Riaba, the capital of the native king of Fernando Po. This mysterious being lies in the lowest depths of the crater, surrounded by a harem of 40 women, and covered, it is said, with old silver coins. Naked, savage as he is, he yet exercises far more influence in the island than the Spanish governor at Santa Isabel. In him, the conservative spirit of the boobies or aboriginal inhabitants of the island is, as it were, incorporate. He has never seen a white man, and according to the firm conviction of all the boobies, the sight of a pale face would cause his instant death. He cannot bear to look upon the sea. Indeed, it is said that he may never see it, even in the distance, and that therefore he wears away his life with shackles on his legs in the dim twilight of his hut. Certain it is that he has never set foot on the beach. With the exception of his musket and knife, he uses nothing that comes from the whites. European cloth never touches his person, and he scorns tobacco, rum, and even salt. Among the Yu-speaking peoples of the Slav coast, the king is at the same time high priest. In this quality he was, particularly in former times, unapproachable by his subjects. Only by night was he allowed to quit his dwelling in order to bathe, and so forth. None but his representative, the so-called visible king, with 3 chosen elders might converse with him, and even they had to sit on an ox hide with their backs turned to him. He might not see any European, nor any horse, nor might he look upon the sea, for which reason he was not allowed to quit his capital, even for a few moments. These rules have been disregarded in recent times. The king of Dahomey himself is subject to the prohibition of beholding the sea, and so are the kings of Loango and Great Ardra in Guinea. The sea is the fetish of the Ios to the northwest of Dahomey, and they and their king are threatened with death by their priests if ever they dare to look on it. It is believed that the king of Kayor in Senegal would infallibly die within the year if he were to cross a river or an arm of the sea. In Mashonaland down to recent times, the chiefs would not cross certain rivers, particularly the Rurkwai and the Nyadiri, and the custom was still strictly observed by at least one chief within recent use. On no account will the chief cross the river. If it is absolutely necessary for him to do so, he is blindfolded and carried across with shouting and singing. Should he walk across, he will go blind or die, and certainly lose the chieftainship. So among the Mahaflis and south of Madagascar, some kings are forbidden to sail on the sea or to cross certain rivers. Among the Sakalavas, the chief is regarded as a sacred being, but he is held in leash by a crowd of restrictions, which regulate his behavior like that of the Emperor of China. He can undertake nothing whatever unless the sorcerers have declared the omens favorable. He may not eat warm food. On certain days, he may not quit his hut, and so on. Among some of the hill tribes of Assam, both the headman and his wife have to observe many taboos in respect of food. Thus, they may not eat buffalo, pork, dog, fowl, or tomatoes. The headman must be chaste, the husband of one wife, and he must separate himself from her on the eve of a general or public observance of taboo. In one group of tribes, the headman is forbidden to eat in a strange village, and under no provocation whatever may he utter a word of abuse. Apparently, the people imagine that the violation of any of these taboos by a headman would bring down misfortune on the whole village. The ancient kings of Ireland, as well as the kings of the 4 provinces of Leinster, Munster, Connaught, and Ulster, were subject to certain quaint prohibitions or taboos on the due observance of which the prosperity of the people of the country as well as their own was supposed to depend. Thus, for example, the sun might not rise on the king of Ireland in his bed at Tara, the old capital of Erin. He was forbidden to alight on Wednesday at Magbray, to traverse Magquillan after sunset, to incite his horse at Fanchomer, to go in a ship upon the water the Monday after Bealtaine, May Day, and to leave the track of his army upon Athmany the Tuesday after All Hallows. The king of Leinster might not go round to Athlehian left-hand wise on Wednesday, nor sleep between the Dothair, Daughter, and the Duoblin, with his head inclining to one side, nor encamp for 9 days on the plains of Qualan, nor travel the road Duoblin on Monday, nor ride a dirty black-heeled horse across Magmastein. The king of Munster was prohibited from enjoying the feast of Loch Lane from one Monday to another, from banqueting by night in the beginning of harvest before game at Latrecha, from encamping for 9 days upon the Suir, and from holding a border meeting at Gavron. The king of Connaught might not conclude a treaty respecting his ancient palace of Cruachan, after making peace on All Hallows Day, nor go in a speckled garment on a grey speckled steed to the heath of Dalchais, nor repair to an assembly of women at Sigais, nor sit in autumn on the sepulchral mounds of the wife of Bain, nor contend in running with the rider of a grey one-eyed horse at Athgalta between 2 posts. The king of Ulster was forbidden to attend the horse fair at Rathline among the youths of Dal Araiti, to listen to the fluttering of the flocks of birds of Lynn Salich after sunset, to celebrate the feast of the bull of Dermicdare, to go into Mag Kaba in the month of March, and to drink of the water of Bonine between 2 darknesses. If the kings of Ireland strictly observed these and many other customs, which were enjoined by memorial usage, it was believed that they would never meet with mischance or misfortune, and would live for 90 years without experiencing the decay of old age, that no epidemic or mortality would occur during their reigns, and that the seasons would be favorable, and the earth yield its fruit in abundance. Whereas, if they set the ancient usages at naught, the country would be visited with plague, famine, and bad weather. The kings of Egypt were worshipped as gods, and the routine of their daily life was regulated in every detail by precise and unvarying rules. The life of the kings of Egypt, says Diodorus, was not like that of other monarchs who are irresponsible, and may do just what they choose. On the contrary, everything was fixed for them by law, not only their official duties, but even the details of their daily life. The hours both of day and night were arranged at which the king had to do, not what he pleased, but what was prescribed for him. For not only were the times appointed at which he should transact public business, or sit in judgment, but the very hours for his walking and bathing and sleeping with his wives, and in short, performing every act of life were all set. Custom enjoined a simple diet. The only flesh he might eat was veal and goose, and he might only drink a prescribed quantity of wine. However, there is reason to think that these rules were observed not by the ancient pharaohs, but by the priestly kings who reigned at Thebes and Ethiopia at the close of the 20th dynasty. Of the taboos imposed on priests, we may see a striking example in the rules of life prescribed for the Flamen Dialis at Rome, who has been interpreted as a living image of Jupiter, or a human embodiment of the sky spirit. They were such as the following. The Flamen Dialis might not ride or even touch a horse, nor see an army under arms, nor wear a ring which was not broken, nor have a knot on any part of his garment. No fire except a sacred fire might be taken out of his house. He might not touch wheaten flour or leavened bread. He might not touch or even name a goat, a dog, raw meat, beans, and ivy. He might not walk under a vine. The feet of his bed had to be daubed with mud. His hair could be cut only by a free man, and with a bronze knife, and his hair and nails, when cut, had to be buried under a lucky tree. He might not touch a dead body, nor enter a place where one was burned. He might not see work being done on holy days. He might not be uncovered in the open air if a man in bonds were taken into his house. The captive had to be unbound, and the cords had to be drawn up through a hole in the roof, and so let down into the street. His wife, the Flaminica, had to observe nearly the same rules, and others of her own besides. She might not ascend more than 3 steps of the kind of staircase called Greek. At a certain festival, she might not comb her hair. The leather of her shoes might not be made from a beast that had died a natural death, but only from one that had been slain or sacrificed. If she heard thunder, she was tabooed till she had offered an expiatory sacrifice. Among the Grebo people of Sierra Leone, there is a pontiff who bears the title of Bough, and has been compared, on somewhat slender grounds, to the high priest of the Jews. He is appointed in accordance with the behest of an oracle. At an elaborate ceremony of installation, he is anointed. A ring is put on his ankle as a badge of office, and the doorposts of his house are sprinkled with the blood of a sacrifice goat. He has charge of the public talismans and idols, which he feeds with rice and oil every new moon, and he sacrifices on behalf of the town to the dead and to demons. Nominally, his power is very great, but in practice it is very limited, for he dare not defy public opinion, and he is held responsible, even with his life, for any adversity that befalls the country. It is expected of him that he should cause the earth to bring forth abundantly, the people to be healthy, war to be driven far away, and witchcraft to be kept in abeyance. His life is trammeled by the observance of certain restrictions or taboos. Thus he may not sleep in any house but his own official residence, which is called the anointed house, with reference to the ceremony of anointing him at inauguration. He may not drink water on the highway. He may not eat while a corpse is in the town, and he may not mourn for the dead. If he dies while in office, he must be buried at dead of night. Few may hear of his burial, and none may mourn for him when his death is made public. Should he have fallen a victim to the poison ordeal by drinking a decoction of sassywood, as it is called, he must be buried under a running stream of water. Among the Todas of southern India, the holy milkman, who acts as priest of the sacred dairy, is subject to a variety of irksome and burdensome restrictions during the whole time of his incumbency, which may last many years. Thus, he must live at the sacred dairy and may never visit his home or any ordinary village. He must be celibate. If he is married, he must leave his wife. On no account may any ordinary person touch the holy milkman or the holy dairy. Such a touch would so defile his holiness that he would forfeit his office. It is only on 2 days a week, namely Mondays and Thursdays, that a mere layman may even approach the milkman. On other days, if he has any business with him, he must stand at a distance, some say a quarter mile, and shout his message across the intervening space. Further, The holy milkman never cuts his hair or repairs his nails so long as he holds office. He never crosses a river by a bridge, but wades through a ford and only certain fords. If a death occurs in his clan, he may not attend any of the funeral ceremony, unless he first resigns his office and descends from the exalted rank of milkman to that of a mere common mortal. Indeed, it appears that in old days he had to resign the seals, or rather the pails of office, whenever any member of his clan departed this life. However, these heavy restraints are laid in their entirety only on milkmen of the very highest class. Section 2. Divorce of the spiritual from the temporal power. The burdensome observances attached to the royal or priestly office produced their natural effect. Either men refused to accept the office, which hence tended to fall into abeyance, or in accepting it, they sank under its weight into spiritless creatures, cloistered recluses, from whose nerveless fingers the reins of government slipped into the firmer grasp of men who were often content to wield the reality of sovereignty without its name. In some countries, this rift in the supreme power deepened into a total and permanent separation of the spiritual and temporal powers, the old royal house retaining their purely religious functions, while the civil government passed into the hands of a younger and more vigorous race, to take examples. In a previous part of this work, we saw that in Cambodia it is often necessary to force the kingships of fire and water upon the reluctant successors, and that in Savage Island the monarchy actually came to an end because at last no one could be induced to accept the dangerous distinction. In some parts of West Africa, when the king dies, a family council is secretly held to determine his successor. He on whom the choice falls is suddenly seized, bound, and thrown into the fetish house, where he is kept in durance till he consents to accept the crown. Sometimes the heir finds means of evading the honor which it is sought to thrust upon him. A ferocious chief has been known to go about constantly armed, resolute to resist by force any attempt to set him on the throne. The savage Tims of Sierra Leone, who elect their king, reserve to themselves the right of beating him on the eve of his coronation, and they avail themselves of this constitutional privilege with such hearty goodwill that sometimes the unhappy monarch does not long survive his elevation to the throne. Hence, when the leading chiefs have a spite at a man and wish to rid themselves of him, they elect him king. Formerly, before a man was proclaimed king of Sierra Leone, it used to be the custom to load him with chains and thrash him. Then the fetters were knocked off, the kingly robe was placed on him, and he received in his hands the symbol of royal dignity, which was nothing but the axe of the executioner. It is not therefore surprising to read that in Sierra Leone, where such customs have prevailed, except among the Mandingos and Suzis, few kings are natives of the countries they govern. So different are their ideas from ours, that very few are solicitous of the honor, and competition is very seldom heard of. The Mikados of Japan seem early to have resorted to the expedient of transferring the honors and burdens of supreme power to their infant children. And the rise of the tycoons, long the temporal sovereigns of the country, is traced to the abdication of a certain Mikado in favor of his 3-year-old son, the sovereignty having been wrested by a usurper from the infant prince. The cause of the Mikado was championed by Yoritomo, a man of spirit and conduct who overthrew the usurper and restored to the Mikado the shadow, while he retained for himself the substance of power. He bequeathed to his descendants the dignity he had won, and thus became the founder of the line of tycoons. Down to the latter half of the 16th century, the tycoons were active and efficient rulers, but the same fate overtook them which had befallen the Mikados, enmeshed in the same inextricable web of custom and law. They degenerated into mere puppets, hardly stirring from their palaces and occupied in a perpetual round of empty ceremonies, while the real business of government was managed by the Council of State. In Tonquin, the monarchy ran a similar course. Living like his predecessors in effeminacy and sloth, the king was driven from the throne by an ambitious adventurer named Mac, who from a fisherman had risen to be Grand Mandarin. But the king's brother Tring put down the usurper and restored the king, retaining, however, for himself and his descendants the dignity of general of all the forces. Thenceforward the kings, though invested with the title and pomp of sovereignty, ceased to govern, While they lived secluded in their palaces, all real political power was wielded by the hereditary generals. In Mangaya, a Polynesian island, religious and civil authority were lodged in separate hands, spiritual functions being discharged by a line of hereditary kings, while the temporal government was entrusted from time to time to a victorious war chief, whose investiture, however, had to be completed by the king. Similarly, in Tonga, besides the civil king, whose right to the throne was partly hereditary and partly derived from his warlike reputation and the number of his fighting men, there was a great divine chief who ranked above the king and the other chiefs in virtue of his supposed descent from one of the chief gods. Once a year, the first fruits of the ground were offered to him at a solemn ceremony, and it was believed that if these offerings were not made, the vengeance of the gods would fall in a signal manner on the people. Peculiar forms of speech, such as were applied to no one else, were used in speaking of him, and everything that he chanced to touch became sacred or tabooed. When he and the king met, the monarch had to sit down on the ground in token of respect until his holiness had passed by. Yet, though he enjoyed the highest veneration by reason of his divine origin, this sacred personage possessed no political authority, and if he ventured to meddle with affairs of state, it was at the risk of receiving a rebuff from the king, to whom the real power belonged, and who finally succeeded in ridding himself of his spiritual rival. In some parts of Western Africa, two kings reign side by side, a fetish or religious king and a civil king. But the fetish king is really supreme. He controls the weather and so forth, and can put a stop to everything. When he lays his red staff on the ground, no one may pass that way. This division of power between a sacred and a secular ruler is to be met with wherever the true Negro culture has been left unmolested, but where the Negro form of society has been disturbed, as in Dahomey and Ashanti. There is a tendency to consolidate the two powers in a single king. In some parts of the East Indian island of Timor, we meet with a partition of power like that, which is represented by the civil king and the fetish king of Western Africa. Some of the Timorese tribes recognize two Rajas, the ordinary or civil Raja, who governs the people, and the fetish or taboo Raja, who is charged with the control of everything that concerns the earth and its products. This latter ruler has the right of declaring anything taboo. His permission must be obtained before new land may be brought under cultivation, and he must perform certain necessary ceremonies when the work is being carried out. If drought or blight threatens the crops, his help is invoked to save them. Though he ranks below the civil Raja, he exercises a momentous influence on the course of events, for his secular colleague is bound to consult him in all important matters. In some of the neighboring islands, such as Rodi and Eastern Flores, a spiritual ruler of the same sort is recognized under various native names, which all mean Lord of the Ground. Similarly, in the Macao district of British New Guinea, there is a double chieftainship. The people are divided into two groups according to families, and each of the groups has its chief. One of the two is the war chief, the other is the taboo chief. The office of the latter is hereditary. His duty is to impose a taboo on any of the crops, such as the cocoa nuts and areca nuts, whenever he thinks it desirable to prohibit their use. In his office, we may perhaps detect the beginning of a priestly dynasty, but as yet his functions appear to be more magical than religious, being concerned with the control of the harvests rather than with the propitiation of higher powers. Chapter 18. The Perils of the Soul, Section 1. The soul as a mannequin. The foregoing examples have taught us that the office of the sacred king or priest is often hedged in by a series of burdensome restrictions or taboos, of which a principal purpose appears to be to preserve the life of the divine man for the good of his people. But if the object of the taboos is to save his life, the question arises, how is their observance supposed to effect this end? To understand this, we must know the nature of the danger which threatens the king's life, and which it is the intention of these curious restrictions to guard against. We must therefore ask, what does early man understand by death? To what causes does he attribute it? And how does he think it may be guarded against? As the savage commonly explains the processes of inanimate nature by supposing that they are produced by living beings working in or behind the phenomena. So he explains the phenomena of life itself. If an animal lives and moves, it can only be, he thinks, because there is a little animal inside which moves it. If a man lives and moves, it can only be because he has a little man or animal inside who moves him. The animal inside the man inside the man is the soul. And as the activity of an animal or man is explained by the presence of the soul, so the repose of sleep or death is explained by its absence. Sleep or trance being the temporary, death being the permanent absence of the soul. Hence, if death be the permanent absence of the soul, the way to guard against it is either to prevent the soul from leaving the body, or, if it does depart, to ensure that it shall return. The precautions adopted by savages to secure one or other of these ends take the form of certain prohibitions or taboos, which are nothing but rules intended to ensure either the continued presence or the return of the soul. In short, they are life preservers or lifeguards. These general statements will now be illustrated by examples. Addressing some Australian blacks, a European missionary said, "I am not one, as you think, but two." Upon this they laughed. "You may laugh as much as you like," continued the missionary. "I tell you that I am two in one. This great body that you see is one. Within that there is another little one which is not visible. The great body dies and is buried, but the little body flies away when the great one dies." To this some of the blacks replied, "Yes, yes. We also are two. We also have a little body within the breast." On being asked where the little body went after death, some said it went behind the bush, others said it went into the sea, and some said they did not know. The Hurons thought that the soul had a head and body, arms and legs. In short, that it was a complete little model of the man himself. The Eskimo believe that the soul exhibits the same shape as the body it belongs to, but is of a more subtle and ethereal nature. According to the Nukas, the soul has the shape of a tiny man. Its seat is the crown of the head. So long as it stands erect, its owner is hale and hearty, but when from any cause it loses its upright position, he loses his senses. Among the Indian tribes of the lower Frazer River, man is held to have 4 souls, of which the principal one has the form of a mannequin, while the other 3 are shadows of it. The Malays conceive the human soul as a little man, mostly invisible, and of the bigness of a thumb, who corresponds exactly in shape, proportion, and even in complexion to the man in whose body he resides. This mannequin is of a thin, unsubstantial nature, though not so impalpable, but that it may cause displacement on entering a physical object, and it can flit quickly from place to place. It is temporarily absent from the body in sleep, trance, and disease, and permanently absent after death. So exact is the resemblance of the mannequin to the man, in other words, of the soul to the body, that as there are fat bodies and thin bodies, so there are fat souls and thin souls. As there are heavy bodies and light bodies, long bodies and short bodies, so there are heavy souls and light souls, long souls and short souls. The people of Nayas think that every man, before he is born, is asked how long or how heavy a soul he would like, and a soul of the desired weight or length is measured out to him. The heaviest soul ever given out weighs about 10 grams. The length of a man's life is proportioned to the length of his soul. Children who die young had short souls. The Fijian conception of the soul as a tiny human being comes clearly out in the customs observed at the death of a chief among the Nakala tribe. When a chief dies, certain men, who are the hereditary undertakers, call him as he lies, ornamented on fine mats, saying, "Rise, serve the chief, and let us be going. The day has come over the land." Then they conduct him to the riverside, where the ghostly ferryman comes to ferry Nakala ghosts across the stream. As they thus attend the chief on his last journey, they hold their great fans close to the ground to shelter him, because as one of them explained to a missionary, his soul is only a little child. People in the Punjab who tattoo themselves believe that at death the soul, the little entire man or woman inside the mortal frame, will go to heaven blazoned with the same tattoo patterns which adorn the body in life. Sometimes, however, as we shall see, the human soul is conceived not in human, but in animal form. Section 2. Absence and recall of the soul. The soul is commonly supposed to escape by the natural openings of the body, especially the mouth and nostrils. Hence, in Celebes, they sometimes fasten fish hooks to a sick man's nose, novel, and feet, so that if his soul should try to escape, it may be hooked and held fast. A Turek on the Baram River in Borneo refused to part with some hook-like stones because they, as it were, hooked his soul to his body and so prevented the spiritual portion of him from becoming detached from the material. When a sea Dayak sorcerer or medicine man is initiated, his fingers are supposed to be furnished with fish hooks, with which he will thereafter clutch the human soul in the act of flying away and restore it to the body of the sufferer. But hooks, it is plain, may be used to catch the souls of enemies as well as of friends. Acting on this principle, headhunters in Borneo hang wooden hooks beside the skulls of their slain enemies in the belief that this helps them on their forays to hook in fresh heads. One of the implements of a Haida medicine man is a hollow bone in which he bottles up departing souls, and so restores them to their owners. When anyone yawns in their presence, the Hindus always snap their thumbs, believing that this will hinder the soul from issuing through the open mouth. The Marquesans used to hold the mouth and nose of a dying man, in order to keep him in life by preventing his soul from escaping. The same custom is reported of the New Caledonians, and with the like intention the Bagobos of the Philippine Islands put rings of brass wire on the wrists or ankles of their sick. On the other hand, the Adinamas of South America seal up the eyes, nose, and mouth of a dying person, in case his ghost should get out and carry off others. And for a similar reason, the people of Nayas, who fear the spirits of the recently deceased and identify them with the breath, seek to confine the vagrant soul in its earthly tabernacle by budging up the nose or tying up the jaws of the corpse. Before leaving a corpse, the Wakel Bough of Australia used to place hot coals in its ears in order to keep the ghost in the body, until they had got such a good start that he could not overtake them. In southern Celebes, to hinder the escape of a woman's soul in childbed, the nurse ties a band as tightly as possible round the body of the expectant mother. The Minangkabauers of Sumatra observe a similar custom. A skein of thread or a string is sometimes fastened around the wrist or loins of a woman in childbed, so that when her soul seeks to depart in her hour of travail, it may find the egress barred. And lest the soul of a babe should escape and be lost as soon as it is born, the Alfoors of Celebes, when a birth is about to take place, are careful to close every opening in the house, even the keyhole, and they stop up every chink and cranny in the walls. Also, they tie up the mouths of all animals inside and outside the house, for fear one of them might swallow the child's soul. For a similar reason, all persons present in the house, even the mother herself, are obliged to keep their mouths shut the whole time the birth is taking place. When the question was put why they did not hold their noses also, lest the child's soul should get into one of them, the answer was that breath being exhaled as well as inhaled through the nostrils, the soul would be expelled before it could have time to settle down. Popular expressions in the language of civilized peoples, such as to have one's heart in one's mouth, or the soul in the lips or in the nose, show how natural is the idea that the life or soul may escape by the mouth or nostrils. Often the soul is conceived as a bird ready to take flight. This conception has probably left traces in most languages, and it lingers as a metaphor in poetry. The Malays carry out the conception of the bird soul in a number of odd ways. If the soul is a bird on the wing, it may be attracted by rice, and so either prevented from flying away or lured back again from its perilous flight. Thus, in Java, when a child is placed on the ground for the first time, a moment which uncultured people seem to regard as especially dangerous, it is put in a hen coop, and the mother makes a clucking sound as if she were calling hens. And in Sintang, a district of Borneo, when a person, whether man, woman, or child, has fallen out of a house or off a tree, and has been brought home, his wife or other kinswoman goes as speedily as possible to the spot where the accident happened, and there strews rice, which has been colored yellow, while she utters the words, "Cluck, cluck, soul, so-and-so is in his house again. Cluck, cluck, soul." Then she gathers up the rice in a basket, carries it to the sufferer, and drops the grains from her hand on his head, saying again, "Cluck, cluck, soul." Here the intention clearly is to decoy back the loitering bird soul and replace it in the head of its owner. The soul of a sleeper is supposed to wander away from his body and actually to visit the places, to see the persons, and to perform the acts of which he dreams. For example, when an Indian of Brazil or jnana, wakes up from a sound sleep. He is firmly convinced that his soul has really been away hunting, fishing, felling trees, or whatever else he has dreamed of doing, while all the time his body has been lying motionless in his hammock. A whole Bororo village has been thrown into a panic and nearly deserted because somebody had dreamed that he saw enemies stealthily approaching it, a Makusi Indian in weak health who dreamed that his employer had made him haul the canoe up a series of difficult cataracts, bitterly reproached his master next morning for his want of consideration and thus making a poor invalid go out and toil during the night. The Indians of the Gran Chaco are often heard to relate the most incredible stories as things which they have themselves seen and heard. Hence strangers who do not know them intimately say in their haste that these Indians are liars. In point of fact, the Indians are firmly convinced of the truth of what they relate, for these wonderful adventures are simply their dreams, which they do not distinguish from waking realities. Now the absence of the soul in sleep has its dangers, for if from any cause the soul should be permanently detained away from the body, the person thus deprived of the vital principle must die. There is a German belief that the soul escapes from a sleeper's mouth in the form of a white mouse or a little bird, and that, to prevent the return of the bird or animal, would be fatal to the sleeper. Hence, in Transylvania, they say that you should not let a child sleep with its mouth open, or its soul will slip out in the shape of a mouse, and the child will never wake. Many causes may detain the sleeper's soul. Thus, his soul may meet the soul of another sleeper, and the two souls may fight. If a Guinea Negro wakens with sore bones in the morning, he thinks that his soul has been thrashed by another soul in sleep. Or it may meet the soul of a person just deceased and be carried off by it. Hence, in the Aru Islands, the inmates of a house will not sleep the night after death has taken place in it, because the soul of the deceased is supposed to be still in the house, and they fear to meet it in a dream. Again, the soul of the sleeper may be prevented by an accident or by physical force from returning to his body. When a Dayak dreams of falling into the water, he supposes that this accident has really befallen his spirit, and he sends for a wizard who fishes for the spirit with a hand net in a basin of water till he catches it and restores it to its owner. The annals tell how a man fell asleep and, growing very thirsty, his soul, in the form of a lizard, left his body and entered a pitcher of water to drink. Just then the owner of the pitcher happened to cover it, so the soul could not return to the body, and the man died. While his friends were preparing to burn the body, someone uncovered the pitcher to get water. The lizard thus escaped and returned to the body, which immediately revived. So the man rose up and asked his friends why they were weeping. They told him they thought he was dead and were about to burn his body. He said he had been down a well to get water, but had found it hard to get out and had just returned. So they saw it all. It is a common rule with primitive people not to waken a sleeper, because his soul is away and might not have time to get back. So if the man wakened without his soul, he would fall sick. If it is absolutely necessary to rouse a sleeper, it must be done very gradually to allow the soul time to return. A Fijian in Matuku, suddenly wakened from a nap by somebody treading on his foot, has been heard bawling after his soul and imploring it to return. He had just been dreaming that he was far away in Tonga, and great was his alarm on suddenly wakening to find his body in Matuku. Death stared him in the face unless his soul could be induced to speed at once across the sea and reanimate its deserted tenement. The man would probably have died of fright if a missionary had not been at hand to allay his terror. Still more dangerous is it, in the opinion of primitive man, to move a sleeper or alter his appearance, for if this were done, the soul on its return might not be able to find or recognize its body, and so the person would die. The Manenka Bowers deem it highly improper to blacken or dirty the face of a sleeper, lest the absent soul should shrink from re-entering a body thus disfigured. Patani Malays fancy that if a person's face be painted while he sleeps, the soul which has gone out of him will not recognize him, and he will sleep on till his face is washed. In Bombay, it is thought equivalent to murder to change the aspect of a sleeper, as by painting his face in fantastic colors or giving mustaches to a sleeping woman. For when the soul returns, it will not know its own body, and the person will die. But in order that a man's soul should quit his body, it is not necessary that he should be asleep. It may quit him in his waking hours, and then sickness, insanity, or death will be the result. Thus, a man of the Wurundjeri tribe in Australia lay at his last gasp because his spirit had departed from him. A medicine man went in pursuit and caught the spirit by the middle, just as it was about to plunge into the sunset glow, which is the light cast by the souls of the dead as they pass in and out of the underworld where the sun goes to rest. Having captured the vagrant spirit, the doctor brought it back under his opossum rug, laid himself down on the dying man, and put the soul back into him, so that after a time he revived. The Karens of Burma are perpetually anxious about their souls, lest these should go roving from their bodies, leaving the owners to die. When a man has reason to fear that his soul is about to take this fatal step, a ceremony is performed to retain or recall it, in which the whole family must take part. A meal is prepared consisting of a cock and hen, a special kind of rice, and a bunch of bananas. Then the head of the family takes the bowl which is used to skim rice, and knocking with it thrice on the top of the house ladder says, "Purr! Come back, soul, do not tarry outside. If it rains, you will be wet. If the sun shines, you will be hot. The gnats will sting you, the leeches will bite you, the tigers will devour you. The thunder will crush you. Purr! Come back, soul! Here it will be well with you. You shall want for nothing. Come and eat under shelter from the wind and the storm." After that, the family partakes of the meal, and the ceremony ends with everybody tying their right wrist with a string, which has been charmed by a sorcerer. Similarly, the Lolas of southwestern China believe that the soul leaves the body in chronic illness. In that case, they read a sort of elaborate litany, calling on the soul by name, and beseeching it to return from the hills, the vales, the rivers, the forests, the fields, or from wherever it may be straying. At the same time, cups of water, wine, and rice are set at the door for the refreshment of the weary, wandering spirit. When the ceremony is over, they tie a red cord round the arm of the sick man to tether the soul, and this cord is worn by him until it decays and drops off. Some of the Congo tribes believe that when a man is ill, his soul has left his body and is wandering at large. The aid of the sorcerer is then called in to capture the vagrant spirit and restore it to the invalid. Generally, the physician declares that he has successfully chased the soul into the branch of a tree. The whole town thereupon turns out and accompanies the doctor to the tree, where the strongest men are deputed to break off the branch in which the soul of the sick man is supposed to be lodged. This they do and carry the branch back to the town, insinuating by their gestures that the burden is heavy and hard to bear. When the branch has been brought to the sick man's hut, he is placed in an upright position by its side, and the sorcerer performs the enchantments by which the soul is believed to be restored to its owner. Pining, sickness, great fright, and death are ascribed by the Bataks of Sumatra to the absence of the soul from the body. At first they try to beckon the wanderer back, and to lure him like a fowl by strewing rice. Then the following form of words is commonly repeated. "Come back, O soul, whether thou art lingering in the wood, or on the hills, or in the dale. See, I call thee with a Tuemba bras, with an egg of the fowl Rajamolija, with the 11 healing leaves. Detain it not. Let it come straight here. Detain it not, neither in the wood, nor on the hill, nor in the dale. That may not be. Oh, come straight home." Once, when a popular traveler was leaving a Kayan village, the mothers, fearing that their children's souls might follow him on his journey, brought him the boards on which they carry their infants, and begged him to pray that the souls of the little ones would return to the familiar boards and not go away with him into the far country. To each board was fastened a loop string for the purpose of tethering the vagrant spirits, and through the loop, each baby was made to pass a chubby finger, to make sure that its tiny soul would not wander away. In an Indian story, a king conveys his soul into the dead body of a Brahmin, and a hunchback conveys his soul into the deserted body of the king. The hunchback is now king, and the king is a Brahmin. However, the hunchback is induced to show his skill by transferring his soul to the dead body of a parrot, and the king seizes the opportunity to regain possession of his own body. A tale of the same type, with variations of detail, reappears among the Malays. A king has incautiously transferred his soul to an ape. upon which the vizier adroitly inserts his own soul into the king's body, and so takes possession of the queen and the kingdom, while the true king languishes at court in the outward semblance of an ape. But one day the false king, who played for high stakes, was watching a combat of rams, and it happened that the animal on which he had laid his money fell down dead. All efforts to restore animation proved unavailing till the false king, with the instinct of a true sportsman, transferred his own soul to the body of the deceased ram and thus renewed the fray. The real king in the body of the ape saw his chance and with great presence of mind darted back into his own body, which the vizier had rashly vacated. So he came to his own again, and the usurper in the ram's body met with the fate he richly deserved. Similarly, the Greeks told how the soul of Hermodamus of Clazomena used to quit his body and roam far away, bringing back intelligence of what he had seen on his rambles to his friends at home, until one day, when his spirit was abroad, his enemies contrived to seize his deserted body and committed it to the flames. The departure of the soul is not always voluntary. It may be extracted from the body against its will by ghosts, demons, or sorcerers. Hence, when a funeral is passing the house, the Karens tie their children with a special kind of string to a particular part of the house, lest the souls of the children should leave their bodies and go into the corpse which is passing. The children are kept tied in this way until the corpse is out of sight, and after the corpse has been laid in the grave. But before the earth has been shoveled in, the mourners and friends range themselves round the grave, each with a bamboo split lengthwise in one hand and a little stick in the other. Each man thrusts his bamboo into the grave, and drawing the stick along the groove of the bamboo points out to his soul that in this way it may easily climb up out of the tomb. While the earth is being shoveled in, the bamboos are kept out of the way, lest the soul should be in them, and so should be inadvertently buried with the earth as it is being thrown into the grave. And when the people leave the spot, they carry away the bamboos, begging their souls to come with them. Further, further. On returning from the grave, each Karen provides himself with 3 little hooks made of branches of trees, and calling his spirit to follow him at short intervals as he returns, he makes a motion as if hooking it, and then thrusts the hook into the ground. This is done to prevent the soul of the living from staying behind with the soul of the dead. When the Karobadaks have buried somebody and are filling in the grave, a sorceress runs about beating the air with a stick. This she does in order to drive away the souls of the survivors. For if one of these souls happened to slip into the grave and to be covered up with earth, its owner would die. In Uya, one of the Loyalty Islands, the souls of the dead seem to have been credited with the power of stealing the souls of the living. For when a man was sick, the soul doctor would go with a large troop of men and women to the graveyard. Here the men played on flutes and the women whistled softly to lure the soul home. After this had gone on for some time, they formed in procession and moved homewards, the flutes playing and the women whistling all the way, while they led back the wandering soul and drove it gently along with open palms. On entering the patient's dwelling, they commanded the soul in a loud voice to enter his body. Often the abduction of a man's soul set down a demon's. Thus fits and convulsions are generally ascribed by the Chinese to the agency of certain mischievous spirits who love to draw men's souls out of their bodies. Atomoi, the spirits who serve babies and children in this way rejoice in the high-sounding titles of celestial agencies bestriding galloping horses and literary graduates, residing halfway up in the sky. When an infant is writhing in convulsions, the frightened mother hastens to the roof of the house and, waving about a bamboo pole to which one of the child's garments is attached, cries out several times, "My child, so-and-so, come back. Return home meantime." Another inmate of the house bangs away at a gong in the hope of attracting the attention of the strayed soul, which is supposed to recognize the familiar garment and to slip into it. The garment containing the soul is then placed on or beside the child, and if the child does not die, recovery is sure to follow, sooner or later. Similarly, some Indians catch a man's lost soul in his boots and restore it to his body by putting his feet into them. In the Moluccas, when a man is unwell, it is thought that some devil has carried away his soul to the tree, mountain, or hill where he, the devil, resides. A sorcerer having pointed out the devil's abode, The friends of the patient carry thither cooked rice, fruit, fish, raw eggs, a hen, a chicken, a silken robe, gold, armlets, and so forth. Having set out the food in order, they pray, saying, "We come to offer to you, O devil, this offering of food, clothes, gold, and so on. Take it and release the soul of the patient for whom we pray. And he who now is sick shall be made whole." Then they eat a little and let the hen loose as a ransom for the soul of the patient. Also they put down the raw eggs, but the silken robe, the gold, and the armlets they take home with them. As soon as they are come to the house, they place a flat bowl containing the offerings which have been brought back at the sick man's head, and say to him, "Now is your soul released, and you shall fare well and live to gray hairs on the earth." Demons are especially feared by persons who have just entered a new house. Hence, at a housewarming among the Alfours of Minahassa in Celebes, the priest performs a ceremony for the purpose of restoring their souls to the inmates. He hangs up a bag at the place of sacrifice and then goes through a list of the gods. There are so many of them that this takes him the whole night through without stopping. In the morning, he offers the gods an egg and some rice. By this time, the souls of the household are supposed to be gathered in the bag. So the priest takes the bag and, holding it on the head of the master of the house, says, "Here you have your soul. Go, soul, tomorrow away again." He then does the same, saying the same words to the housewife and all the other members of the family. Amongst the same Alfours, one way of recovering a sick man's soul is to let down a bowl by a belt out of a window and fish for the soul till it is caught in the bowl and hauled up. And among the same people, when a priest is bringing back a sick man's soul, which he has caught in a cloth, he is preceded by a girl holding the large leaf of a certain palm over his head as an umbrella to keep him and the soul from getting wet, in case it should rain, and he is followed by a man brandishing a sword to deter other souls from any attempt at rescuing the captured spirit. Sometimes the lost soul is brought back in a visible shape. The Salish or Flathead Indians of Oregon believe that a man's soul may be separated for a time from his body without causing death and without the man being aware of his loss. It is necessary, however, that the lost soul should be soon found and restored to its owner, or he will die. The name of the man who has lost his soul is revealed in a dream to the medicine man, who hastens to inform the sufferer of his loss. Generally, a number of men have sustained a like loss at the same time. All their names are revealed to the medicine man, and all employ him to recover their soul. The whole night long, these soulless men go about the village from lodge to lodge, dancing and singing. Towards daybreak, they go into a separate lodge, which is closed up so as to be totally dark. A small hole is then made in the roof, through which the medicine man, with a bunch of feathers, brushes in the souls in the shape of bits of bone and the like, which he receives on a piece of matting. A fire is next kindled, by the light of which the medicine man sorts out the souls. First, he puts aside the souls of dead people, of which there are usually several. For if he were to give the soul of a dead person to a living man, the man would die instantly. Next, he picks out the souls of all the persons present, and making them all to sit down before him, he takes the soul of each, in the shape of a splinter of bone, wood, or shell, and placing it on the owner's head, pats it with many prayers and contortions, till it descends into the heart, and so resumes its proper place. Again, souls may be extracted from their bodies or detained on their wanderings, not only by ghosts and demons, but also by men, especially by sorcerers. In Fiji, if a criminal refused to confess, the chief sent for a scarf with which to catch away the soul of the rogue. At the sight or even at the mention of the scarf, the culprit generally made a clean breast. For if he did not, the scarf would be waved over his head till his soul was caught in it, when it would be carefully folded up and nailed to the end of a chief's canoe, and for want of his soul the criminal would pine and die. The sorcerers of Danger Island used to set snares for souls. The snares were made of stout sonnet, about 15 to 30 feet long, with loops on either side of different sizes, to suit the different sizes of souls. For fat souls there were large loops, for thin souls there were small ones. When a man was sick against whom the sorcerer had a grudge, they set up these soul snares near his house, and watched for the flight of his soul. If in the shape of a bird or an insect it was caught in the snare, the man would infallibly die. In some parts of West Africa, indeed, wizards are continually setting traps to catch souls that wander from their bodies in sleep, and when they have caught one, they tie it up over the fire, and as it shrivels in the heat, the owner sickens. This is done not out of any grudge towards the sufferer, but purely as a matter of business. The wizard does not care whose soul he has captured, and will readily restore it to its owner, if only he is paid for doing so. Some sorcerers keep regular asylums for strayed souls, and anybody who has lost or mislaid his own soul can always have another one from the asylum on payment of the usual fee. No blame whatever attaches to men who keep these private asylums or set traps for passing souls. It is their profession, and in the exercise of it, they are actuated by no harsh or unkindly feeling. But there are also wretches who, from pure spite or for the sake of lucre, set and bait traps with the deliberate purpose of catching the soul of a particular man. And in the bottom of the pot, hidden by the bait, are knives and sharp hooks which tear and rend the poor soul, either killing it outright or mauling it so as to impair the health of its owner when it succeeds in escaping and returning to him. Miss Kingsley knew a crewman who became very anxious about his soul, because for several nights he had smelt in his dreams the savory smell of smoked crawfish, seasoned with red pepper. Clearly some ill-wisher had set a trap baited with this dainty for his dream soul, intending to do him grievous bodily, or rather spiritual harm, and for the next few nights great pains were taken to keep his soul from straying abroad in his sleep. In the sweltering heat of the tropical night, he lay sweating and snorting under a blanket, his nose and mouth tied up with a handkerchief to prevent the escape of his precious soul. In Hawaii, there were sorcerers who caught souls of living people, shut them up in calabashes, and gave them to people to eat. By squeezing a captured soul in their hands, they discovered the place where people had been secretly buried. Nowhere, perhaps, is the art of abducting human souls more carefully cultivated or carried to higher perfection than in the Malay Peninsula. Here the methods by which the wizard works his will are various, and so too are his motives. Sometimes he desires to destroy an enemy, sometimes to win the love of a cold or bashful beauty. Thus, to take an instance of the latter sort of charm, the following are the directions given for securing the soul of one whom you wish to render distraught. When the moon, just risen, looks red above the eastern horizon, go out, and standing in the moonlight with the big toe of your right foot on the big toe of your left, make a speaking trumpet of your right hand and recite through it the following words. I loose my shaft, I loose it, and the moon clouds over, I loose it, and the sun is extinguished. I loose it, and the stars burn dim. But it is not the sun, moon, and stars that I shoot at. It is the stalk of the heart of that child of the congregation. So-and-so, cluck, cluck, soul of so-and-so, come and walk with me. Come and sit with me. Come and sleep and share my pillow. Cluck, cluck, soul. Repeat this thrice, and after every repetition blow through your hollow fist. Or you may catch the soul in your turban. Thus, go out on the night of the full moon and the 2 succeeding nights. Sit down on an ant-hill facing the moon, burn incense, and recite the following incantation. I bring you a beetle leaf to chew, dab the lime onto it. Prince Ferocious, for somebody. Prince Distraction's daughter, to chew. Somebody at sunrise, be distraught for love of me. Somebody at sunset, be distraught for love of me. As you remember your parents, remember me. As you remember your house and house ladder, remember me. When thunder rumbles, remember me. When wind whistles, remember me. When the heavens rain, remember me. When cocks crow, remember me. When the dial bird tells its tales, remember me. When you look up at the sun, remember me. When you look up at the moon, for in that selfsame moon I am there. Cluck, cluck. Soul of somebody, come hither to me. I do not mean to let you have my soul. Let your soul come hither to mine. Now wave the end of your turban towards the moon 7 times each night. Go home and put it under your pillow, and if you want to wear it in the daytime, burn incense, and say, it is not a turban that I carry in my girdle, but the soul of somebody. The Indians of the Nass River in British Columbia are impressed with the belief that a physician may swallow his patient's soul by mistake. A doctor who is believed to have done so is made by the other members of the faculty to stand over the patient. While one of them thrusts his fingers down the doctor's throat, another kneads him in the stomach with his knuckles, and a third slaps him on the back. If the soul is not in him after all, and if the same process has been repeated upon all the medical men without success, it is concluded that the soul must be in the head doctor's box. A party of doctors, therefore, waits upon him at his house, and requests him to produce his box. When he has done so and arranged its contents on a new mat, they take the votary of Aesculapius and hold him up by the heels with his head in a hole in the floor. In this position they wash his head, and any water remaining from the ablution is taken and poured upon the sick man's head. No doubt the lost soul is in the water. Section 3. The soul as a shadow and a reflection. But the spiritual dangers I have enumerated are not the only ones which beset the savage. Often he regards his shadow or reflection as his soul, or at all events as a vital part of himself, and as such it is necessarily a source of danger to him. For if it is trampled upon, struck, or stabbed, he will feel the injury as if it were done to his person. And if it is detached from him entirely, as he believes that it may be, he will die. In the island of Wedar, there are magicians who can make a man ill by stabbing his shadow with a pike or hacking it with a sword. After Sankara had destroyed the Buddhists in India, it is said that he journeyed to Nepal, where he had some difference of opinion with the Grand Lama. To prove his supernatural powers, he soared into the air. But as he mounted up, the Grand Lama, perceiving his shadow swaying and wavering on the ground, struck his knife into it, and down fell Sankara and broke his neck. In the Banks Islands there are some stones of a remarkably long shape which go by the name of eating ghosts, because certain powerful and dangerous ghosts are believed to lodge in them. If a man's shadow falls on one of these stones, the ghost will draw his soul out from him so that he will die. Such stones, therefore, are set in a house to guard it. And a messenger sent to a house by the absent owner will call out the name of the sender, lest the watchful ghost in the stone should fancy that he came with evil intent and should do him a mischief. At a funeral in China, at a funeral in China! When the lid is about to be placed on the coffin, most of the bystanders, with the exception of the nearest kin, retire a few steps or even retreat to another room. For a person's health is believed to be endangered by allowing his shadow to be enclosed in a coffin. And when the coffin is about to be lowered into the grave, most of the spectators recoil to a little distance, lest their shadows should fall into the grave, and harm should thus be done to their persons. The geomancer and his assistants stand on the side of the grave which is turned away from the sun, and the grave diggers and coffin bearers attach their shadows firmly to their persons by tying a strip of cloth tightly round their waists. Nor is it human beings alone who are thus liable to be injured by means of their shadows. Animals are to some extent in the same predicament. A small snail which frequents the neighborhood of the limestone hills in Perak is believed to suck the blood of cattle through their shadows. Hence the beasts grow lean and sometimes die from loss of blood. The ancients supposed that in Arabia, if a hyena trod on a man's shadow, it deprived him of the power of speech and motion, and that if a dog, standing on a roof in the moonlight, cast a shadow on the ground, and a hyena trod on it, the dog would fall down as if dragged with a rope. Clearly, in these cases, the shadow, if not equivalent to the soul, is at least regarded as a living part of the man or the animal, so that injury done to the shadow is felt by the person or animal as if it were done to his body. Conversely, if the shadow is a vital part of a man or an animal, it may, under certain circumstances, be as hazardous to be touched by it as it would be to come into contact with the person or animal. Hence, the savage makes it a rule to shun the shadow of certain persons whom for various reasons he regards as sources of dangerous influence. Amongst the dangerous classes, he commonly ranks mourners and women in general, but especially his mother-in-law. The Shuswap Indians think that the shadow of a mourner falling upon a person would make him sick. Amongst the Kurnai of Victoria novices at initiation were cautioned not to let a woman's shadow fall across them, as this would make them thin, lazy, and stupid. An Australian native is said to have once nearly died of fright because the shadow of his mother-in-law fell on his legs as he lay asleep under a tree. The awe and dread with which the untutored savage contemplates his mother-in-law are amongst the most familiar facts of anthropology. In the Yuin tribes of New South Wales, the rule which forbade a man to hold any communication with his wife's mother was very strict. He might not look at her or even in her direction. It was a ground of divorce if his shadow happened to fall on his mother-in-law. In that case, he had to leave his wife, and she returned to her parents. In New Britain, the native imagination fails to conceive the extent and nature of the calamities which would result from a man's accidentally speaking to his wife's mother. Suicide of one or both would probably be the only course open to them. The most solemn form of oath a New Briton can take is, "Sir, if I am not telling the truth, I hope I may shake hands with my mother-in-law," where the shadow is regarded as so intimately bound up with the life of the man that its loss entails debility or death. It is natural to expect that its diminution should be regarded with solicitude and apprehension, as betokening a corresponding decrease in the vital energy of its owner. In Amboina and Uliase, 2 islands near the equator, where necessarily there is little or no shadow cast at noon, the people make it a rule not to go out of the house at midday, because they fancy that, by doing so, a man may lose the shadow of his soul. The Magayans tell of a mighty warrior, Tukayawa, whose strength waxed and waned with the length of his shadow. In the morning, when his shadow fell longest, his strength was greatest. But as the shadow shortened towards noon, his strength ebbed with it, till exactly at noon it reached its lowest point. Then, as the shadow stretched out in the afternoon, his strength returned. A certain hero discovered the secret of Tukayawa's strength and slew him at noon. The savage Besizes of the Malay Peninsula fear to bury their dead at noon, because they fancy that the shortness of their shadows at that hour would sympathetically shorten their own lives. Nowhere, perhaps, does the equivalence of the shadow to the life or soul come out more clearly than in some customs practiced to this day in southeastern Europe. In modern Greece, when the foundation of a new building is being laid, it is the custom to kill a cock, a ram, or a lamb, and to let its blood flow on the foundation stone, under which the animal is afterwards buried. The object of the sacrifice is to give strength and stability to the building, but sometimes, instead of killing an animal, the builder entices a man to the foundation stone, secretly measures his body or a part of it or his shadow, and buries the measure under the foundation stone, or he lays the foundation stone upon the man's shadow. It is believed that the man will die within the year. The Romanians of Transylvania think that he whose shadow is thus immured will die within 40 days, so persons passing by a building which is in course of erection may hear a warning cry. "Beware lest they take thy shadow." Not long ago there were still shadow traders whose business it was to provide architects with the shadows necessary for securing their walls. In these cases, the measure of the shadow is looked on as equivalent to the shadow itself, and to bury it is to bury the life or soul of the man who, deprived of it, must die. Thus the custom is a substitute for the old practice of immuring a living person in the walls, or crushing him under the foundation stone of a new building, in order to give strength and durability to the structure, or more definitely in order that the angry ghost may haunt the place and guard it against the intrusion of enemies. As some peoples believe a man's soul to be in his shadow, so other, or the same, peoples believe it to be in his reflection in water or a mirror. Thus the Andamanese do not regard their shadows, but their reflections in any mirror, as their souls. When the Matamotu of New Guinea first saw their likenesses in a looking-glass, they thought that their reflections were their souls. In New Caledonia, the old men are of opinion that a person's reflection in water or a mirror is his soul, but the younger men taught by the Catholic priests maintain that it is a reflection and nothing more, just like the reflection of palm trees in the water. The reflection soul, being external to the man, is exposed to much the same dangers as the shadow soul. The Zulus will not look into a dark pool because they think there is a beast in it which will take away their reflection so that they die. The Basutos say that crocodiles have the power of thus killing a man by dragging his reflection under water. When one of them dies suddenly and from no apparent cause, his relatives will allege that a crocodile must have taken his shadow some time when he crossed the stream in Saddle Island, Melanesia. There is a pool into which, if anyone looks, he dies. The malignant spirit takes hold upon his life by means of his reflection on the water. We can now understand why it was a maxim both in ancient India and ancient Greece not to look at one's reflection in water, and why the Greeks regarded it as an omen of death if a man dreamed of seeing himself so reflected. They feared that the water spirits would drag the person's reflection or soul underwater, leaving him soulless to perish. This was probably the origin of the classical story of the beautiful Narcissus, who languished and died through seeing his reflection in the water. Further, we can now explain the widespread custom of covering up mirrors or turning them to the wall after a death has taken place in the house. It is feared that the soul, projected out of the person in the shape of his reflection in the mirror, may be carried off by the ghost of the departed, which is commonly supposed to linger about the house till the burial. The custom is thus exactly parallel to the Araru custom of not sleeping in a house after a death, for fear that the soul projected out of the body in a dream may meet the ghost and be carried off by it. The reason why sick people should not see themselves in a mirror, and why the mirror in a sick room is therefore covered up, is also plain, in time of sickness, when the soul might take flight so easily. It is particularly dangerous to project it out of the body by means of the reflection in a mirror. The rule is therefore precisely parallel to the rule observed by some peoples of not allowing sick people to sleep, for in sleep the soul is projected out of the body, and there is always a risk that it may not return. As with shadows and reflections, so with portraits, they are often believed to contain the soul of the person portrayed. People who hold this belief are naturally loth to have their likenesses taken. For if the portrait is the soul, or at least a vital part of the person portrayed, whoever possesses the portrait will be able to exercise a fatal influence over the original of it. Thus, the Eskimo of Bering Strait believe that persons dealing in witchcraft have the power of stealing a person's shade, so that without it he will pine away and die. Once at a village on the lower Yukon River, an explorer had set up his camera to get a picture of the people as they were moving about among their houses. While he was focusing the instrument, the headman of the village came up and insisted on peeping under the cloth. Being allowed to do so, he gazed intently for a minute at the moving figures on the ground glass. Then suddenly withdrew his head and bawled at the top of his voice to the people, "He has all of your shades in this box." A panic ensued among the group, and in an instant they disappeared helter-skelter into their houses. The Tepehuanes of Mexico stood in mortal terror of the camera, and 5 days' persuasion was necessary to induce them to pose for it. They believed that by photographing people, the artist could carry off their souls and devour them at his leisure moments. They said that, when the pictures reached his country, they would die or some other evil would befall them. When Dr. Catat and some companions were exploring the Bough country on the west coast of Madagascar, the people suddenly became hostile. The day before, the travelers, not without difficulty, had photographed the royal family, and now found themselves accused of taking the souls of the natives for the purpose of selling them when they returned to France. Denial was vain. In compliance with the custom of the country, they were obliged to catch the souls, which were then put into a basket and ordered by Dr. Catat to return to their respective owners. Some villagers in Sikkim betrayed a lively horror and hid away whenever the lens of a camera, or the evil eye of the box, as they called it, was turned on them. They thought it took away their souls with their pictures, and so put it in the power of the owner of the pictures to cast spells on them, and they alleged that a photograph of the scenery blighted the landscape. Until the reign of the late king of Siam, no Siamese coins were ever stamped with the image of the king, for at that time there was a strong prejudice against the making of portraits in any medium. Europeans who travel into the jungle have, even at the present time, only to point a camera at a crowd to procure its instant dispersion. When a copy of the face of a person is made and taken away from him, a portion of his life goes with the picture. Unless the sovereign had been blessed with the years of a Methuselah, he could scarcely have permitted his life to be distributed in small pieces, together with the coins of the realm. Beliefs of the same sort still linger in various parts of Europe. Not very many years ago, some old women in the Greek island of Carpathus were very angry at having their likenesses drawn, thinking that in consequence they would pine and die. There are persons in the west of Scotland who refuse to have their likenesses taken, lest it prove unlucky, and give as instances the cases of several of their friends who never had a day's health after being photographed. Chapter 19, Tabooed Acts, Section 1, Taboos on Intercourse with Strangers. So much for the primitive conceptions of the soul and the dangers to which it is exposed. These conceptions are not limited to one people or country. With variations of detail, they are found all over the world and survive, as we have seen in modern Europe. Belief so deep-seated and so widespread must necessarily have contributed to shape the mold in which the early kingship was cast. For if every person was at such pains to save his own soul from the perils which threatened it on so many sides, how much more carefully must he have been guarded upon whose life hung the welfare and even the existence of the whole people, and whom therefore it was the common interest of all to preserve. Therefore we should expect to find the king's life protected by a system of precautions or safeguards still more numerous and minute than those which in primitive society every man adopts for the safety of his own soul. Now, in point of fact, the life of the early kings is regulated, as we have seen and shall see more fully presently, by a very exact code of rule. May we not then conjecture that these rules are in fact the very safeguards which we should expect to find adopted for the protection of the king's life? An examination of the rules themselves confirms this conjecture. For from this, it appears that some of the rules observed by the kings are identical with those observed by private persons out of regard for the safety of their souls. And even of those which seem peculiar to the king, many, if not all, are most readily explained on the hypothesis that they are nothing but safeguards or lifeguards of the king. I will now enumerate some of these royal rules or taboos, offering on each of them such comments and explanations as may serve to set the original intention of the rule in its proper light. As the object of the royal taboos is to isolate the king from all sources of danger, their general effect is to compel him to live in a state of seclusion, more or less complete, according to the number and stringency of the rules he observes. Now, of all sources of danger, none are more dreaded by the savage than magic and witchcraft, and he suspects all strangers of practicing these black arts. To guard against the baneful influence exerted voluntarily or involuntarily by strangers is therefore an elementary dictate of savage prudence. Hence, before strangers are allowed to enter a district, or at least before they are permitted to mingle freely with the inhabitants, certain ceremonies are often performed by the natives of the country for the purpose of disarming the strangers of their magical powers, of counteracting the baneful influence which is believed to emanate from them, or of disinfecting, so to speak, the tainted atmosphere by which they are supposed to be surrounded. Thus, when the ambassadors sent by Justin II, Emperor of the East, to conclude a peace with the Turks had reached their destination, they were received by shamans who subjected them to a ceremonial purification for the purpose of exorcising all harmful influence. Having deposited the goods brought by the ambassadors in an open place, these wizards carried burning branches of incense round them, while they rang a bell and beat on a tambourine, snorting and falling into a state of frenzy in their efforts to dispel the powers of evil. Afterwards, they purified the ambassadors themselves by leading them through the flames. In the island of Nanumea, South Pacific, strangers from ships or from other islands were not allowed to communicate with the people until they all, or a few as representatives, had them taken to each of the 4 temples in the island, and prayers offered that the god would avert any disease or treachery which these strangers might have brought with them. Meat offerings were also laid upon the altars, accompanied by songs and dances in honor of the god. While these ceremonies were going on, all the people except the priests and their attendants kept out of sight. Amongst the Odanums of Borneo, it is the custom that strangers entering the territory should pay to the natives a certain sum, which is spent in the sacrifice of buffaloes or pigs to the spirits of the land and water in order to reconcile them to the presence of the strangers, and to induce them not to withdraw their favor from the people of the country, but to bless the rice harvest and so forth. The men of a certain district in Borneo, fearing to look upon a European traveler lest he should make them ill, warned their wives and children not to go near him. Those who could not restrain their curiosity killed fowls to appease the evil spirits and smeared themselves with the blood. More dreaded, says a traveler, in central Borneo than the evil spirits of the neighborhood are the evil spirits from a distance which accompany travelers. When a company from the middle Mahakam River visited me among the blue Ukions in the year 1897, no woman showed herself outside her house without a burning bundle of hiding bark, the stinking smoke of which drives away evil spirits. When Crevaux was traveling in South America, he entered a village of the Apalai Indians. A few moments after his arrival, some of the Indians brought him a number of large black ants, of a species whose bite is painful, fastened on palm leaves. Then all the people of the village, without distinction of age or sex, presented themselves to him, and he had to sting them all with the ants on their faces, thighs, and other parts of their bodies. Sometimes, when he applied the ants too tenderly, they called out more, and were not satisfied till their skin was thickly studded with tiny swellings like what might have been produced by whipping them with nettles. The object of this ceremony is made plain by the custom observed in Amboina and Ulies of sprinkling sick people with pungent spices, such as ginger and cloves, chewed fine, in order by the prickling sensation to drive away the demon of disease which may be clinging to their persons. In Java, a popular cure for gout or rheumatism is to rub Spanish pepper into the nails of the fingers and toes of the sufferer. The pungency of the pepper is supposed to be too much for the gout or rheumatism, who accordingly departs in haste. So, on the slave coast, the mother of a sick child sometimes believes that an evil spirit has taken possession of the child's body, and in order to drive him out, she makes small cuts in the body of the little sufferer and inserts green peppers or spices in the wounds, believing that she will thereby hurt the evil spirit and force him to be gone. The poor child naturally screams with pain, but the mother hardens her heart in the belief that the demon is suffering equally. It is probable that the same dread of strangers, rather than any desire to do them honor, is the motive of certain ceremonies which are sometimes observed at their reception, but of which the intention is not directly stated. In the Ongtong Java Islands, which are inhabited by Polynesians, the priests or sorcerers seem to wield great influence. Their main business is to summon or exorcise spirits for the purpose of averting or dispelling sickness and of procuring favorable winds, a good catch of fish, and so on. When strangers land on the islands, they are first of all received by the sorcerers, sprinkled with water, anointed with oil, and girt with dried pandanus leaves. At the same time, sand and water are freely thrown about in all directions, and the newcomer and his boat are wiped with green leaves. After this ceremony, the strangers are introduced by the sorcerers to the chief. In Afghanistan and in some parts of Persia, before he enters a village, is frequently received with a sacrifice of animal life, or food, or a fire and incense. The Afghan boundary mission in passing by villages in Afghanistan was often met with fire and incense. Sometimes a tray of lighted embers is thrown under the hoofs of the traveler's horse, with the words, "You are welcome." On entering a village in Central Africa, Emin Pasha was received with the sacrifice of 2 goats. Their blood was sprinkled on the path, and the chief stepped over the blood to greet Emin. Sometimes the dread of strangers and their magic is too great to allow of their reception on any terms. Thus, when Speke arrived at a certain village, the natives shut their doors against him, because they had never before seen a white man or the tin boxes that the men were carrying. Who knows, they said, but that these very boxes are the plundering Watura, transformed, and come to kill us? You cannot be admitted. No persuasion could avail with them, and the party had to proceed to the next village. The fear thus entertained of alien visitors is often mutual. Entering a strange land, a savage feels that he is treading enchanted ground, and he takes steps to guard against the demons that haunt it and the magical arts of its inhabitants. Thus, on going to a strange land, the Maoris perform certain ceremonies to make it common, lest it might have been previously sacred. When Baron Miklucho Maclay was approaching a village on the Maclay coast of New Guinea, one of the natives who accompanied him broke a branch from a tree and, going aside, whispered to it for a while. Then, stepping up to each member of the party, one after another, he spat something upon his back and gave him some blows with the branch. Lastly, he went into the forest and buried the branch under withered leaves in the thickest part of the jungle. This ceremony was believed to protect the party against all treachery and danger in the village they were approaching. The idea probably was that the malignant influences were drawn off from the persons into the branch and buried with it in the depths of the forest. In Australia, when a strange tribe has been invited into a district and is approaching the encampment of the tribe which owns the land, the strangers carry lighted bark or burning sticks in their hands, for the purpose, they say, of clearing and purifying the air when the Tarajas are on a head-hunting expedition and have entered the enemy's country. They may not eat any fruits which the foe has planted, nor any animal which he has reared until they have first committed an act of hostility, as by burning a house or killing a man. They think that if they broke this rule, they would receive something of the soul or spiritual essence of the enemy into themselves, which would destroy the mystic virtue of their talismans. Again, it is believed that a man who has been on a journey may have contracted some magic evil from the strangers with whom he has associated. Hence, on returning home, before he is readmitted to the society of his tribe and friends, he has to undergo certain purificatory ceremonies. Thus the Bechuanas cleanse after journeys by shaving their heads, etc., lest they should have contracted from strangers some evil by witchcraft or sorcery. In some parts of Western Africa, when a man returns home after a long absence before he is allowed to visit his wife, he must wash his person with a particular fluid and receive from the sorcerer a certain mark on his forehead in order to counteract any magic spell which a stranger woman may have cast on him in his absence, and which might be communicated through him to the women of his village. 2 Hindu ambassadors who had been sent to England by a native prince and had returned to India were considered to have so polluted themselves by contact with strangers that nothing but being born again could restore them to purity. For the purpose of regeneration, it is directed to make an image of pure gold of the female power of nature, in the shape either of a woman or of a cow. In this statue, the person to be regenerated is enclosed and dragged through the usual channel. As a statue of pure gold and of proper dimensions would be too expensive, it is sufficient to make an image of the sacred yoni through which the person to be regenerated is to pass. Such an image of pure gold was made at the prince's command, and his ambassadors were born again by being dragged through it. When precautions like these are taken on behalf of the people in general against the malignant influence supposed to be exercised by strangers, it is no wonder that special measures are adopted to pertain from the same insidious danger. In the Middle Ages, the envoys who visited a Tartar Khan were obliged to pass between 2 fires before they were admitted to his presence, and the gifts they brought were also carried between the fires. The reason assigned for the custom was that the fire purged away any magic influence which the strangers might mean to exercise over the Khan. When subject chiefs come with their retinues to visit Kalamba, the most powerful chief of the Bachelonge in the Congo Basin, for the first time or after being rebellious, they have to bathe men and women together in 2 brooks on 2 successive days, passing the nights under the open sky in the marketplace. After the second bath, they proceed entirely naked to the house of Kalamba, who makes a long white mark on the breast and forehead of each of them. Then they return to the marketplace and dress, after which they undergo the pepper ordeal. Pepper is dropped into the eyes of each of them, and while this is being done, the sufferer has to make a confession of all his sins, to answer all questions that may be put to him, and to take certain vows. This ends the ceremony, and the strangers are now free to take up their quarters in the town for as long as they choose to remain. Section 2. Taboos on eating and drinking. In the opinion of Savage, the acts of eating and drinking are attended with special danger, for at these times the soul may escape from the mouth, or be extracted by the magic arts of an enemy present. Among the Ewe-speaking peoples of the Slave Coast, the common belief seems to be that the indwelling spirit leaves the body and returns to it through the mouth. Hence, should it have gone out, it behoves a man to be careful about opening his mouth, lest a homeless spirit should take advantage of the opportunity and enter his body. This, it appears, is considered most likely to take place while the man is eating. Precautions are therefore adopted to guard against these dangers. Thus of the Bataks it is said that since the soul can leave the body, they always take care to prevent their soul from straying on occasions when they have most need of it. But it is only possible to prevent the soul from straying when one is in the house. At feasts, one may find the whole house shut up, in order that the soul may stay and enjoy the good things set before it. The Zafi Manelo in Madagascar lock their doors when they eat, and hardly anyone ever sees them eating. The Warua will not allow anyone to see them eating and drinking, being doubly particular that no person of the opposite sex shall see them doing so. I had to pay a man to let me see him drink. I could not make a man let a woman see him drink. When offered a drink, they often ask that a cloth may be held up to hide them whilst drinking. If these are the ordinary precautions taken by common people, the precautions taken by kings are extraordinary. The king of Loango may not be seen eating or drinking by man or beast under pain of death. A dog having broken into the room where the king was dining, the king ordered it to be killed on the spot. Once the king's own son, a boy of 12 years old, inadvertently saw the king drink. Immediately the king ordered him to be finely apparelled and feasted, after which he commanded him to be cut in quarters, and carried about the city with a proclamation that he had seen the king drink. When the king has a mind to drink, when the king has a mind to drink, he has a cup of wine brought. He that brings it has a bell in his hand, and as soon as he has delivered the cup to the king, he turns his face from him and rings the bell, on which all present fall down with their faces to the ground, and continue so till the king has drank, his eating as much in the same style, for which he has a house on purpose, where his victuals are set upon a bensa or table, which he goes to and shuts the door. When he has done, he knocks and comes out, so that none ever see the king eat or drink, for it is believed that if anyone should, the king shall immediately die. The remnants of his food are buried, doubtless to prevent them from falling into the hands of sorcerers, who by means of these fragments might cast a fatal spell over the monarch. The rules observed by the neighboring king of Kakongo were similar. It was thought that the king would die if any of his subjects were to see him drink. It is a capital offense to see the king of Dahomey at his meals. When he drinks in public, as he does on extraordinary occasions, he hides himself behind a curtain, or handkerchiefs are held up round his head, and all the people throw themselves with their faces to the earth. When the king of Bunyoro in Central Africa went to drink milk in the dairy, every man must leave the royal enclosure, and all the women had to cover their heads till the king returned. No one might see him drink. One wife accompanied him to the dairy and handed him the milk pot, but she turned away her face while he drained it. Section 3. Taboos on showing the face. In some of the preceding cases, the intention of eating and drinking in strict seclusion may perhaps be to hinder evil influences from entering the body rather than to prevent the escape of the soul. This certainly is the motive of some drinking customs observed by natives of the Congo region. Thus we are told of these people that there is hardly a native who would dare to swallow a liquid without first conjuring the spirits. One of them rings a bell all the time he is drinking. Another crouches down and places his left hand on the earth. Another veils his head. Another puts a stalk of grass or a leaf in his hair, or marks his forehead with a line of clay. This fetish custom assumes very varied forms. To explain them, the black is satisfied to say that they are an energetic mode of conjuring spirits. In this part of the world, a chief will commonly ring a bell at each draught of beer which he swallows. And at the same moment, a lad stationed in front of him brandishes a spear to keep at bay the spirits which might try to sneak into the old chief's body by the same road as the beer. The same motive of warding off evil spirits probably explains. Custom observed by some African sultans of veiling their faces. The Sultan of Darfur wraps up his face with a piece of white muslin, which goes round his head several times, covering his mouth and nose first, and then his forehead, so that only his eyes are visible. The same custom of veiling the face as a mark of sovereignty is said to be observed in other parts of Central Africa. The Sultan of Wadai always speaks from behind a curtain. No one sees his face except his intimates and a few favored persons. Section 4. Taboos on quitting the house. By an extension of the like precaution, kings are sometimes forbidden ever to leave their palaces, or if they are allowed to do so, their subjects are forbidden to see them abroad. The fetish king of Benin, who was worshipped as a deity by his subjects, might not quit his palace. After his coronation, the king of Luango is confined to his palace, which he may not leave. The king of Onitsha does not step out of his house into the town unless a human sacrifice is made to propitiate the gods. On this account, he never goes out beyond the precincts of his premises. Indeed, we are told that he may not quit his palace under pain of death, or of giving up one or more slaves to be executed in his presence. As the wealth of the country is measured in slaves, the king takes good care not to infringe the law. Yet once a year at the Feast of Yams, the king is allowed, and even required by custom, to dance before his people outside the high mud wall of the palace. In dancing, he carries a great weight, generally a sack of earth, on his back to prove that he is still able to support the burden and cares of state. Were he unable to discharge this duty, he would be immediately deposed and perhaps stoned. The kings of Ethiopia were worshipped as gods, but were mostly kept shut up in their palaces. On the mountainous coast of Pontus there dwelt in antiquity a rude and warlike people named the Mozini or Mozini, through whose rugged country the 10,000 marched on their famous retreat from Asia to Europe. These barbarians kept their king in close custody at the top of a high tower, from which after his election he was never more allowed to descend. Here he dispensed justice to his people, but if he offended them, they punished him by stopping his rations for a whole day, or even starving him to death. The kings of Sabaya or Sheba, the spice country of Arabia, were not allowed to go out of their palaces. If they did so, the mob stoned them to death. But at the top of the palace there was a window with a chain attached to it. If any man deemed he had suffered wrong, he pulled the chain, and the king perceived him and called him in and gave judgment. Section 5. Taboo on leaving food over. Again, magic mischief may be wrought upon a man through the remains of the food he has partaken of, or the dishes out of which he has eaten. On the principles of sympathetic magic, a real connection continues to subsist between the food which a man has in his stomach and the refuse of it which he has left untouched, and hence by injuring the refuse you can simultaneously injure the eater. Among the Narranieri of South Australia, every adult is constantly on the lookout for bones of beasts, birds, or fish, of which the flesh has been eaten by somebody in order to construct a deadly charm out of them. Everyone is therefore careful to burn the bones of the animals which he has eaten, lest they should fall into the hands of a sorcerer. Too often, however, the sorcerer succeeds in getting hold of such a bone, and when he does so, he believes that he has the power of life and death over the man, woman, or child who ate the flesh of the animal. To put the charm in operation, he makes a paste of red ochre and fish oil, inserts in it the eye of a cod and a small piece of the flesh of a corpse, and having rolled the compound into a ball, sticks it on the top of the bone. After being left for some time in the bosom of a dead body, in order that it may derive a deadly potency by contact with corruption, the magical implement is set up in the ground near the fire, and as the ball melts, so the person against whom the charm is directed wastes with disease. If the ball is melted quite away, the victim will die. When the bewitched man learns of the spell that is being cast upon him, he endeavors to buy the bone from the sorcerer, and if he obtains it, he breaks the charm by throwing the bone into a river or lake. In Tana, one of the New Hebrides, people bury or throw into the sea the leavings of their food, lest these should fall into the hands of the disease-makers. For if a disease-maker finds the remnants of a meal, say the skin of a banana, he picks it up and burns it slowly in the fire. As it burns, the person who ate the banana falls ill and sends to the disease-maker, offering him presents if he will stop burning the banana skin. In New Guinea, the natives take the utmost care to destroy or conceal the husks and other remains of their food, lest these should be found by their enemies and used by them for the injury or destruction of the eaters. Hence they burn their leavings, throw them into the sea, or otherwise put them out of harm's way, from a like fear, no doubt, of sorcery. No one may touch the food which the king of Loango leaves upon his plate. It is buried in a hole in the ground. And no one may drink out of the king's vessel. In antiquity, the Romans used immediately to break the shells of eggs and of snails which they had eaten, in order to prevent enemies from making magic with them. The common practice, still observed among us, of breaking eggshells after the eggs have been eaten may very well have originated in the same superstition. The superstitious fear of the magic that may be wrought on a man through the leavings of his food has had the beneficial effect of inducing many savages to destroy refuse, which, if left to rot, might through its corruption have proved a real, not a merely imaginary source of disease and death. Nor is it only the sanitary condition of a tribe which has benefited by this superstition. Curiously enough, the same baseless dread, the same false notion of causation, has indirectly strengthened the moral bonds of hospitality, honor, and good faith among men who entertain it. For it is obvious that no one who intends to harm a man by working magic on the refuse of his food will himself partake of that food, because if he did so, he would, on the principles of sympathetic magic, suffer equally with his enemy from any injury done to the refuse. This is the idea which in primitive society lends sanctity to the bond produced by eating together. By participation in the same food, two men give, as it were, hostages for their good behavior. Each guarantees the other that he will devise no mischief against him, since being physically united with him by the common food in their stomachs, any harm he might do to his fellow would recoil on his own head, with precisely the same force with which it fell on the head of his victim. In strict logic, however, the sympathetic bond lasts only so long as the food is in the stomach of each of the parties. Hence, the covenant formed by eating together is less solemn and durable than the covenant formed by transfusing the blood of the covenanting parties into each other's veins, for this transfusion seems to knit them together for life.